I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 50 million souls live in this realm without much hope. Not too
Hello and welcome back to the LCS Dome, powered by Alienware, for Countdown, where we're delivering some mid-split awards and some sage advice until we hit the top of the hour and we jump into Game 1 of the day. Hello everyone, welcome to our Sunday Fun Day here on the LCS. Yesterday, we had one of the biggest games of the split, seeing Cloud9 take down rivals TSM. But the rest of the day was filled with a flurry of upsets, gentlemen.
And it started with GG beating Evil Geniuses. What we thought was a second-place team, they had Jizuke on LeBlanc, just got smoked out of the water with Closer playing Lee Sin. He had 12 kills, I believe, at the end of this game. He just had a monster performance. They had an answer to the LeBlanc with the Lissandra, and this is what the team wants to be in the beginning of the split, what they're always tweeting about, and we finally got to see it against a team that actually was a contender, but maybe now a little bit more of a pretender.
Yeah, and for me, I was one of the people, standing for EG with the whole, they're experimenting. No experiments this time. It was LeBlanc, like you said, and FBI popped off super hard as well on the Aphelios, and he has been crushing it quietly this split. I don't think we have talked about him enough. He has some of the best laning stats in the league. Yes, he and Huhi have made some mistakes in later portions of the game, but that's true with a lot of teams right now, so I think FBI has quietly been one of the best AD carries in the league.
Golden Guardians themselves feel like one of the tougher teams to nail down, sitting at 4-5 is their record so far. Another team that was in the conversation for top 2 but fell down this week was FlyQuest. 0-2, Probably.
Yeah, we're talking about EG being pretenders a bit. Now maybe FlyQuest is our pretender. Like, we had them rated so highly going into the summer split. They were our second place team, but this split so far, they're starting to get out macro. They're starting to lose team fights. They're starting to lose early game. The things that they had as strengths are now not strengths, not necessarily weaknesses, but they're just not there anymore. So I don't know where FlyQuest has gone. I hope they fly back to their nest and start giving us some wins.
Well, FlyQuest goes and gets that done for Probably. Mark, we got to talk about the team that handed them one of their losses, and it came from Dignitas, who was 0-8 coming into the weekend and now leaves on a 2-0.
Yeah, it was super impressive. This was a team that had interesting game plans and executed them in terms of their first victory with the Ignite Graves in the jungle, no flash. That was super impressive to see out of Dardoch. He continued that momentum on Lee Sin. Phoenix got a Zero twice, and the bot lane of Dignitas continues to step up with Afro and Johnson. So this is starting to look like actually a pretty good team in those wins. It wasn't just punishing blatant mistakes by the enemy. They were forcing their will on the other team.
I think beyond these two games as well, last week, yeah, they had a really terrible game against 100 Thieves, but that close game against C9, closer than a lot of other teams, I think bodes really well for this being one of the better turnaround moves at the middle of the split.
Well, with an upset-filled day behind us, I want to gauge how much the landscape of the league has really changed with another edition of Overreactions. Mark, I'm coming to you first on this one. Dignitas will win a playoff round. Not only will they make it to playoffs, they will win their first round.
Yeah, that's an overreaction. I mean, I was just hyping them up, and I'm starting to believe in them more, but taking down another team in a best-of-5, I'm not quite there yet. If you want to say they're a playoff team, that they'll finish top 8, I totally think it's fair, but this is an overreaction for me.
Okay.
But you said it, you think it's fair. It says over right there. I think it's fair. I think that Dignitas can definitely win a playoff round. Now, keep this in mind, right? They would, because they may be cruising at the very bottom of the playoff bracket, they would only have to face off teams that are in 3rd through 8th place. So, yeah, they could totally beat that. They're not going to face and beat the second best place team when we get to that. But 3rd place, I could totally see that happening. Who is in 3rd right now?
Not FlyQuest.
TSM? I don't think they could beat TSM.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question, right? TSM is the 3rd place team at the moment, probably. I mean, I see you think it's an overreaction, but specifically, hypothesizing that matchup, how close do you think it would be, if at all?
Yeah, I don't think, because they have to win a playoff round, right? So we're not saying like they can't win a playoff game, which I think is possible, but for them to take a 3 out of 5 against someone, I don't really see many teams that they can just do that to, get 3 times consistently, remember, because their champion pools, not that extensive. We see the Azir on Phoenix. Don't think he's going to get it forever. Thresh on Aftermove, not going to get it forever. So best-of-5, I think, is a little overreaction.
Fair enough. Next up, coming right back to you probably on this one, FlyQuest roster. This FlyQuest roster has peaked.
I'm going to have to say this is fair. This is not the Wild Turtle roster that got 2nd place. So we're not saying anything like crazy peaking where they're finishing 2nd, but their first couple weeks they look pretty decent. But ever since then, they've been like slowly. I don't know if it's them getting worse or the team getting, or the other team's getting better. So far they're just kind of on a downward trajectory. I would like to see them kind of pick it up a bit, but so far, I don't know where their highs are.
I just like how me and Prowler are on the same page, and Crumbs is always out there in left field. What do you mean this is an overreaction, Crumbs? They've been on a downward trajectory.
Okay,
This is just what happened last year where they finished top 4 and then tanked it in summer. It's the same thing. It's history repeating itself.
Peak means this is the best we've gotten to see out of them, that they're not going to be able to achieve better than this. That sounds crazy to me. They rallied at the end of last split, so they were able to perform better. This is saying they're going to just get worse and worse and worse, or at least never go back to a level that gets them wins versus bottom teams. I don't see it.
Actually, to Crumbs' point, peak implies that it comes down. That would be a plateau if it stayed flat. So if you get, if we're being real with our topography here,
we also
I think I'm going to have to give this one to Crumbs.
We also didn't say performance. It could have been ranking that they've peaked at second place in spring.
Okay, all right.
Semantics.
All right, I give it to you, Mark. I give it to you. All right, CLG will still finish last in summer. Even after this incredible start that CLG has had, they will finish last. Crumbs, what are you thinking?
I actually think this could be fair. Now, the reason why I think it's fair is that they only have 4 wins right now, and the other teams that are at the bottom behind them are really creeping up on them. So you need to make sure that they're getting up there because they're already messing with the top lane, Substitute and Deus and Ruin, so we don't know what's going on down there. So I'm not saying that this is a bad team. I'm saying that the bottom teams behind them are really getting it together and ramping up, whereas what we've seen out of them is kind of more of the same that we saw in the beginning of the split.
All right, from you two?
I think we're overreacting about the bottom teams being so great. Like, I think they have shown good performances right now, but they still have a lot of games. They have 2 more games that they have to win to even catch up to CLG, and then CLG has to keep playing bad. I think too many things have to happen for CLG to be last.
I think CLG had a really easy strength of schedule at the start of the year. It's since equalized, but I don't want to go too far in the other direction, whereas like before it was like, are they top 2? No. But they're not bottom 2 just because they played a bunch of playoff teams.
All right. I like that. But, hey, I like your reasoning, Crumbs, for if they were to finish last, it's because of the bottom-tier teams making changes to move themselves up the standings. Our fourth and final overreaction of the day is Golden Guardians are fine.
I can see that.
Nah.
Overreaction. Are you guys kidding me? They're fine?
All right, Mark, lay it on me.
They're great.
They're great.
Did you think I was going to go down the other way?
I actually thought you were.
I thought it was a negative.
Classic
I'm
Mark
not a
bait.
negative.
Okay.
I'm a positive person. I don't know what you're talking about.
So what for you is the biggest selling point of this Golden Guardians roster?
I think they're one of the teams that, in that kind of middle grouping of teams, they're the one with the strongest sense of an identity. I know what they generally are trying to do and what they want to do. They have strong laners in bot lane. Closer's a great jungler, and Demonte is on a supportive mid lane, and Hanser's kind of doing his own thing, holding it on his own in top lane. And so I see what they're trying to do. I think they can get better at it, and they're not perfect, but I think they're a little bit better than fine.
All right, half the split behind us, half the split to go. We're going to take a look at the standings, see how C9 comes into the second round robin, undefeated, atop the table, continues that 2-game separation above the rest. Team Liquid sits alone in second, with TSM right behind them in third, and then we have a slew of teams competing below them, duking it out today. Now remember that the Bud Light League Lounge will be wrapping up the entire weekend with it on twitch.tv/Bud Light, where Jack will be joining us for a C9 versus TSM wrap-up to the weekend. As we go to break, though, our resident world champion has some more sage advice to level up your life.
And now, it's time for sage advice from a literal world champion.
Hey, all you junglers out there. Remember, when your mid laner is ahead, they don't need the blue buff. When your mid laner is behind, they don't deserve that blue buff.
This has been sage advice from a literal world champion. And now, it's time for sage advice from a literal world champion.
Are you struggling with those roster decisions? Well, let me give you a piece of advice. If you've got a jungler in Academy who's got 6 LCS championships and 2 MSI finals, try playing him on your LCS roster. Just might get you a couple wins.
This has been sage advice from a literal world champion.
I feel that much closer to being a world champion already. Welcome back to the LCS Countdown. We're at the halfway point of the split. We wanted to take a look at some of those end of split awards. Let's get the easy stuff out of the way. I feel like everyone's going to be aligned on all of these. First and foremost, Honda MVP frontrunner. I think it goes to the entirety of Cloud9. Am I right?
Blind
They
pick.
would want that.
Or am I right?
Crazy.
Exactly. If we had to call one person out, I do think most people would spotlight Blabber above, one tiny step above the rest, but it really does feel like anyone on this team could be in contention.
I think it's the nature of the role, man. You're playing jungle right now, and it's so easy to shine, and he shines much brighter than everybody else in the role, whereas all the other members have had some blunders. Well, not to say that Blabber hasn't had some
I was going to say, he's
himself,
having it too.
but his highs are really almost at the level where closers Lee Sin yesterday, but much more consistent.
All right, let's move right along then, since we're all agreed there. Coach Frontrunner, Coach of the Split Award. This one, the Frontrunner, is Reapered. Again, they're undefeated. Hard to argue with that.
Yeah, he's been doing incredible work with the Cloud9 organization for years. He always feels like he has new pieces, and he's always pushing into finals. And this is the best recipe he's ever had, and it's no surprise that they're pushing for undefeated.
All right, and then finally, Rookie of the Year Frontrunner. Remember, this is now of the year, and we are taking a look at TL's Tactical.
Yeah, I mean, they're staying at second place. This isn't he had one good weekend situation. He's been performing well for the last 5 weeks. So really excited to see this guy play. And honestly, his stats kind of hold up to a veteran AD carry, a top AD carry in ALCS.
Yep, it's sitting in third place right now, hoping to do better as the split rolls along. Now, those are the official awards, and we'll see if all the votes play out that way in Week 9, and the players themselves can still affect those votes with their own performances. But it's time to look at the unofficial mid-season awards, starting with the award Most Exciting to Watch. Crumbs, take it away.
Your most exciting to watch nominees are Licorice, Jizuke, and Blabber. Now, this category is about playmaking. It is about standing above the rest in your specific role, and more importantly, it's about always being exciting. You're not the slow team that's going to be trying to play the macro game. You're looking for individual mechanical outplays all the time.
All right, and the winner is, for Most Exciting Player to Watch, Blabber.
Yay!
What?
I voted for
What?
him. Blabber, yes, I wanted Blabber because no other jungler has as many consistent games that are really on the edge of like, whoa, that was something that a lot of players would not have gone for, whether it's the lethality Lee Sin popping off, whether it's the Olaf power clearing like no other. There is a lot to get excited about this player. His statistics back it up, so anybody that even wants to be a great jungler should just be watching him.
Mark, you're unconvinced?
I mean, he's already getting the MVP. You got to spread the love around a little bit. I'm giving it to Licorice. You talk about dominating his field. Did you see the stats yesterday? 22 CSD at 15. Next closest was Kumo at 3. He's so dominant that like over half the league has negative CSD in top lane because he's so good. On top of the fact he's got cool picks. He brought Wukong out first. How can you not love this man?
Playing Ornn.
No, I forgot. Stats are exciting to Mark. So he sees the stats and he's like, whoa, most exciting.
I can't wait to look at this spreadsheet.
Yeah.
What about you, Brawley?
I mean,
You also didn't seem convinced.
no, I mean, Blabber, I'd say, like, most impressive to watch. I really enjoy it. But in terms of just excitement, I mean, Jizuke's got to be mine. It's a roller coaster. Is he going to feed? Is he going to carry? I don't know. You don't know. The draft obviously doesn't know what he's going to pick. There's too many variables. It's just lovely to watch him.
I do not get excited watching a Kog'Maw passive miss. I'll tell you that much.
Argo's here. Argo's
How about a
here.
Kog'Maw that just presses S when he does?
I'm with you. I'm with you, Crumbs. I love watching Blabber. He is one of the most exciting players in the league. Next up will be the category of Most Improved. Probably.
So the nominees for Most Improved are Kumo, Afromu, and CoreJJ. And this category required you to play in spring, and we're seeing your improvement now in summer.
Okay, so across from spring to summer, improvement in performance. The winner of Most Improved goes to Evil Genius's Kumo.
Yes, I voted for Kumo as well. In spring, I gave him so much crap because he was just getting dominated in the lane. He wasn't playing team fights well, his TPs were sloppy, but in summer, that's completely turned around. He actually has good laning stats, just for Mark, and then he's also teleporting before the enemy top laner. Like, he's a pretty formidable player right now, especially the fact that he was able to abuse Volibear before anyone else was picking him up.
Yeah, I would go to Mark on this, but I know that, you know, a 3.0 CSD at 15 is enough for him to say, I'm all behind Kumo on this one. But Crumbs, what's your take on the most improved players in the league?
He played Wukong.
He played Wukong. How can I forget?
That's what Mark is going to say.
Right, he was the second top laner to play Wukong.
I say I voted for Kuma, but Afro deserves a lot of credit, especially for being such a veteran player. To have an improvement is arguably more difficult. I don't know. It's been impressive.
Yeah, no, we were left wanting a little bit from Afromu in spring, and he's definitely stepped up in a big way and has been a catalyst for those couple of wins that Dignitas has picked up. All right, Mark, you've got the next category, and it is the best pickup category. Please explain.
Yeah, this is a player who joined a new roster in summer, and so this is the org's perspective of picking this player up. Dardoch joining Dignitas. Ever since he subbed in, they've looked like a totally new team. Huni for inspiring the improvement for our most improved winner in Kumo, putting a little pressure behind him. That was a great pickup. And then, of course, DOUBLELIFT. It kind of goes without saying, helping catapult that team back into the top 3.
All right, well, there you have the nominees for best pickup, and the winner is TSM's DOUBLELIFT.
Got to be expected. He's been very impressive over the course of the split and has been a huge part in turning around TSM after a relatively disappointing spring split.
It's kind of hard to argue sometimes with just one of the literal best 80 carries out there on the market. So if you pick him up, he's going to be a boon for your squad. I want to roll us straight forward here to comeback player. Prolly, you've got this category.
Yeah, so again, this one means the player did not play in spring and has come back in summer. Get it? Comeback player. And we have SPICA, Lorlo, and Contracts.
SPICA, Lorlo, Contracts. And the winner of Comeback Player of the Split is TSM's SPICA.
Yeah, SPICA played in the Gauntlet back in 2019, but in spring of 2020, he wasn't picked up to play on the LCS roster. But since his debut again in summer, his Kane game was the only game you can kind of, wag a finger at. But his other 8 matches have been superb. He's been a really strong jungler. He's been doing well, keeping up early pressure, and he's also been playing team fights very well.
I mean, the thing he set in that gauntlet was 3 Sejuani games, right? I think that's what
they weren't great.
I think it's pretty easy to come back and be like, oh, look at me, look at everything I'm capable of doing. We didn't get to see much of it, so I think that contrast is what makes SPICA.
So the comeback meta, have a bad enough
be
split
so bad
at some point in your career that there can be no argument when you return. Mark, what are your thoughts on this category?
I was going to give a little bit of a head tap to Contracts. He hasn't had as much time as some of the other players to cement himself in this category, I think. But it was cool to hear some of the interviews and perspective that he had about when he went down to Academy. He initially thought that he was too good for it, and now having to revamp that to actually earn his way back into the LCS.
And he had a pop-off performance specifically on that Nidalee, right? I mean, what a great way to show back up.
Best Nidalee we've seen all split in North America for sure.
There you have it. One more category left to be decided here in our mid-split awards. This one is yours, Crumbs. It's for worst performance in a winning game.
This is fairly self-explanatory. It's dubbed the Tactical Int Award, and the nominees are Broxa in his game against Golden Guardians. You've got Ryoma in their game against FlyQuest, and Jizuke on his game against Immortals.
Now, Crumbs.
A lot of it comes down to just how hard did your team carry you.
Right.
So, and what kind of sense of false security did you lull the enemy into?
Well, Crumbs, a master of the tactical int in his own right, felt only natural that he would be the purveyor of this category. But I will do the honors of revealing the winner for worst performance in a winning game, and that goes to Team Liquid's Broxa.
So this started off fantastically with a level 3 gank that quickly got abused by Closer as he was able to then go counter jungle the red buff, and this started the snowball that let Golden Guardians get an Ocean Soul, but that is why it was such a tactical int. Golden Guardians felt like they had the confidence of the early game comp, and then were not able to close out the game at the end of the day. And he actually even ended up the game with still a negative gold deficit despite winning. That is just masterful int.
And I think he also got Flame Horizon that game. So it was one of those ones where there's a lot of the fact that he didn't recover back to positive was very impressive. Or not, I don't know what you call it.
Right, yeah, I mean, exactly. Like, was it impressive or was it not? You know, I guess the performance out of the other 4 was impressive. And you're right, he goes home with some hardware. Well, not really. There's no trophy for this, but there's a clip of it on the internet. Today's matches will see many of the nominees face off. Things get started with TSM and Immortals going head-to-head, and then we've got 100 Thieves starting their second round robin up against Cloud9. That's a doozy of a way to kick off the second half. And 2 more matches before we call it a weekend. I want to turn our attention to that first game of the day. We've got TSM versus Immortals, where TSM are coming off a loss to Cloud9, but it was one of the most competitive games that we've seen against the champs so far this split.
We started talking about how Bjergsen versus Niski was going to be huge, and Bjergsen really showed up in the laning phase, was able to start getting ahead, and then even got that solo kill. But C9 continued to innovate in NA here and bring us the Senna Wukong that was actually really impressive to see out of Sven. So despite TSM playing a super close game, when it came down to teamfights, C9's superior teamfighting made it seem like the early game was just nothing but a dream.
Yeah, I was really impressed. You're saying, like, there's everything in this game that you could have wanted. They had cool drafts. They had exciting games to play through the first 20 minutes, and then C9 flipped a switch, and they ended the game pretty quickly, which means there's no stalling out, no lag in the game. It was really impressive.
Well, that brings us back to that C9 measuring stick that we've been talking about, Mark. Let's pull up the gold graphs and take a look at how TSM did in comparison to the rest of the squads. I'll direct your guys' attention to the bottom of the graph, actually. Again, what we're measuring here is how long you could hold a gold advantage against Cloud9 before you start seeing those lines tick up and to the right. TSM only outmatched by Team Liquid in terms of how far into the game they could extend that gold lead.
Yeah, and C9 only had a 23% major lead that game, while TSM having a 2%. The game was 74% close, and yeah, what that means is just the stat line is very close. You don't see that gigantic trajectory you see in most of the colorful lines. The gray and the white lines are what we want to look at. Those are indications of strong performances against Cloud9. Hopefully, we'll eventually see one of these lines skew downwards, but currently our expectation is how long can you keep it steady, and if you can even get it below the x-axis, that's just a bonus.
And I would say the other thing, too, that was more impressive, not just if you actually look into the gameplay, C9 has made these mistakes in the early game, which throw a little bit of a goal lead in the enemy's favor. They've had that mistake against FlyQuest. They had a similar one against TL. I didn't feel like C9 made a big blunder against TSM, and that the gold lead TSM got was off the back of them actually playing really well. I thought C9 was also playing well that game, and the fact that TSM was kind of going blow for blow, where Niski would make a play on the top side, Bjergsen would go bot, then he started getting solo kills. Like, those were well-earned gold leads, which I thought even made it somewhat more impressive a little bit, even if they did lose control of the gold lead faster than TL.
I would totally agree with you there, Mark. Even though statistically, graphically, it looks like TL did do better against Cloud9, anecdotally, in watching the game, it actually felt like there was a little bit more fight out of TSM there, and that in those early game moments, they were generating more of those gold advantages for themselves. Now, this is, of course, only one of the teams taking to the stage today in the first game of the day. On the flip side, you've got Immortals. They did find a win a couple of weeks ago, first of the split after the roster changes, but Crumbs, they got kind of trounced on Friday.
Dignitas really proved to have the better preparation, and even though we liked what we saw out of Immortals, none of that showed up in that match. I really felt like this team maybe got a little bit overconfident at source because of how close those games must have been. So the fact that they did not give enough respect to Dignitas the same way that they treated their other opponents, I think started to show, because they were really lackadaisical in thinking about what the opponents could do. And on the flip side, Dignitas was just so quick to punish. I was really impressed by that. So I'm putting all my eggs away from the Immortals basket and just chucking them over to the Dignitas one, because I really think this team, if they continue,
right?
Okay, all right, you know what?
You got to get away from these egg
I'm not
metaphors here on the desk.
Placing them gently.
Fill our baskets with something other than eggs, my friends. Probably this does key into that conversation that you brought up though earlier, which is, how much maybe were we over-indexing into some of the closeness of Immortals' losses after they put up that win, right? We were so willing to say this could have easily been 3 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, I think hindsight's 2020. They did go 0-2 last week, but we spoke about them like, nah, those weren't real losses. So, this Friday, they actually, didn't show up. We didn't get those like clutch plays they got, which, kind of makes sense because they haven't proven to us they can actually finish and close a game without mistakes. So I do think we maybe overreact.
Jump the gun.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. But hey, if they can finish and close out against the TSM here today, that would do wonders in terms of changing our opinions. I do want to get some quick predictions, rather. I'm so ingrained to go to those right before we go to gameplay. Let's take a look at how you guys think the games will go before we dive into that first game. Everyone's going for TSM, Cloud9, and Team Liquid.
Mark.
Makes sense to me, given they're the top 3 teams in the league, so it's that 4th game of the day that has a difference. And Mark, you're going for CLG. What's the thinking?
I actually don't know. My brain was off. Did I say CLG?
Mark.
Another flip-flop.
Mark,
I
even
did. I just
if
checked my
you
email.
didn't, I expect you to stand behind the graphic. No, you did actually. I got to confirm that this is
I
what
checked
you
my
chose.
email too. I checked
Yeah.
my email. I did
Defend
say
it
CLG.
now.
It was like 9 o'clock in the morning when I sent that.
No, not that part of it.
Okay.
No.
I think that CLG still has a lot of strengths that they can play around. Six actually had a very strong performance. I think it was last week, and Pobelter has been able to find interesting things. Rune was, despite being strong early in the split, kind of running it down. He had so many isolated deaths. He was leading the league in them, as well as just having, I think, leading the league in deaths overall. So I was looking with the Deuce swap in to help change some of that around.
All right, well, there you have it. That comes in the 4th game of the day. Before that, though, we got to get through 3 others. So let's hand it over to Pastry and Azale to get us into that clash between TSM and Immortals.
All right, welcome. It's time for game number 1 of Sunday. My name is Pastry. I'm joined by literal world champion Azale, who's continuing to give questionable advice, I'll call it, to the denizens of the internet.
I mean, it says sage advice right on the graphics, so I think I'm going to have to disagree with you.
I wonder why I never get a blue buff when we play together. Anyway, we'll line ourselves up for our first game here. Very excited to see what the results have. It's been pretty close in the middle of the LCS, I have to say, with the exception of Cloud9 beating up everyone.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty crazy, right? Like, coming into the last couple weeks, really, there's been a large discussion around who is second place. First, a lot of people thought it was EG, and then FlyQuest, and both those teams have fallen off pretty heavily. I would say that most people still are agreeing that at least it is between TSM and TL. So Immortals are going to be in tough. They obviously did have a couple losses last weekend, but they were close losses. They picked up a win since they actually changed over to this roster as well. So that was kind of building a little bit of confidence, in this squad. But their game yesterday, this weekend actually, was pretty disappointing. They gave Dignitas their first win. They got absolutely run over. It didn't feel like they had anything going. So that is causing a lot of people to doubt their belief that they were maybe placing in Immortals, that they were improving. So we'll see if Immortals can kind of reinstate some of that belief in themselves today, or if TSM will just run them over.
Yeah, one of the teams Immortals did play close was actually TL in a very back-and-forth game that ended extremely dramatically. So we'll see if TSM can look cleaner and perhaps move themselves into position to be, hey, we are the second-best team in the league right now. Recapping the bans real quick, though, Malphite, which is becoming a standard against Alorum, which is very fun to see. Ezreal, Karma, Varus, Syndra, TF, very standard on the Immortal side. And with all that, it is first pick Aphelios for DOUBLELIFT.
Yeah, it is interesting that he's actually drawing Malphite bans at this point, because almost no one else is playing it at all, right? Like this pick is not getting play really anywhere in the world besides a handful of games. I do think Malphite is a strong pick, though, especially against players who like to play things like Jace. Some of the AD matchups can neutralize very, very effectively. I also think that things like Shen and Maokai are getting overlooked a lot in lieu of Ornn, but Ornn is going to come through. Malphite is off the table, so we'll see if TSM do want to look towards something like the Jace, if that was the reasoning perhaps for that Malphite ban.
Yeah, we did also see Shen yesterday, of course, Impact playing it into Ornn specifically, which is a matchup I certainly think Shen can try and take over in. So maybe Broken Blade wants to mess with that. I believe he's played it in his career. Wukong, though, continuing to get attention. Not necessarily in the top lane here for Broken Blade. We've seen it in jungle. We've even seen it farming in the bottom lane as well. So there are places you can put this champion. But joining alongside the Trundle, the TSM setting themselves up very nicely for the 5v5s.
Yeah, definitely drafting pretty heavily for 5v5. You have the Trundle to try to shred through the Ornn. Obviously, we could see the Wukong going top. There is a slight possibility of things being flexed around, but I really doubt it. Trundle doesn't really see any top lane play in pro play whatsoever, so we are expecting it to be Wukong top. We are expecting it to be Trundle in the jungle just to be able to answer that Ornn later on. But with Xmithie grabbing Graves, he's definitely going to have priority in that 1v1. You do expect him to play Phase Rush, and with Quick Draw, you can Quick Draw over the pillars. It does give Graves a pretty preferential matchup in the 1v1, but we've seen the adaptation from a lot of melee jungle players is actually to just go Phase Rush themselves, not only to potentially try to chase down your ranged opponent if you get ahead, but also people are using it a lot for clearing vision and to have safety so they can't just like get chased down by Graves. They can actually use the Phase Rush defensively just to run away.
Yep, certainly when Graves invades, you need to leave for the most part. So I do like seeing that adaptation. Bard Band here, a champion that is picking up some steam in recent weeks. Certainly BIOFROST more than capable on that one, so we'll lose it for this round. And then Orianna, which has been one of Insanity's kind of go-to champions, both in LCS and Academy. So trying to offset the new IMT mid laner a little bit here as well.
Yeah, it's kind of funny to say that Bard is BIOFROST's most played, but it is. The reason being he has 2 on that and 1 on everything else. So he's actually played a lot of different champions. You know, it's not that he has an enormous Bard play rate or anything, but he has had a really deep champion pool, has been swapping it up, you know, consistently playing a lot of different engage style champions. So he brought out the Blitz, he's brought out, you know, Taric, Yuumi, Braum, Leona, Rakan, all kinds of stuff. So I am interested to see if they will continue to experiment or if they will go back to one of those champions and look to repeat. Ashe is a very strong laner, and there is the potential, you know, for something like, you know, a range style of champion to be drafted alongside it to actually make that even more of a bully lane against the Felios. So we'll see if TSM wants to combat that with range support of their own, or if they're going to be happy to kind of sit back a little bit and play a bit more defensively with something like a Braum potentially, which has actually been banned, but you can still go to Nautilus, things like that.
Yep, there's the Thresh as well for hardcore, so aware of what the matchups could be.
Morgana could be good.
Morgana, yeah. I feel like we never see Morgana enough when in spots where she's good.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't mind Morgana here at all. Morgana is pretty solid, both against, you know, the Ashe and the Thresh. Obviously, you know, being able to block the hook, being able to block the arrow, both fairly effective. You can even, you know, immune the knockup, obviously, from the Ornn ulti. TSM going with the Zilean, though. Zilean actually is really good here. I think it does make a lot of sense. It's a fairly strong blind pickable mid laner, and the combination with Wukong in particular kind of works similarly to how you can actually be very effective with these Nocturne dive bombs, where you can actually send Nocturne in with bombs on his head. You can do the same thing with the Wukong. You speed him up as he's cloned in stealth. You drop bombs on his head so he can actually, you know, dive in and have this added couple hundred damage from your bomb that's going to be pretty much guaranteed to go off during the knockup. Tahm Kench also works here, obviously, as a more defensive option. You know, compared to the Morgana, you do have the ability to just devour out of the hook, devour out of that Ashe ulti. It's a lot less of a lane bully than Morgana. You know, your 2v2 is going to be weaker as a result. Tahm Kench doesn't offer a ton there unless your opponents are looking for that all in. But TSM looks like they are going to be willing to just kind of play this fairly defensively on the bot side and look to focus more towards the top side, probably trying to shut down Xmithie and bring this game towards team fights.
Yeah, last pick Corki is a triple marksman actually for IMT, although Corki of course is the magical marksman, so not going to be a problem with the damage types, which is always nice, but very stable 5v5 on the IMT side as well. Nothing fancy, but a lot of good farming champions, a lot of good damage, simple CC. Keeping it straightforward, I think, against TSM.
They have a lot of damage, but my concern is, you know, when you have 3 marksmen and you're playing against a team that dives, you know, if you ever aren't actually like you're properly spread out, if you're grouped up, what generally happens when the Wukong flies in there with an ult and he's sped up by Zilean with bombs on his head is everyone scatters and the damage really just starts to fall off. You know, people aren't actually able to attack as effectively. So I'm going to be interested to see if they can actually, you know, set it up properly to have these team fights where their backline is not being reached. I think a lot of the onus is going to be on the Ornn, is going to be on the Thresh to try to keep these guys actually safe because the dive is very powerful, and especially when you have relatively low mobility marksmen like the Ashe, you get pillared in by the Trundle, you get dove on by the Wukong with bombs on his head. Like, it feels pretty tough to actually escape that from the side of Immortals.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how TSM play with yet another different Zilean comp. It's actually now sad, reflecting that they banned Bard, because Bard Zilean is one of TSM's most potent threats when BIOFROST was on the team playing Bard. Now again, but all the way back in the day. But like this, like Bjergsen literally, I feel like has just picked Zilean like in so many different comps. Like, they always find a way to make it work. Just a testament to his mastery on the champion. And he was talking about this in his Pro of the Week interview, where he's like, I've been playing for so long that if there's a champion we think that can come back into the meta, chances are I probably have enough games on it to be like, sure, I'll try it. And then they try it, and it either works or it doesn't. And it's very easy for him to go in and out of a wide range of champions.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Zilean is just kind of an underrated pick in general. I do think it's one of those champions that a lot of mid laners don't feel super comfortable playing, and that's the main reason that it actually is staying out of the meta. People sometimes can struggle with the laning. People, just aren't as comfortable on this champion. It's almost like one of those things where, we used to see with Aurelion Sol, where it was like very clearly strong on a few players, but no one else ever touched it, and it does kind of feel like it's in that bucket. But I tend to think that Zilean, when played by people who have a high level of mastery over it, is fairly safe as a blind pick, is incredibly strong with divers, is incredibly strong with hyperscaling marksmen, so it's going to work great with both the Wukong and the Aphelios. So I am excited to see how this plays out. I tend to favor TSM's comp here. I just think that the execution is pretty easy as far as what they are trying to do. Immortals is going to have to really do a good job, I think, spreading in team fights, kiting it out, being able to absorb the initial engage from the Wukong if they want to survive.
And of course, we'll look to Smithy. He's got the more aggressive side of the jungle matchup. SPICA went with the Trundle, had the option of going to Graves, but decided that he wanted to take something a little bit more defensive, a bit more team-oriented. So IMT have had, again, like lots of close games recently. This is quite a tall task to topple TSM, but they almost did it against TL. If they're certainly trying to prove that, hey, this team is capable. I think we've seen that even in their close losses. So how well can they perform against TSM, a team that is also looking to prove themselves here in the league, but not that they're a contender, but that they are the definitive second-place team?
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of at that point where, did Taco spot that? Yeah, okay. He should be fine. That was actually a nice little angle of approach, because if Hakuo was even like one step further back in that brush, you wouldn't actually have the angle to have people invading from there. I do like that mid lane invade. I also love the one where you actually wrap around through bot lane and come around through the brush. Just some of these less common invade angles can actually work really, really well. I'm a big fan of level 1 invades. It's pretty fun to try to go for in your games.
I don't know if I've ever seen it, but like I'd be down for something really wild, like everyone takes Hex Flash, 5-man flash over the Dragon Ball, and then like Hex Flash over some other wall. You could definitely get creative.
Yeah, you could go for it. You could definitely go all in for it. Those are a little bit more spicy than maybe I'm looking for, but I'm definitely down for the 5-man group up, walk somewhere unexpected, hope you get a free kill.
Yeah,
it's a solid strategy for solo queue for sure.
Certainly is, and hey, works sometimes in the LCS, so not this time. IMT spotting it out nicely, but blue start here for Xminity, same side for SPICA. They will be moving towards opposite sides of the jungle. However, I think we're probably expecting these two champions to want to farm it out anyway. So, it is Ignite Graves too, though.
Yep. So it is Ignite Phase Rush, and I mean, Graves wants to farm, but he wants to farm his opponent's jungle. He doesn't want to farm his jungle, right? And that's really the kind of defining thing here. In this meta with a lot of the power farmers, some of them aren't as good at the actual ganks. Graves, sure, he can gank if you're really pushed up and he can kind of just walk up behind you and run you down, or if you have a really good gank setup. But in general, Graves succeeds at a high level because he wins the duel against his opponent in the jungle, and then he just farms their raptors, he steals away their buffs, and he's consistently invading, and that's how he's really kind of creating these huge advantages, and then retreats back to his side of the jungle to farm. If you're going to play Graves into Trundle, and especially Ignite Graves into Trundle, and just farm it up until teamfight time, then you're pretty much trolling. Like, you're really just not getting enough out of it. Because, especially against compositions that have heavy dive like this, I do think Graves can struggle to stay safe. And Ignite is just not really going to be anywhere near as effective as Flash, generally speaking, in a team fight. It's more about that 1v1 and kind of asserting your dominance with, low summoner spell cooldown, with Nimbus Cloak, with Phase Rush, trying to slam this Trundle.
Yep, for sure. And we'll see if Xminity does look to get aggressive in a moment. The other kind of early game note here is actually on Bjergsen. He's gone for Glacial Augment in this game, which is like a totally sensible keystone on Zilean. I think the thing that's really interesting for me is that this likely changes his build path. See a lot of Rod of Ages, lots of tears on Zilean, wanting to build up that mana pool. But when you have Augment, you almost always want to have at least one item that pairs with it. So whether that's Twin Shadows or GLP, I'm curious to see how Bjergsen build changes with this keystone.
Yeah, it's going to be Hextech GLP almost 100%. Just because you need the Lost Chapter, you need to have some sort of mana, on Zilean, or you will just completely So, you know, you can expect them to rush Lost Chapter, go Hextech GLP. I do think that we will see Spooky Ghost after that, but you are right in that it's not guaranteed to go the second. Sometimes people will be, you know, going towards a death cap or things like that, or a defensive item if they really feel like they need it. But I tend to favor just going for the double active items whenever you are playing this. It sets up so well for your bombs. Zillion champion that I really do like to play, you know, mid lane, and having those just makes it a lot easier to land the bombs. You don't really need to do anything too fancy. You know, send out Spooky Ghosts, they slow them down, you get a range for the E-slow, and you're pretty much guaranteed for the double bomb.
Well, good wrap here from SPICA, looking for Insanity. Valkyrie out, going to get slowed by Chilling Smite, though. That'll force a flash. Insanity, though, will stay alive.
I think SPICA maybe could have just held the pillar a bit longer and tried to get into melee range first. But at the very least, you know, they did force a flash, and it didn't actually cost them any summoners themselves, so it's still a very good gank. But you can actually interrupt Valkyrie with pillar, I do believe, so that is something that you can attempt to do there. Either way, still didn't really take him much time at all, so that was just a quick, easy gank. He's about tied with Graves in farm. You know, he is doing the Gromp right now, and then he'll be pretty much dead even. So he's got to be pretty happy about how this early game has gone.
Yep, of note with Corki and interruptions, the package makes you unstoppable when you activate it, but that same is not true for Valkyrie. So you are correct. Could have seen some fancy pillar interrupt, but like you said, very high value, low effort attempt there for SPICA, just getting the summoner nice and cleanly. Colo is up for Insanity, so he has returned to farm some more and get a little bit of extra gold at the end of the day.
But even, I mean, even just the fact that you actually forced him to base, you know, a little bit earlier and spend that gold earlier is a pretty big deal. Pretty much every Corki these days is going for the tier build. You know, you go Presence of Mind, you stack up the tier, you're getting a lot of on-hit damage with that. So the fact that you do have to base early, you know, Corkis aren't always going to your first item. A lot of times they're going for, you know, the pickaxe for a little bit more damage. But either way, it doesn't have the best base timing. So Cull plus Fairy Charm isn't the most exciting of buys. Xmithie, though, will be starting up the Dragon here, and it looks like this just should be theirs. You know, they had a nice timing on the base from DOUBLELIFT and BIOFROST. You know, they knew that they went back. They knew that they had this timing to go towards the Dragon, and Xmithie's going to grab the first one, so we'll see if Immortals can continue to stack those as they come up.
Yep, and here in top lane, I guess we'll have a look in with the Wukong here for Broken Blade. This was his counter pick. Did see the on early, so this is maybe one of the few instances where Wukong actually feels like he can kind of do some stuff 1v1. Most of the Wukong matchups we've seen, Wukong just getting beat up for 15 minutes. But CS is nice and even. I don't think there's anything too exciting happening right now. Both these champions much more effective in team fights anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, it's one of those picks. Like, he did pick it second, but he's picking Wukong more for, you know, how it actually works with the Zillion and more for the team fighting. You know, you can definitely win this matchup against the Ornn. You know, the extended fights where you're actually stacking up your passive and your regens going up and up and up on Wukong, especially with Conqueror. You can definitely start to win those, but if Ornn doesn't want to fight you and is just looking to farm, it's pretty difficult to actually punish this champion. So we can see Broken Blade going towards the Cull, expecting that it is just going to be that farm lane, and going to be looking towards team fights.
Yep. No excitement just yet, although Xmithie going to make things interesting. Still has that Ignite, and Alorum does have the ulti, so we'll see if they can line it up here. Broken Blade dashing in, getting the ulti out. That's a decent bait here for Alorum. Now the on ulti, ooh, wrong one, and there's a knock-up again to protect himself. Very nice escape from Broken Blade.
Yeah, able to just juke out there. You know, really was just a guess on the redirect from Alorum. He doesn't know which way you're actually going to go with the clone. You have that little mini-hop, so guessed wrong, and when that missed, it was pretty much over on the gank. They didn't even get the flash, so a nice avoidance there by Broken Blade. You know, he is going to be able to farm up the wave. He doesn't even take damage, so he's not really pushed back whatsoever. But at the very least, what Xmithie was doing there is actually covering the push, right? Because when Alorum is actually pushing up that far, if SPICA was waiting in that brush, you know, you have the potential to actually get knocked down, so you do have to be a little bit careful about that.
Surprise Zillion. SPICA here as well.
Pops
the ulti actually, getting in there. Ignite used by Xmithie, and Nimbus Click is out of there, I think.
Yep.
And he's going to walk away.
Yep, procs the phase rush, has the Nimbus Cloak up, and then you're just kind of zooming on out of there. So not too bad from Xmithie, but nice little attempt from SPICA as well as Bjergsen. As funny as it sounds, like I almost feel that SPICA would have had to play it more slowly. Like you drop the pillar and then you try to stay out of auto range so you can't proc the Nimbus Cloak and the phase rush as easily. But, you know, they probably wouldn't have enough damage to actually get a kill in that situation either. So a little bit of pressure. Doesn't really amount to much. It's kind of just the way that this game, I think, was drafted out, you're going to see a pretty slow game. There's not a lot of lanes that are really easy to gank. And Immortals will be starting up this Rift Herald. They were spotted walking through mid, so there's pretty much everyone topside except for DOUBLELIFT, and DOUBLELIFT has no sums, so I don't think he's planning on coming up for this. We'll see if TSM wants to fight anyway.
Broken Blade's here, but he's got no ulti. Good arrow there from Apollo. Going to start things off at a BIOFROST, and now a little too deep, I think, for Broken Blade. He's going to have to flash out of there. The rest of IMT are chasing them down. First blood's on the table, and who's going to collect it? It is indeed Hakuo with the first blood kill.
What was he doing? Did he forget he used his ultimate or something? Like, that was bizarre. You know, your marksman is bot lane. It's not like DOUBLELIFT was planning on moving at all. I think, you know, anything more than just staying kind of on the outer range and maybe looking for an opportunity at Smite Steal just doesn't make any sense. And Broken Blade just eat into the middle of their whole team pretty much and died. You know, gives away first blood, does have to flash as well. And Broken Blade, you know, was coming off of a pretty tough game. You know, his Mord game did not look very good against C9. Yes, he got picked on by the jungle, but this was pretty much an unforced error from him. Going in without the ulti, without the rest of his team there, is never going to really work out. And Immortals get the first blood, get the first turret, and as a result, almost 2,000 gold ahead, just like that.
Yeah, very significant lead here as we just hit 10 minutes. 2 of the 3 IMT marksmen able to easily take out the tower in top lane. Also like the TP for Alarm to cover bots. So just a good general use of resources for Immortals, having that Herald swap ready to go. And yeah, I think unforced error is the absolute best way to describe that situation. So we'll just move on for now.
I mean, I think it's fine for TSM to move up and try to see, like, oh, hey, is there some sort of angle where we can poke with bombs and maybe go for a Smite Steal? And then the worst case, you still have 4 people alive and DOUBLELIFT's pushing bot, so then you use those 4 members to actually defend a turret while DOUBLELIFT gets farm on bot side. That all makes sense. Everything, you know, made sense, minus Broken Blade going in. But either way, you know, TSM, as a result, are going to be down a bit. They have closed that gold lead a bit, you know, picked up some plates down here, and DOUBLELIFT, at least, you know, in that 1v1, should be a bit ahead of Apollo. He is up in farm, but Apollo did get some of that local gold off the tower, so I'm not sure exactly how that math is going to work out, but he was getting solo farm and solo experience, so DOUBLELIFT will be at a bit of an edge there. And Zillion obviously does have the passive to donate even more experience, so you know, usually you do want to kind of continue to pool that and pump that into your marksmen, try to really get them going, you know, get some levels on the Aphelios. You can also look towards your other soul lanes or whatever, but getting DOUBLELIFT ahead could be a really big deal.
Yep, also a 5v5 is on the horizon here around this Ocean Drake. TSM have already started it, Broken Blade looking for the flank. This time I can confirm he does have his ultimate.
Doesn't have his flash though.
Yeah, and gonna get spotted also. There's also Apollo ready with the ulti. Good
nice
stun
clone
there, but that is the wrong one. Broken Blade's out of there.
Oh, you hate to see it if you're Immortals. But let's see if they can get it.
All right. Drake actually stolen by Apollo. Once again, this man just steals all the objectives, and I think BIOFROST's going to be left out to dry. Indeed he is. It's Insanity that'll pick up that kill.
What a disaster. It started off so well. This time, you know, Broken Blade actually drew a lot of pressure. He goes in with the flank. Is he going to die now? He doesn't have flash. Yeah, he's just going to die. Jeez.
Gets out of there. Zillion ulti's going to keep him alive. Bjergsen there with the save. Insanity wants it. Bjergsen's going to have to block the big one that was incoming as he bombs up the wave and tries to stay safe. The pressure is continuing here. Wave is gone now, though, so it's just going to be demolished for a little bit of extra plate gold. But IMT playing the early stages of this game very well.
Yeah, they are. TSM is you know, making some errors and really getting punished for that. I mean, Broken Blade, you would think they would win the fight off that, right? It's ult from Ashe, gets cloned. You know, that actually forces out a flash hook as well, and now DOUBLELIFT way overextended. He's just
ignited.
Dead too.
Yeah, BIOFROST is Gravitum is going to seal the death, and it's going to be an easy kill. The duo of TSM is going to fall. It's like Smithy. He's going to grab himself the double kill.
Like they have a pink in the river. They know everyone's missing. No one's showing in the lanes except for Corki. No one's showing topside. TSM just feels like, I don't know, man. Like this is like a lack of like mental focus or something. Like these are some really, really sloppy plays from TSM. Just kind of Broken Blade a couple times, kind of walking up and dying. Down here on the bot side, you know, they see Smithy, and DOUBLELIFT is just going to get chased down. They just didn't keep eyes on where all of Immortals could be. Didn't expect them to be here, and it's 2 easy kills for Immortals. You know, they missed the smite on the dragon. You know, Smithy didn't even use his spite. SPICA actually just missed it, and it went to a volley. So a lot of things are going Immortals' way, and as much as you want to say, oh, well, TSM, you know, TSM is a stronger team, you know, they should be able to win it, it's like, Well, you're giving over 2 dragons. You're giving over a soul win condition now. You're thousands of gold behind because of all these errors, and they're just potentially like 8-9 minutes away if they can take these dragons on spawn from having Infernal Soul, and they have good scaling. So it's not like you can just depend on your late game for free. So TSM is really going to have to shape up in these next couple of minutes, or potentially could just lose this game.
Yeah, and I think we are going to be looking to just a lot more coordination in the 5v5s for TSM. We haven't seen a Wukong ulti in a team fight yet at all. We haven't seen how it potentially works with the Zilean. And on Zilean, actually, shout out to the LOL Esports Stats Twitter. Zilean has the most... Bjergsen has the most Zilean games in LCS of all time. No surprises there. 18-6 on the champion. His KDA is currently 11.1 with 517 damage per minute, and he hasn't improved or decreased his KDA just yet. So all those stats are true as of this exact moment.
I mean, he's an incredible Zilean player. Jensen, another guy that does play the Zilean, also gets a lot of credit for that. Bjergsen, obviously, one of the main Zilean players in the league, though, has been really good at it for a long time. And yeah, I mean, I agree. You want to see the coordination on the 5v5 from TSM because that's kind of what they drafted for. But a lot of their errors have mostly just seemed like lapse in judgment or lapse in focus, where they're kind of just walking up and not really paying attention to where their opponents could be and dying, so that's twice really. The second one was actually kind of saved by Bjergsen, as Broken Blade didn't die because he got the Zilean ulti, but clearing mid lane there was very dangerous, going into the dragon, their bot lane getting caught, so a lot of sloppy plays. They've got to clean that up, try to stay untiltable, but you're down 4,000 gold. Infernal spawns in a minute 30. And Immortals are going to be in a great place to take it. They have a lot of vision control already around that Dragon Pit. They have the ability to spot out a lot of the angles that you could come from with the Hawk shot. So they will be well prepared for this, you would think.
Yeah, I think this next Dragon fight is a huge inflection point in what direction this game is going. It really is the point where TSM needs to try and stabilize the game. Otherwise, I think Immortals are just going to keep that snowball very quickly rolling down the mountain. As Insanity with the package should be able to finish off this tower as well. Bjergsen's going to try and interrupt him, but again, as we discussed earlier, cannot interrupt Corki's package, so easy take for Insanity there. Very safe.
And I mean, that's 5,000 gold, and they just got the Rift now as well, so they can drop that mid when the Infernal is going to spawn. If they get that mid turret, that's 6,000 gold lead. It is really starting to snowball a lot. Corki, Graves are going to be really dangerous later. Ornn is obviously a strong team fighter. I do think that the dive is great from TSM, but when you play all-in style compositions, kind of like they are playing, they suck from behind because you don't hit this certain threshold where you have enough damage to actually burst people down. So TSM have got to be careful about falling really any further behind. I think what Immortals is going to do here, they have vision around the dragon. They should walk mid, drop Herald, then go over to the Dragon Pit and look to put themselves at Soul Point.
DOUBLELIFT also is diveable right now, not based on the info they currently have because they can't see everyone. But they're just going to look to take this tower. Herald is dropped, as you mentioned. That will be able to finish off the tower when it makes it.
Yep.
So Apollo just going to score to live in.
So. Yeah, this is going to be a dead turret here, as long as it gets its charge off, which it very well should. Xmithie's already doing the dragon. TSM are not going to contest it, so they will lose the dragon. They will lose the turret. They are, over, well, geez, like 5,000 plus gold behind. Top lane is being defended, so Immortals are kind of just winning all fronts. It's not even like, they were getting turret damage on the top side. Alorum never even came down. And TSM just feeling like, all right, we're so far behind, we just have to give everything right now. And they have made the decision that it's going to be essentially one last stand for Soul in 5 minutes. That is where we're going to see TSM fight. And that is very likely where the game will just be decided now, based on how TSM have played. If you give up that Soul, I don't think you're winning this game at all.
And it's going to have to be something. We'll see what happens here in the top lane, though. Broken Blade already started it onto Alorum. Zilean, this should be. Yes, it is. Bjergsen rolling in. 3v1 right now, but Tom Kench is coming in to make it 5v1, and Alorum absolutely dead to SPICA as Broken Blade will be revived by the ulti. But the rest of IMT are here. Apollo already fired off the Ash Arrow, but going to chase in for Xmithie. Oh, Xmithie picks him up with the ulti. Broken Blade kind of flashed into that one, and IMT at least get a trade.
Yeah, I mean, that Graves ultimate is such a big cone. It's very difficult to know exactly where it's going. The projectile's pretty hard to read, too. So they do get the trade. They defend the tower. Does custom teleport off Insanity, but, flash down off of Broken Blade, TP down off of Bjergsen, and the Immortals are looking to actually continue this pressure here, taking away the Scuttle, looking to threaten for that blue buff. Also, You can see Insanity now done his 2 items. He's on Triforce, looking to stack up his Muramana there. And Lorem is getting close to that level 13 where he can get the first Ornn upgrade. So he is working towards his Abyssal Mask, already has the Sunfire, so trying to get in a position to get that big influx of power. It's about 3,000 gold of stats when you have those 2 items completed and you do ding 13.
Otherwise, here's him at least on the scoreboard, which is good. That is also quite the gold graph. The 3 marksmen are very far ahead of everybody else.
Yeah. And you can see poor Biofrost down at the bottom. You do become pretty poor as a support. You're very reliant on things kind of going your way as far as taking turrets and getting kills and assists and all that sort of stuff to get a lot of your gold income. And Biofrost, who has gotten none of that, as TSM haven't taken a turret yet, is going to be really, really poor as a result. So Tahm Kench will be more squishy. Obviously, it's not as big of a deal because it is just Tahm Kench, but the 3 carries at the top is really the issue here, for TSM, because those 3 marksmen are all going to be incredibly strong. 3 marksmen all have their 2-item power spike, so they are going to be fully online, ready to go for this next fight. And if I was Immortals, I would even be like saving up 500 gold and buying a flask there, like buying up your elixirs, getting it as strong as possible. If you have triple like Wrath on your marksman at that point in the game, like it's so much extra stats for an early fight. And yeah, usually people don't buy the elixirs until late in the game, until they're at 6 items. But I think when you're on soul point at 22 minutes, I think you should spend the gold and just try to win the game right now.
Yeah, certainly is an argument to be made for IMT just pushing the limit as far as snowballing this current point of the game. Because as you mentioned, this soul is hugely important for TSM to try and contest.
Get stopwatch, get elixirs, get something, get whatever the most possible one fight power you can have is what you want right now as your Immortals. And same thing for TSM, honestly, because if they lose this fight and they lose the Dragon, I think the game's just over.
So minute 33, Bjergsen is going to juke out the arrow in the smoke screen. He is. Nice pillar from SPICA, though. That will disengage Bjerg from the potential gank. Still a minute 20 to set up for this Dragon, though. So a bit of time for TSM to get back, spend their money, and maybe try and get some vision. Certainly not going to be an easy team fight to try and win, but TSM have basically said we are going to fight at this point no matter what, because they realize they have to.
Yeah, you absolutely have to, and the good part is it's usually like 3 items and more where the kind of luxury defensive items start coming through for your opponents. So TSM, while they are behind in gold, they are behind in offensive power, there's no like Death Dance and GA and all this sort of stuff, coming through for the marksmen. So it's still possible to burst these guys down. They do have to execute well. They are at a disadvantage, don't get me wrong. But, if you get on top of the Ashe, if you get on top of the Xmithie and Corki, you can still kill him.
There's Broken Blade charging in onto Xmithie, gonna get the spin again. Here's the Cyclone, but that's not enough to get a kill. The Zillion ulti is nice, but there's the counter
Here comes
ulti,
Corki
and
with
Broken Blade has
package.
to get out of there. Broken Blade flayed back, he's dead to Xmithie. Now it's a 5v4, and Insanity is charging down mid lane. Biofrost's gonna eat the hook. Nice cleanse, though, that he had with the swap spellbook, but Insanity maybe a little too far forward this time. Gonna back away as the Lantern was not clicked on, but he did get out safely. And a good attempt on Insanity's life at TSM. They get the fight, they try it, but it just doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, this is kind of becoming the signature play from Insanity to me, though. Like, he plays so well, and then he gets greedy for trying to get too much. Why not just hold the package? Imagine if you're 100% HP with package right now as you're starting up this Dragon. It becomes impossible for TSM to approach. They still may not be able to get it. Nice hook on Bjergsen.
Into the arrow as well. That's such a good combo from the IMT duo lane. And SPICA is completely zoned out this Dragon, by the way, so he is not getting it at all. That's going to be a very clean Infernal Soul, sorry.
That's
take
Soul.
by Immortals. Yeah.
Ouch. It feels like it's time to get out the game, TSM. Immortals is coming through. They are running you over. Over 6,000 gold ahead. Soul completed. Or an upgraded items, online. Going to be continually pumping in those upgrades. TSM is completely up against it. It's going to take a miracle now, and Insanity did get a bit over-aggressive there. Doesn't get punished, but, those plays from him, he's able to pull them off sometimes, and they do look good, but Immortals, when we were talking about, some of the highlights that they had last week, when they almost beat both EG and Team Liquid, they kind of fell flat off of, Insanity once when they were potentially able to end the game, trying to go in for this big Azir play. Then another game, trying to go for the shockwave and actually, not moving the ball before getting it. This looked like one of those moments to me where it was, a bridge too far. You're Valkyring 1v4 in. and he does survive and flashes out. But it's those kind of plays where you need to be able to figure out, is it worth it?
Broken Blade going to have to get out of there, but the TP in on the wrong side. It means Broken Blade's going to have a struggle to get out of here. No, sorry, it is Bjergsen. I take it all back. My colors are tricky, but that is going to be a kill onto Insanity. Surely, yes, Bjergsen's able to take it. Now Alorum going to have to get out of there. A very nice TP from TSM to at least get a second kill.
Yeah, good job by TSM. They need to get these kind of picks. Mortals do go for that play down on the bottom side. SPICA able to respond, though. He was in the area. Bjergsen TP's in. They don't even force out that Zillion ultimate, so good job. And it is a big kill, taking out that Corki, slowing him down a little bit. It is going to be important. So, you know, Bjergsen been playing really, really well this split. And is trying again here to make things happen. You can see the pings from TSM over towards the Baron. They know that Immortals has incredible Baron damage, so they want to be careful.
Bjergsen just face checking. He's going to have to ult himself there. Going to get the stun to Hakuo, and there's the follow-up arrow from Apollo. Hakuo into stasis he goes, but the rest of TSM are here to chase, make it kill number 3. Bomb's going to go off, and that's going to be it. Doublelift, actually, with the auto attack at the end for it. Make it 3 kills now for TSM. They're slowly racking them up, Isaac.
Yeah, good pick. I mean, again, they get a kill, you know, back-to-back kills now. They do force out the stopwatch, so that is nice also. You know, Hakuo nowhere even close to a stone plate or anything like that. Now TSM able to pick up a top turret off that. They're pushing the bottom turret off that. So this is the first bit of momentum they've really gotten in the game. Over this last couple of minutes, those 2 kills plus 2 turrets gets them on the board. They are slowly starting to claw their way back in. You know, have cut this down from a 6,000 plus gold lead to just about 3.5. But it is still Infernal Soul you're up against. It is still Ornn items that are going to be unlocked here and upgraded pretty soon. So that is a very, very risky spot for TSM. We'll see if they can actually, you know, execute on these team fights, or if Immortals continues to play sloppy. You know, if TSM keeps picking up pick after pick, you know, they can scrape their way back into the game and potentially look to something like that Elder Dragon. But, you know, they've got to keep eyes on the Baron. They've got to keep eyes on this area, because with triple marksman, you can kill this so damn fast if you do not keep track of where Immortals players are at all times.
I'm just really glad TSM got a couple turrets, because at one point, you know, we're like counting up the kills and seeing the picks they're getting, and then I was going to take a step back and be like, yeah, but that's actually all they have. There was a point where TSM were getting perfect game by Immortals. Thankfully, that reality has long since passed, but it cannot be like understated how big of a lead Immortals have built up and how big their lead still is. The situation is very precarious for TSM, but as you said, they clearly are confident in their team fight, because they're going to have to be. That's all they have.
Yeah, I mean, they have a great team fight. And the, like, ideal situation where, you know, you get that Wukong in the middle of multiple members and the Zillion bombs on top of his head for the bonus damage, and, you know, everything works out and the Inferno ult goes over top and blah, 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 then it's great, and you still can win. So they're trying to at least stay within striking distance to where they can have that ideal fight and be able to actually get something done, right? And TSM have built themselves a pretty big mountain to climb, but they are trying to get back up it. 1:40 until this Elder Dragon, and we haven't seen Immortals, you know, extend the lead by any means. It feels like they are just trying to play towards these mega buffs, these neutral objectives in the Baron and in this Elder. And as that starts to spawn, you know, the decision-making processes kind of get a little bit more tricky. You know, where do you go? Are you willing to trade? How many members do you commit to each side? Where do you put your vision? All these things become a lot more complex, and TSM is going to have opportunities to try to out-macro their opponents, to try to make the right calls on where to go and where to be.
Yeah, again, Immortals have lost some heartbreaking games with this roster, so TSM, no, they certainly have opportunities. There's 57 seconds now until the Elder Dragon is up, but Baron also a consideration here. TSM at least going to go ahead and clear out this vision, but this is inviting a potential team fight. Broken Blade, though, is getting real cheeky on the right-hand side.
Yeah, he wants to flank. He wants Immortals to actually chase up into that topside river, funnel up, you know, with their marksmen, and they want Broken Blade to come from behind. This could be that fight they're looking for. Look at them stacked.
Smithy's the target here. Broken Blade looking for the spin, finds the knock-up onto 2. There as the front line eats a little bit, but there's the counter ulti out of Alorum. Gets displaced, though, so isn't able to hit it, but Smithy, he's just chasing down Broken Blade solo. That's an easy kill! Smithy's unstoppable!
Smith, he just kites it out, procs the phase rush, drops the Nimbus Cloak, and just kites out the Wukong ultimate, and then chases him down. Bjergsen couldn't actually get back to Broken Blade, and neither Bjergsen nor Broken Blade actually flashed to get closer to each other to be able to get that ultimate off. So it was a good attempt from TSM. I liked the look for a flank there, but it didn't work out. You know, it ended up just being Broken Blade ulting solo onto Xmithy, didn't get much damage down, and now TSM, they are in trouble here.
Oh, goodness, Insanity! That looks exactly like that, but he's going to take the lens and back out to safety. He's totally fine, as the Inferno multi's not going to clip him, and BIOFROST is still awfully low. IMT are going to commit to this Elder Dragon, and I just don't think TSM can get in here for a steal. The bomb is down, but that's not going to be it, and that's Elder Dragon now to Immortals as well.
Yep, Insanity, he's getting a little bit too spicy with these packages for my taste. He is getting really, really close to going down. But now Immortals will just run to the Baron. You have Elder, you have the Soul. You're willing to take any fight. You are down to fight at this point. So they're just going to say, all right, we're starting Baron. Come fight us. Let's go. And it will go down incredibly fast here. But Xmithy is taking a lot of damage because there's no Ornn tanking it. There's no Thresh tanking it. They're actually on zoning duty. Looks like TSM's call, though, is just give that up, too, and pray, I guess, that maybe later you do stuff. It's looking pretty rough.
Yeah, the amount of time they've got to wait is running out, but Insanity, he's like the guest on Hot Ones that goes straight for the last step. You know, he went for the final hot sauce instantly on that play.
This is a ghost pepper. You'll die if you ingest more than one dot. And you just look over and he's like chugging from the bottle.
Yeah.
He's like, wait, stop. Don't do that. You don't have to. Just sit by the Elder Dragon. Hold your package. They can't approach.
Got a whole segment to do. All right.
Yeah.
But Sanity did get out. Immortals just, growing their lead further and further. There was, I think, a worry that they would have stalled out a little long. Maybe like some of those feelings of, oh no, are we throwing away another game where we had such a great lead? But at this point, TSM is just kind of giving over everything Immortals need to finish off this game. And very well, this game could end in the next 2 minutes with this Baron buff up and available to break down some of these towers.
It's definitely possible, but Immortals have still got to show us they can do it, right? There is good wave clear between the Zillion and the Aphelios, so that's something working for TSM. Immortals still have got to be able to close, so they've got to be able to either find the right fight or actually split the map enough that TSM can't answer or find a good dive. Like they still need to actually crack the inhibitors and look to get that game-ending damage. Because for now, TSM is just waiting it out. And the Elder buff only has one more wave on it, so as soon as the Elder buff is gone, you know, TSM can be a little bit more brave. They're still in a very risky spot, but you know, they will have at least a little bit more of a fighting chance, and that has just about expired. Immortals will crack that mid lane tower, so that will mean at least one inhibitor does go their way, and they still have over a minute on that Baron buff to try to potentially go for that bottom inhibitor too. But Elder now expired.
Yeah, and maybe the good news for Immortals is that Insanity actually doesn't have the package available, so he cannot zip in there right now. Instead, it's going to be slow and steady. Nice ult from Aloran to zone him off the tower, and that'll be an easy take on the second in-hit tower as well.
Oh, here's the flank, though. This is potentially the last fight. Broken Blade coming in from behind.
Yep, TP in. Good Cyclone. Needs to get another one in, though. Gets another set of knockups, but the rest of the team can't really join him, and the damage from these 3 marksmen is absolutely absurd from Immortals.
Yeah, they have those Ornn upgraded items on 2 of the 3 marksmen now. They kite it out. They have been very good at disengaging these flanks. And, you know, Broken Blade and Bjergsen have never really been able to get together to actually get that perfect combo off. They are getting zoned out well by the front line there of Immortals. And Hako has been in position to peel and drop the lantern to try to get people to safety. So Immortals disengage that very, very well. They are now really close to closing out this game. And I've just got to say, you know, every time we feel like we get the slightest handle on a power rankings, it's just like, what is going on? You know, coming into the week, everyone's like, hey, Immortals is pretty good. They were close against TL and EG, and then they just get blasted by Dignitas, who has 0 wins, and we're like, no, never mind, false alarm, you know, they suck, don't worry about it, we take it all back. And then they come in against TSM, who Cloud9 just told us is the 2nd best team in the league, and they're trashing them. And it's like, what is going on? You just cannot power rank teams in this league. It is insane the variance we've been seeing from some of these teams at the bottom. You know, being able to compete with teams at the top, and then the next day losing the ones that are right at the bottom.
Yeah, clearly we can only power rank Cloud9. They're first, and everything else is a big old mess, and they can figure it out. And we can't even trust them to power rank accurately, because clearly TSM, at least this game, not looking like the 2nd best team in the league. It's all Immortals. They're up almost 10,000 gold. 2 minutes 10 to the Baron is up, a minute 30 for another Elder Dragon if they need it. Like, we're going to get the last stand pretty quickly here for TSM, as Lorem is going to get trapped in that pillar, but TSM will not commit for that particular kill.
Yeah, Immortals just need to slow play this. Lorem's actually got to back up. You need to wait for your supers. That is how you play this out. They are going to look for the dive here. We'll see if they can make it happen. But
BIOFROST the target into the hook, and oh my goodness, Insanity. That damage just blowing through the shield that he couldn't even press.
All right, maybe you don't need to wait for the supers when you can one-shot the Tom catch. But super is going to be coming in the bottom lane. They are pretty far away in the mid lane, but TSM just too far down. 10,000 gold, Infernal Soul there. The Orin item is upgraded, and TSM has not been able to put up much of a fight throughout this entire game. We'll see if they can make anything happen.
Lorem gets a good knock up there. Broken Blade with the counter ulti to try and make something happen, but no Zilean ulti available either. Second Cyclone is it. Doublelift actually kills the Lorem, but the hook is good. The Inferno ult's massive, and Doublelift, he will be resurrected. Just in time came the Zilean ulti, and Doublelift is actually going to keep fighting out here. That's the double kill. Are you kidding me, TSM? They're going to keep chasing here, but Doublelift doesn't want to overextend. Xmithie phase rushing out. Insanity's here, but the cutter from the Tom Kench is coming. Doublelift is going to pop in with the Severum. He should have enough to lifesteal through, and he does. Insanity is diving to trying to get the final kill, but a stun from Bjergsen is going to keep the game alive as TSM, in the throes of death, pick up the Bud Light ace.
They don't even look at the explosions. Badasses always walk away. TSM just walking straight away, not watching the bombs. Kill off Insanity, and what a hold from them. It looked like it was just completely over, but Bjergsen and Doublelift combining for an insane hold, and they can actually grab the Elder here now. The AoE damage coming out of that Aphelios was absolutely absurd. He got so many people low, and then because of all the AP that Bjergsen actually has on this Zilean, the ultimate brought Doublelift back at full health. He came back up, and it's a full reset there. The speed ups came through. BIOFROST res had the Tom Kench ultimate, and TSM do hang on for now. I mean, their base is still completely in shatters. We will see Immortals likely grab a Baron here, but still, you've got to at least respect a team that does have that Elder buff, and TSM is going to be wearing it for the next 2 minutes.
And I hate to bring this up now, but one of IMT's losses was to EG, which featured quite the hold from Bangs Aphelios in a very, very late game. And again, some shades of that scenario did remind me of that game in that last team fight.
I mean, this is pretty nuts, right? They have Tom Kench dead. They're feeling like they can just go in for it. You know, they are playing a little bit fast and loose, you know, looking for these types of dives, but it's like they feel like they're so far ahead that they don't need to play it more slowly. But Lorem gets sectioned off on the side by Doublelift. Then this Infernal, 4 members stacked up. Look at that AoE. Apollo goes down almost instantaneously, and then guess what? Doublelift is back. He's still got full health because of that Zilean ultimate there. And Immortals, you know, just made that one mistake. Wukong was down, but you forgot about the Infernum. You forgot about the Aphelios ultimate, and Doublelift absolutely shreds him. Barely able to kite out from Insanity. Stay alive there as that final kill goes over to Bjergsen. Doublelift now full 6 items. He is fully online.
Yeah.
Bjergsen just completed his death cap, so...
Oh my god!
When there's a will, there's a way, man. The dream is alive. 9,000 damage. I've seen a lot of games where Aphelios don't do that much damage in the whole game. The Doublelift just did that in one team fight.
Broken Blade and BIOFROST did less damage than Lorem in that team fight combined. That is an extremely unrealistic goal grab.
Oh man, that is something. We'll see though. Immortals, they do have the Baron buff. Elder expires in 25. You know, they've just got to play it smart, right? Like if you run that situation back and you just wait, there was like 3 or 4 super minions it looked like in the bottom lane. At the very least, there was 2. And you could just allow those to start hitting the Nexus turrets, then hit the top Nexus turret, and TSM can't deal with that. Instead, they got a bit overeager. They try to go for the fight when they could just play it slowly, hit the towers, you know, allow TSM to kind of get corralled back by those supers. They're going to be regretting it now, but they still do have an opportunity as they're still incredibly strong themselves. But, I mean, Aphelios is 6 items before the Ashe or the Corki or the Graves at this point. So.
All right. Insanity's back. He's got the package. IMT are looking for the kill here. 45 seconds still left of Baron. Xmithie's starting to dish out deeps into the front line. Going to ignite Broken Blade again. They're going to take out the first inhib. Here comes Aloran with the ulti. Or an ultimate to try and end it all. There's the first kill. Immortals just surging in, make it two as the double kill comes through for Insanity. And I think this is it. Surely Doublelift cannot live through this. He's got the Zillion ulti ticking on him, but it's going to go off relatively soon. He QSS is out. He's zooming back. He's trying everything he can to save this game, but I don't think Doublelift can protect the Nexus as Immortals, yes, I believe they will take down TSM.
Oh my god, that was a crazy game. Immortals. Honestly, you got to give them a lot of credit. They're sitting, down near the bottom of the standings. They do pick up their second win of the split, both wins with this roster. And now it's looking more like that Golden Guardians game was a bit of a blip on the radar, because when you look at their games against top teams, they've played against EG, Liquid, now TSM here, in this stretch. Two of those were very close losses. Now they actually pick up the win here against TSM. But I think TSM should honestly be very disappointed with how they played today. They did have some kind of brief moments of brilliance down the end. It was an exciting hold from Doublelift and Bjergsen, but they made so many unforced errors in the early stages of the game. Broken Blade, walking up, getting caught multiple times. Their bottom lane dying off for free. It just didn't seem like they were on the same page for so many of these fights and for so many of these situations. It just felt like a game where they were very unfocused and, essentially gave over almost an entirely uncontested soul. Like, they got slammed by Immortals in the early game. They gave up 4 dragons, 2 heralds, all uncontested, had no turrets to 2 or 3. Like, they gave up the first, 9 objectives or so of the game without getting a single one.
Yeah, and we talked about it. It's triple marksman comp for IMT. Granted, one of them's Ashe, but there's not that many tricks you can walk into against that many marksmen. Immortals are playing a very straightforward game. So it does feel like at some point TSM had to make those errors for Immortals to even get the level of lead they did. But Immortals did get that lead. Yes, there were some spots that looked a little scary, but they did manage to hold on and close out with a very nice final team fight. So with all that, it is time for us to step away. But when we return, the State Farm Analyst Desk will break down that win.
Good luck.
Hello and welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. We'll get a word from Alorum in just a short while in the Verizon post-game interview. Before we get to that, though, we got to talk about this win put together by Immortals over our second-place team in TSM, rather. Crumbs, you prophesized this just yesterday. You called it out that they would drop the game to Immortals. Let's take a look.
Caught in the middle, I'm going to say TSM is our second place, but I do think Crumbs has a lot of points. They're very inconsistent.
That's not, probably I gave you one job. I gave you one job.
I still said they're second place, but I'm saying it's
Mark is right.
It's a
Mark
thin ice second place.
I'm right.
Thin ice, but they're thinly in second
Immortals.
All right, I'm
watch
gonna
all the prep.
No, you're done. You're done.
They're gonna lose.
Somebody mute him on production. Mute him. We're closing out rivalry week. It was set up. I tried to shut you up, Crumbs, but you shut me up.
Silence the truth. Dash, the truth is that the top teams are very inconsistent and the bottom ones are really making a late game surge. Immortals, Dignitas, 100 Thieves, the changes they've made are really crazy here, and Immortals showed that game yesterday, just a fluke. This one, definitely what we want to see out of them, and if they can beat our second best placed team, why couldn't they beat everybody else?
Oh, hi, Mark. Welcome to the show.
Oh, hi,
Did I
Mark.
miss anything? I just got back.
Hey,
Nothing
buddy.
happened.
I don't remember. I didn't see anything.
Immortals took down TSM. Don't know if you saw that.
Oh, that was cool. Yeah, I did see that. I don't know about the thing right before it.
yeah, about Crumbs being right there.
Yeah, all I know is I know how to sit on a fence very well. That's what that clip tells me about myself.
Yeah, fair enough. Let's talk about this game, though, because for Immortals, I mean, they took it to them early.
Yeah, this was a 2v2 bot lane. Normally, we're expecting DOUBLELIFT to be always playing the winning side of a matchup, but here Hako gets a really great hook, and this is the Hako yes we always talk about. But although Immortals played really well, we still have to throw some criticism at TSM. We have Broken Blade jumping into this Herald fight without his ultimate, so he just gives over a very free first blood to the Graves, who ends up popping off in this game. So these were the kind of things where we love to see Immortals play well, but we don't want to see TSM play this poorly.
No, not at all. And I think Immortals were super clean. Like, it's hard to find something that they did wrong, which is why it's easier to point out all the things that TSM does wrong. Bjergsen totally missed positions here. It looks like he got baited by his own teammate's clone, which then throws their ability to control this dragon, which they were actually in a good position to do. They already baited out an ultimate for free for a Wukong W, and then they lose the fight and they lose the dragon and it completely falls apart. And that's kind of how this whole game looked, was a lot of TSM brain-off plays that Immortals punished really well. This is right after getting a mid push and almost killing Broken Blade. The bot lane is just totally pushed up and not respecting the ability to collapse from mid lane, and they give up a double kill. And every single play starts with, you know, TSM making a mistake and then Immortals absolutely crushing them for it.
I think it's important to call out there as well that double kill in the bot lane, a result of the blown flash and heal from that earlier hook from Hakuho. So very, very solid performance out of Immortals there to start things off on the right foot. Probably you called out Xmithy, and that's the man that I'm looking at when Immortals has an advantage. How quickly can he rack up those global objectives?
Yeah, so the first dragon that they're actually able to take was off of a bot lane. They took a, like, I don't know, potentially selfless base, and Xmithy was able to get the first Drake. And then after that second Drake steal, they were always first set up. So they were able to get the Dragon Soul win condition off. Xmithy was everywhere after he got his first blood kills. This was a performance on Graves where usually we look at Xmithy and we're like, all right, what's up, Trundle Sejuani player? But he was able to actually perform on Graves very well.
And that early dragon is a sign of a very practiced team, because what we talk about when we say fundamentals, one of those things includes being on time for your objectives. And the fact that they took one of the fastest Ocean Souls, the steal obviously came into it, but it showed that they were there every single time, willing to fight for the territory, and they won a lot of those fights, is just exactly what we want to see them when it comes to punishing teams that are not going to have those fundamentals, which is being prompt for these major objectives. And if they're not, well, they find themselves losing an Elder, I believe it was at 29 minutes as well, which is just almost unwinnable position for TSM.
Yeah, I got a little sketchy for him. That Soul Dragon take is like a Cloud9-esque Soul Dragon take in terms of the time. But as we mentioned, it wasn't without a couple of oopsies, and this one being the big one here, where TSM almost found their way back in it through an Aphelios.
Go for it, man.
The whoopsies is that there is an Aphelios in the first place. Like, Aphelios is the whoopsie here. And so, yeah, you get to take out the Ornn, and then there's no front line. And so I thought this looked great. Yeah, you landed the hook, but he's got a Zillion ultimate, he's got the Chakram stacked up, he gets to revive, and then it's just brutal to see that this is what can still happen when you have these many carries, this big of a gold lead, Ornn items, but there is still an Aphelios fighting around 9,299 damage. I mean, that's all their health bars, really.
That's actually all of, like, pretty much all of their health bars combined.
Yeah, and I gotta say, like, as much of a good play as that was for TSM, it's something where I'm looking at Immortals as one of the areas they can definitely still clean up. If you look at their game versus TL, their game versus EG, they have these kind of like, we're in the enemy base, we're about to win the game, oopsies plays. And I think I've been relatively impressed with their ability to get a foothold in the game. It's the closing it out, and like that play was there, that is eerily reminiscent of the other ones. They just had a bigger gold lead this time.
I just want to give Crumbs the final word here because he had called it yesterday. But in that conversation at top 2, man, after TSM drops a game like this, do we just have to let Immortals have top 2?
You can't, because Dignitas beat them as well. So Dignitas, the team that we had the overreaction, can they win a playoff game? I think they actually can at this point. You have to give credit to all the bottom teams, and the top ones, I think, is when you're starting to be like, maybe we got to dial back how much we feel about these teams. I think the last remaining hope would be Team Liquid if they can pull up a good.
Don't say it, you'll curse them.
What a way to kick off the second round robin here today. Immortals taking down TSM. Let's hand it over to Tigris at the Verizon post-game interview.
I would suspect that anyone's feeling pretty good about taking down TSM, so I'm here in your Verizon post-game interview alongside Alorum. First of all, you're a few weeks into LCS play, a few months into working with this roster. Just tell me, what has this time been for you like?
It's been, a sigh of relief for me. On Optic, it was so back and forth. Like, Alorum, we need you, man. Get up there. I played 2 games. They're like, all right, Alorum, we don't need you anymore. Get back down there. And so here I am again, back with the main team. They brought me back up again. And when the situation gets its worst, that's when they call me. I'm the backup. I'm the savior of organizations. So here I am again. And we just caught our second dub. We just ate a W, and it feels really good. I don't know what to say. I'm just happy to be here on the winning side.
Yeah, chomping down on those W's. And when it comes to coming into the LCS from the Academy roster, sometimes it's one individual coming in, but you've had the benefit, while you've experienced this before, of having the entire roster you've been working with over the past few months coming in as a whole. So how does that maybe, take some of the pressure off when it comes to trying to transition into this LCS experience, or just better position you to get the W's when you do?
It's way better, because in the past it was always swapping up rosters entirely. Mid-season, you'll be playing with players you hadn't been playing with, you haven't been practicing with for weeks. So when you're keeping a consistent roster throughout the entire split, I think it works out for both the Academy and the LCS teams one way or another. It really is awkward, and having experienced it last split when we just swapped Apollo and Altec and other players, it really breaks a team dynamic that you build over weeks, and it takes a long time to build it back up, and it's really frustrating. So it's nice to have a set line that we're just, okay, this is going to be the roster, and we're going to roll with it for the rest of the split.
And having a set line and roster often allows for a lot of experimentation within playstyle. Well, what Immortals brought to the table here today was a pretty straightforward draft. Triple marksman, had you and Hakuho on tank duty. So how did that strategy affect your gameplay experience within this match against TSM?
Well, after our disastrous draft and Aatrox picking myself on yesterday's game, we decided that we were going to just kind of calm it down, relax a little bit, and play something standard, because in our practice yesterday we were just keeping it simple again. I'd say our practice this week wasn't very good until we figured out what we wanted to do yesterday. So coming into this game, we had a better idea of like a set standard we want to keep ourselves to, and nothing too fancy. Like, I know teams have been banning Malphite versus me because they're just scared of me on Malphite. I'm too good at it. And also people on Urgot, it's just, I will never know the fear of a Alorum on Urgot on the enemy team. I understand why teams ban it. So, but this time we decided we're going to chill out a little bit. They're going to be scared. They're going to ban whatever they want. I'm just going to play Ornn, man. And so I'm going to press my R button. We can get some fat engages, some good team fights, and look where it took us.
Well, Lorem, I have to say, I'm looking forward to watching you press that R button multiple times in the future. Thanks for taking the time to talk to me.
Thank you.
And with that, we are going to head to a short commercial break, but on the other side, it is 100 Thieves versus Cloud9. Stay tuned.
Yeah, I'm married. Doesn't matter. You do that for me? Really? Yeah, I'd like that.
Who are you talking to?
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning? Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Hey, do they ever ask you what you're wearing?
Yeah.
Red sweater, button-down shirt. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome back to the LCS Dome, powered by Alienware, 100 Thieves versus Cloud9, where the Thieves picked up a big win to kick off the week versus FlyQuest.
Yeah, they've won back-to-back wins now. You know, they feel pretty good about that after what was a pretty slow start from 100 Thieves. And one thing I think working well for them is that Ryoma has been showing more confidence. I think that sometimes when you have young players who aren't getting a lot of success at the time, they quickly revert back into playing passively, into trying to say, all right, well, I'm just not going to do anything. I'm not going to be the reason we lose. And that's not an effective way to win League of Legends at all. So even though he does have mistakes at times, he is playing aggressively, he is trying to push the limit and really find a way that he can be incredibly useful for this team. And I think that's something that is so valuable for all these rookies. And at the same time, you know, Someday has also really been playing well. I mean, his Jace game was incredible. He absolutely popped off. you don't have to look any further than any 100 Thieves post to see everyone begging for somebody to just put him on carries, let the man take over, and he got his chance to do that. And when the solo laners are working well together, it's going to spell very good things for 100 Thieves. So something for their fans to definitely be excited about.
Certainly so, and even though they do have a tall task in this particular matchup, certainly do want to highlight their top lane there with Someday looking so good. FLICKR has also had a very good split as well. Granted, all of Cloud9 are looking amazing, but I think FLICKR is having more of a standout split so far this summer, where he was more of a, he had to play weak side a lot in spring. Oh,
like, what is that?
That's...
It's so funny.
Looks
Mark
like a
can talk
typo.
about this on the analyst desk, but when you actually, sort by, CSD for the league, most of the top laners in the league are negative, and you're like, well, that doesn't make any sense. And then you see Licorice so far above everyone. It's like, yeah, they're all negative because they all got slammed by Licorice. And that is something that is just really crazy to think about, how dominant this player has been. But Someday, is one of the best laners in the league. Ornn also is a shared champion there, for Licorice. It couldn't actually fit in the graphic, but just put it there in your minds. But Someday has been a great laner, and I do think that this is one of the ways that 100 Thieves could have an in this matchup, but let's be honest, it takes the entire team playing really, really well to challenge 100 Thieves, to challenge Cloud9 for 100 Thieves, because Cloud9 has really incredible players across the board, and they work so well together. So that's why it's so tough to beat them. Other teams in the past, there's been more like, oh, okay, they're really good, but their top laner sucks, or oh, they're really good, but like if you ban out their mid laner, there's a way in. It doesn't feel like that exists for Cloud9, or at least no one has discovered what that recipe is yet. So it really just takes you being able to match the early aggression, being able to team fight incredibly well, being able to have a great draft. It just requires everything to beat this team.
Yep, and so far, they played everyone, and no one has managed to do it yet. So we'll see if 100 Thieves, with a different roster, can do it the second time around. Bans for this game in Phase 1 are Kalista, Twisted Fate, Ezreal, Graves, and LeBlanc. Cloud9 with one more to go. We'll see what they do want to select here for their final ban. Starting to see Varus get through a little bit more, and that will be the case this game as well, as Syndra is the final ban.
Yeah, Varus got some pretty hefty nerfs in this most recent patch, so we are seeing him get through more. But a lot of the times when people are going for him, I think there's a plan from their opponents to actually deal with it. Seeing the early Karma pick here does lead you to believe that you are going to see potentially double marksman style stuff. We have been seeing a lot of that. Obviously, you can just go Karma as a standard range support alongside a powerful laner and look to bully that 2v2, but it can be flexed to mid lane. We've even seen it played top. That is much less common. Cloud9 here going to be able to get their hands on Wukong very likely, which is scary because they've now shown that they can actually dominate with it, in the bottom lane. Senna plus Wukong. This was the draft yesterday. I am expecting it to go right back to that bottom lane, but you don't know that for sure if you're 100 Thieves. So this could be top, this could be jungle, this could be Sven playing it, and that is something that is really frustrating to deal with in draft. Because at that point, you're just guessing, right? So you could say, all right, I think it's going to go to Licorice. Let's ban out a bunch of marksmen to try to, answer Sven. And then Sven can just play it, and you have wasted those bans. So that is one of the things that is really tough. Every time Cloud9 shows, a new adaptation, shows a new style of champion that they can play, it's something you have to account for and pick a ban.
Yeah, and we did see this as early as yesterday from Cloud9, playing this in the bottom lane with Sven on the Wukong. It was into Varus, which is, another thing here. It's like, well, maybe we shouldn't take it because they already beat it up. Granted, it was Bard and not something like potentially Karma as the range support, but still Bard's like a really good range laning support. So it's Ashe and Olaf here instead for 100 Thieves. I do like the early jungle pick for the Thieves.
Yeah, Ashe is a really strong laner, but functions similarly to Varus in that you don't really have a lot of mobility. So you are vulnerable to the dive post 6 from Wukong. I do think that Karma is going to help you more with dealing with that dive. Remember, it could still be Karma mid for Ioma. Could be a different support down there to try to defend this Ashe if they want to go that route. But Ashe, Karma, as far as a laning duo in the straight-up 2v2 are incredibly strong. They have so much poke, good range to really try to harass this Wukong down if he does in fact go down to that bottom lane. J4 coming through, pretty much guaranteed to be a jungler. You don't really see solo lane J4 almost at all. Rarely you see it as kind of a bot lane pick, but it's only really kind of for some of the cheesy all-in lanes, at least in solo queue. So expecting this to be J4 jungle, expecting this to be Wukong and Senna bot, but we're going to have to keep our eyes open for any potential flexes as Cloud9 can be very tricky.
Yeah, Draven also a perfectly good pick. Not something we've seen all that often. I think has some value against Olaf, trapping him in the ulti. But it's kind of interesting to see Blabber play something a little bit more defensive. There was Volibear he could have played that he's played already.
Well, I think it's all just like, we're going to kill Ashe, right? And
yeah.
Ashe doesn't have a gap closer. So if you don't have Flash, guess what? You're not getting out of the Cataclysm, right? And that I think is really what this is signifying. Because, J4 can actually ult in the Ashe, and then Wukong can still E over that wall, no problem, and get right on top of that Ashe and actually, burst them down. You have then the Senna ultimate, which your divers are inside the J4 ult, the enemy is inside the J4 ult. Guess what? The Senna ultimate covers the entire thing. So you're going to get shielded up, you're going to get that damage down. They are trying to target Niski here, some of these more teamfight style picks. I think the Orianna is an intelligent ban, pairs very well with both the J4 as well as the Wukong, but I think you are kind of conspicuously leaving Galio open.
Yeah.
Maybe they are feeling like there's not going to be enough consistent damage on the Cloud9 team if they go to Galio, and I think that is a reasonable, assertion. Jace here would pretty much seal the deal on this being Wukong bot. And does make sense as kind of someone who has relatively high physical damage, but you are looking at a 4 AD comp now. So if you go Galio, yes, you can go AP, and yes, there is burst there, but as far as the extended fights, as far as the consistent damage, it's not that high. There are obviously lots of other options. You could still go like something like Zoe or Pokey like that, but Niski can play obviously a lot of stuff. TF is banned out though, multiple bans from both sides towards mid lane, so it'll be interesting to see where he goes. Rumble actually could be a decent option. Rumble plus the Cataclysm, I think that can be pretty powerful and is a good amount of denial. And they actually drafted the Galio potentially away from them. So
yeah.
Galio Camille kind of taking their own ultimate combo here and throwing it right back in the face of Cloud9. They can look to dive onto the Senna. Senna, though, likely will be going for, this really defensive style build that we saw yesterday, where you are going, straight up like Black Cleaver or Frozen Mallet, and you're playing Grasp. Cassio fits the bill as far as someone who's going to play very defensively. And Cassio's also pretty tricky to deal with for Camille because you can deny the hookshots coming through. If you actually, place the miasma on her, she can't actually hookshot in and out of that. It is a very nice 1v1 for Cassio, in the extended lane against Galio if you can actually get that matchup. Of course, Galio has really good gank assist. You can also say that the poison is pretty easy to overlap on top of the Cataclysm. So if you actually drop the miasma onto the Ashe as she gets Cataclysm, she can't even flash out of that J4 ultimate. So that can be pretty concerning. And there is a lot of melee on the 100 Thieves side too, so you really do have to watch out for that Petrifying Gaze, the Cassio ultimate, which can be pretty frightening.
Yeah, especially if Niski's going phase rush, which I guess we'll see what keystone he wants. I like Cassio's got some built-in resilience to Olaf as well, which is nice because your immobile carries getting run down by Olaf always feels pretty scary, and Cassio can actually, even with Ragnarok active, do a decent job of getting out of there. So I think the draft taking a turn there at the end. I like what 100 Thieves are doing. I even thought that maybe Sinang would consider Camille if Ornn was going to be the pickup for the top lane, but I like somebody being on a carry. I like it being paired with the Galio so Ryoma can be really active on the map. Again, if you want to beat Cloud9, you have to take it to them at every single stage of the game. So I think they've set themselves up to do so. It's just doing that's been the really tricky part.
Yeah. 4 Conquerors taken here from Cloud9. So he didn't go Phase Rush. I was going to say it would be Conqueror or Phase Rush. I didn't necessarily expect the Ghost adaptation. I think it's pretty smart, but I was actually expecting Cleanse Phase Rush if I had to bet on something, because there's a lot of hard CC. And Cassio is more of a mid-range mage, and it can be difficult to actually play aggressively enough to get a lot of damage out, when the threat of a taunt or an Ashe arrow is there. So he's going to have to be really careful, but does have the Ghost, is a summoner that has gotten some buffs lately and is quite powerful, so we'll see how well he can navigate this. Conqueror, obviously, pretty easily stackable because you have so many spammable spells and your consistent damage gets very high. It adds to the sustain. Almost always you're going to go for Ravenous Hunter for the healing as well as Taste of Blood, and your self-healing becomes really, really high.
Yeah, it is interesting to see, as Ashe rises in popularity, I feel like Cleanse has not been nearly as common as I thought it might be. It didn't come up very often in our last game. Apollo threw out some decent arrows, but there were other things that Immortals were able to do to find fights in that game. But especially with Galio there as well. Curious to see if there is any sort of, abuse of the lack of that summoner spell that 100 Thieves can employ. But for now, we'll start off on the jungle matchup here. Same side starts for both. Contracts on the blue side, going to be tearing through this Gromp, and it's down towards the bottom side for Blabber, into the Wukong and the center.
Yeah, this should be interesting. Sven is definitely going to have to try to just withstand this. It really can be difficult, but it is grasp. Is grasp on the Senna here, and you can proc the grasp with your Q, which is very nice. You're staying in combat. You look for the auto Q combo. You can proc the grasp, stack up that bonus health. Up here on the top side, it is actually Comet for the Camille. And a nice little trade, utilizing the passive physical shield there. You would think that would be a disadvantageous trade for Someday because there's so many minions there for Licorice, and he was down a level, but did navigate it pretty well. The Comet is more of the old school style of rune. You don't really see it that much these days, but it still can be very effective in ranged matchups, especially where you're looking for the tactical sweep, and if you land the outer ring there, you get the bonus damage, you get the healing, and you also, with the slow, guaranteed the Comet will land. So that's really what you're looking to do. You're looking to kind of prey on the fact that Jace doesn't have a ton of sustain, and Licorice, I think, just got himself killed.
Yeah, he's level 3 now, but I don't know if that's going to be soon enough.
Oh,
Someday looking for the solo kill, knocks him away, and that will keep him safe for now.
That was so bizarre. He just kind of wandered in there, I don't know what he thought was happening. Maybe he thought he was getting ganked or something, and he had to run away. I'm kind of confused by that, because he kind of just walked up as level 2 Jace to level 3, and I think he's pretty lucky that he didn't actually die, because if someday early flash, there's potential that you get on the other side of the hammer form knockback and you just die. But he does escape. Someday, though, going to be really happy about this early play, and now it's 3 members from 100 Thieves looking to come up here top and try to punish Licorice. This is really kind of this vulnerable time where you just TP'd back as a top laner, and your opponent still has health and mana to spend, where they can look to play on you aggressively to try to whittle you down before they use their teleport. But Blabber did spot it, and Blabber's looking for a repeat gank now.
Yeah, this is a really nice time for Blabber. Someday going to have to get out. Oh, that flash was so close to Someday. Able to barely get out of there.
Yeah, that would have been crazy if Blabber landed that, but Someday anticipated that he would go for the flag and drag flash. They would look for the knock up there. So Someday early flashed it. Really well played by both players in that situation. It was, I think, a super intelligent regank from Blabber because he spotted the 2-man roam. And then in most situations, the C9 jungler, the jungler on that side would just back off because you knew you were down numbers. Instead, Blabber just goes right back to him, looks to try to punish and try to make sure that Licorice is in a good situation. He trades his flash, but now Someday both had to teleport and use his flash, so he put Licorice back into a potentially winning position where he's the one-up summoners and can look to play out this lane aggressively as he really wants to on the Jace. So good job by Blabber kind of making up for a little bit of a mistake earlier from Licorice.
Yeah, well, Cody going to TP back down here on the Ashe, and as expected, it is going very well in the farm department here. 40 to 24. So Sven currently down 2 waves, basically. He's going to get whatever of these. He can't actually get to the last 3 or 4 there, but still down a decent amount. I think, you go into these kind of matchups expecting to be at a deficit.
Uh-oh.
We'll see what else happens here. As topside Contracts this time with a good gank, and Someday just barely going to miss that stun, but that's going to be first blood. It's Contracts that's able to grab it, and he flashes the C9 emote as well.
You'll love to see the C9 emote. That is terrible. Licorice is actually in so much trouble. The lane is pretty hard frozen on him. That could actually just kind of be like GG for your 1v1. At that point, that was some pretty bad anti-timing. Licorice was trying to push in the wave, so notice how the wave is already frozen. He's trying to clear this out. He's trying to make sure that Contracts isn't here, but when you're going for that ward and the jungler is already waiting, you are just so screwed because he's not playing Phase Rush. He can't actually kite this out. Yes, he has the flash, but Hookshot is there to follow, as is the flash from Olaf. So the wave remains frozen. He's going to fall significantly behind in experience. Now you're walking back to that lane. You still don't know where Olaf is, and Camille is 6. So you could just get all in. Then this is looking, really rough in the early stages here for Licorice. And Camille is an incredibly strong split pusher in the later stages of the game. So 100 Thieves, are finding a way in. And I do have to say, despite the fact that Cloud9 still just seems to end every game in 30 minutes or less, there are more teams that are competing with them now in the early stages. They are finding themselves in situations where they're being pushed to limits a little bit more. TL did it, TSM did it, even Golden Guardians was pushing them early. And here again, 100 Thieves now is contesting C9 in the early stages, and they're up 1,300 gold.
Contract's actually level 6 with the Olaf, going to clear out what vision is here. But Sven and Vulcan already forced to play pretty defensively in the 2v2. Are going to have to certainly play back with the enemy jungler nearby. And mid lane, actually somewhere we haven't been yet, because so much has been happening in the exchanges in top lane, but it is nice and even, which is always good to see. But looking for either of these champions really to get out of lane, Galio especially. And Ryoma being 6 means he certainly could combo in with something like the Camille that has been a timeless combination between those two champions.
Yeah, which makes it even more scary that Licorice is losing early, right? Because if you're actually behind in this 1v1 in the later stages, especially with the later ranks of the ultimate for Ryoma, it's so easy to actually join that Camille in a side lane and look for the potential 2v1 play onto the Jace. That is a split push win condition that is developing somewhat here for 100 Thieves. But we know Cloud9 are incredible at team fighting, and Blabber could be in some trouble.
Yeah, they're always going to get ulted here by Galio. Yeah, Blabber can't get out at all. And Red Buff donated over. Someday says, thank you very much.
Really well done by Someday. I mean, he just kind of kept chasing around Blabber. They were skirmishing in the river, but Blabber just took the honey fruit and healed back up. He spots him again at the red buff, and this time Ryoma is in range, so they're able to come in for an easy kill. Bad goes to worse there in the top lane, at least for Licorice, though. He was able to fully push in and reset that wave, so it won't be frozen on him. It is going to push back to him, and he has caught up a fair bit in farm because Someday was out of lane there, but Someday does have the Sheen, which is this really nice aggressive component of that Triforce. It really is going to up the burst. It allows you to play much more aggressively for these all-ins on someone like the Jace, because Jace really does need to whittle down the Camille before you can actually take that fully committed fight, whereas Camille is pretty happy as long as you know that no one else is there to take the all-in.
Of note also, Blabber being in the top side meant that the first dragon actually went to 100 Thieves as well. That was very easy
that's annoying.
for Contracts to solo, as Poom is starting to continue the frustration of C9, cancelling that recall, actually doing a pretty significant chunk of damage as well. Thankfully, there's no one around to potentially dive Niski, but Vulcan is here just in case, so is Blabber, who's just pathing through his jungle anyway. But Ryoma starting to get some push again, can continue to be active here with this Galio.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves are doing a lot of little things right. They obviously got that kill onto Blabber, which was a bigger thing, but even previously, we actually saw Contracts interrupt a recall from Niski, so he gets interrupted once by the Olaf. Then Poom is roaming up there trying to clear out some vision, drop a ward in the jungle, and interrupts his recall again. Those things do start to add up and get pretty frustrating, and Niski's kind of getting locked in this lane where he very clearly wants to go back to base. And if you do force him back at an awkward timing, can be pretty bad. With him going back to base, they have that threat out on the map, so they're trying to position for a potential dive here on Licorice. At the very least, Licorice will likely lose some of these minions, but you can see that Niski is pathing straight up to top lane. He can do this, and they're actually having Blabber collect the wave mid so that Niski can do this, but that's a cost in and of itself, because your Cassio is missing out on farm. Your Jace is missing out on farm here. So yes, C9 is making the correct play to actually cover their top laner and not allow this to become a complete disaster, but it's still putting gold where you don't really want it, because that's your tank J4 picking up gold instead of your Cassio.
Yeah, and the result is actually a Rift Tower for Contracts ability is going to get locked up here by Cataclysm. Miasma also there, and that's going to be a kill. Easy one there for C9. Maybe make it 2. Someday too far forward. And there's the ulti from Vulcan just to say hello. It's Cloud9 that pick up 2.
Nice couple kills. So they did lock in Contracts. I'm not sure if there was a window for him to flash out or not, but he just barely didn't have his flash. There was just a tiny smidgen of that cooldown left, and there's that Miasma plus J4 ultimate combo I was talking about. He gets completely locked in. We haven't really watched the bot lane at all, but they are down 30 CS. You're expecting them to be behind. No smite on Blabber, so I'm not sure if he'll want to fight for this, but this would, yeah, he's got to get out now for sure as Someday comes back. That would be pretty dangerous to hang around. But Cloud9 doing a good job fighting back. They do grab themselves a couple kills to get one on the Jace, trying to get him back into this game still, as Contracts does find him here. So you can see the cooldown on the flash at the bottom of your screen. It's still up. So if he did have it, he would have been able to insta-flash out. At this point, if it comes up, it doesn't even matter because the Miasma is there. You are just locked in place, easily knocked down. Someday also does get taken out. Flag, drag, flash. Senna ultimate, a little bit too late to even grab an assist there, unfortunately for Vulcan, who does spend the cooldown, and it's quite long in the early games. So it doesn't feel that good as it reduces their potential of actually looking for a 2v2 all-in or a fight on that bottom side. So they're going to continue having to play weak sides. Blabber has not really paid any attention down there. They've just got to try to withstand the onslaught from Cody, Sun, and Poom and farm up as best as they can.
Yep. The other thing, watching that replay back, is Ryoma's ulti was not available, which credit to Cloud9 for keeping track of cooldowns so closely, because obviously Ryoma would have made a huge difference there as well. But 100 Thieves still on the assault. Contracts and Poom are going to move through the jungle. Dragons up in 20 seconds. They've got the Herald to drop mid if they need a little bit of extra room. And in fact, Contracts are just walking straight up into Blabber, but top side. Another 1v1 is brewing, and Sunday just slaps Licorice there. Going to ulti him down with the Hextech ultimatum. Licorice can't knock him out far enough. But Licorice, he's the one that gets the solo kill with a nifty Jace mechanics.
The stopwatch didn't end up being needed, but strikes a pose after grabbing that solo kill. Nicely done by Licorice, able to trade back what was, you know, a pretty bad trade on the very start of it. You know, he was obviously behind off of that initial burst from Someday, but knew his damage limits well, and now C9 looking for a fight down here.
Blabber dives in, stopwatches himself in, trapping the Olaf in the Cataclysm. Contract trying to run away, but Sven looking with the Cyclone, gets a 3 knock up there at the end of it all, and now Nitsky gonna flash it, looking for Poom. Not dead yet, but Sven, he's a little too low, he will fall, but Vulcan is gonna catch one with the root, now still looking to try and chase one down here, but I don't think the rest of the Thieves will be taken down. They'll zip away back towards the tower, so Cloud9 gonna trade 1-for-1.
They do at least grab the Dragon on the side of 100 Thieves, but it is that 1-for-1 trade, as you say, you know, including the kill up on the top side, though. Cloud9 does go ahead, and credit to Lick for just really knowing the limits of his damage. That was a very close fight, but was able to realize that once the initial damage was actually spent from Someday, once he got that initial burst, despite the fact that Licorice is down on health, he has his spells available and he can actually trade back and turn that into a winning position. And this is something that's just really impressive about Cloud9. Yes, Licorice made a mistake early, but his team finds a way to get him back in it. It's a concerted effort from both Niski and Blabber to protect this guy and try to get him into a winning position. And then he's able to pay back that effort by getting a solo kill. So is going to be Rift Herald drop. They will have to be careful about it. He doesn't know that Olaf isn't waiting to wrap around him, so that's why he has to back off and pay that respect until Blabber is up here. But they will at the very least be able to protect that turret from going down, and Someday will collect some of the plate gold.
Yep, not bad still. Usually the first Rift Herald is just going to get some gold off those plates, so perfectly acceptable there. Also, Contra's is actually busy invading, which is the reason why he wasn't looking for that dive. Bulkshot is going to get a little bit of info for Cody, but I don't think it quite saw Blabber at the Krugs. But regardless, Contract's able to take down the red, is going to take down the rest of his Raptor camp as well. And Niski potentially in trouble. Contracts does not have flash, but Sunday's over the wall, locked up in the ultimatum, Justice punch for the kill, and it's Sunday that picks it up.
Nice roam down, and yeah, they didn't know exactly where Someday and Contracts were, but Niski was playing towards the side of the map that Contracts and Someday had just shown on. And that is something that you have to be really careful about. You know, sure, Blabber is there, but Blabber is actually zoned out. You know that they just stole the red buff, so you'd want to try to play towards the bottom side of the map where they couldn't actually come from.
Yeah, just a nice little play there.
This is a great game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Thieves have... they've been on the up and up. I think we expect them to certainly bring the battle here, but maybe not as much as they have. Ooh, that's a miss from Cody.
3 points.
Unfortunately, not the score he wanted. Blabber, they're still going to have to cataclysm because the Ragnaroking Olaf is rampaging in as Poom's able to pick up the kill. Ryoma coming down as well, but no fight to be continued.
Yeah, they do have the TP coming through. Vulcan's ult, a smidgen too late, not able to have that land. He did go for the heal first. I'm not sure if it actually would have made any difference. Probably still would have been dead because I don't think Blabber was getting out from that position. But either way, good response by 100 Thieves. You know, Cloud9, I think, you know, has made some mistakes, but they have been playing well around, you know, their strengths and trying to make sure that Licorice is still in a winning position. But 100 Thieves have been battling back, and now the all-in potentially here on Cody-san.
Oh, under Cody, the second spin's the one that does you in. It's Sven that's able to pick it up finally. The Senna and Wukong have control of their lane.
Get him pummeled the whole game long. 15 minutes under your tower, waiting for that moment, and finally they find it. And that is just really good job actually tracking summoners, knowing that Ashe still had no flash, and Poom just barely didn't have heal, because I think if heal's up there, you may give Cody-san enough speed, in addition to that shield speed up, that he can actually kite that out and survive. Instead, he is not able to. He does end up going down. They get the kill, they get some tower damage, so Sven and Vulcan now at that point where they can look for 2v2 kills, and Cody-san and Poom will have to really stand up and take notice.
And I think this is one of the things that's so cool about Cloud9. Like, we looked at those gold graphs, and like, very few teams have even been able to get a lead against Cloud9. But I think the thing that like you might have missed looking at that graph is like the bottom of that, the axis on the leads that teams did have is 2,000. Which is like a decent lead early on, but it's not like Cloud9 have been like 6,000 goal behind in the mid game and then come back to win really quickly. Like, they're still keeping the games very close in almost all instances. And I think the reason is because they're just so good at taking every little edge. Like, we've seen a bunch of different kills now happen because of good cooldown tracking on summoners. And now we might see something a bit more here. As Ryoma look for the taunt, but Blab is going to dive in. It's TP Central here in mid lane, and Poom, he's going to be the first one locked up at the Ragnarok's there. He's going to get trapped as he tries to run in, but Someday also blasting in there as Liquid will be slain. Blabber will be killed by Someday, and the Thieves, they're going to get more. Ryoma with a max range Justice Punch finds the third onto Vulcan.
Cloud9 looking to get somewhat aggressive there after they disengaged the initial taunt attempt from Ryoma, but the whole team was there for 100 Thieves. Sven was not. He did not have his teleport. He was not in position to actually join, and you know the Cloud9 just kind of overextending a bit there, looking for that fight, and they're now falling pretty dangerously behind. You know, this is actually shaping up to be a game that looks like this could actually be their first loss. I mean, this is Soul Point. You're down 4K. You just lost both mid lane turrets. 100 Thieves are going to have the side lane advantage here with the Galio plus Camille combo. So, yes, can Cloud9 come back? Sure. But this is the first time all season long I feel like they have really been in a truly losing position where it feels like this could be the one.
I would safely guess this is their largest deficit ever, this split. And I didn't look it up. I have no idea if that's true. That's just my gut feeling, because 100 Thieves did so well in this team fight.
Yep, Cloud9 disengaged, and they're like, hey, let's go, 3v3, all right. But Someday is TPing in, Sven cannot join, and Cody-san arrives with the ultimate. You know, he was actually a lot closer than Sven, so as the extra members show up, there's just not a lot really able to be done here for Cloud9. Plus the fact that both top laners are TPing in, the Jace TP is much less powerful than Someday in that position, because Someday had the numbers, he could just fly forward and lock someone down with the ultimate, and you know Jace ended up just TPing in essentially to die. So Cloud9, they've got to make some moves happen, but this is a tough man to dive, and you know if you overforce too much and 100 Thieves are there to respond, you're going to get punished, because right now on that top side, Someday is pushing. He's stealing away the red buff too, it looks like, as some of those minions are going to get denied, and Cloud9 are just having their plays matched by 100 Thieves, and in a lot of these cases, outmatched.
Yeah, Contrax is always possessed. Absolutely! Goes in on Niski. That's an easy kill, and now going to make it 2 here as Ryoma moves in for it. It is Contrax, though, that nabs the last hit. He is farmed up so well, and you can start to see, like, with the Karma in the back pocket especially, Contrax is just relentlessly going on Cloud9 now.
Contrax is playing like a man possessed, trying to make Cloud9 regret letting him go all those years ago. And now, I mean, he has a multiple level lead. He is insanely strong at this point. Already has his cleaver, his warrior. He's building towards likely something like a Spear Visage. And this Olaf is super, super strong. Really across the board, they're in a great position. And they're 6,000 gold nearly ahead here, still at Soul Point. So remember, Cloud9 is almost completely just forced to fight at this next dragon. Like if you give over Cloud Soul, sure, it's maybe not as straight up as much combat power as something like the Ocean Soul or even the Infernal, but especially with some of these champions, when you look at something like the Olaf, Olaf is gonna pop ultimate, get sped up by the Karma and be going 10,000 miles an hour at you. It's just like there is no kiting that. You just die at that point.
Yeah, so fast it looks like he travels through time. It's just like. Cloudsy,
you're running on feet and Contrax is in the Lambo just cruising up on you. Oh no!
I mean, with these shrines as well in the jungle, like Contrax is just like rampaging through the jungle. Like every camp is his. He's so fast. Yeah. Cloud9, 5,000 gold down now. Goodness, minute 55 until the Cloud Soul is up, and there's also Baron to consider as well. Like this is such a good lead for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I actually, they're getting near unwinnable point of the game because the fact of the matter is, even if you actually just like your best dive target is Cody-san, right? So let's set up the situation where Sven and Blabber are able to dive and Vulcan ults over top and they kill off Cody-san immediately. You still are then dealing with both Someday and Contrax, who are just insanely strong. Contrax is going to run at him.
Doesn't have to stop. Conqueror's proccing. Yeah, that's just the kill. Sven can't do anything. Galio finds 2 with the knockup though. Ulti's in, make it 2 on the Blabber. That could be Baron straight away.
Cloud9 on the precipice of their first loss here. 100 Thieves are the ones looking to hand it to them. This is absolutely crazy. 100 Thieves had such a tough start to this split, and now picking up back-to-back wins. And to start off the second half of your split with a win over Cloud9 would be absolutely monumental in spring. They had a rough start too. They bounced back. They really improved. And it feels like it is all coming together here now. 400 Thieves. This is insane.
Yeah, 35 seconds till the soul is up. I mean, clearly Contracts is watching the LCS because this reminds me of Blabber's Olaf from the early weeks of the split. This is just, I mean, he knows he can do this. Like, what are you supposed to do?
Run.
Yeah, you can't run fast enough.
No, there's not much. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, the true answer is not be there. But, you know, it doesn't help once you already are. You still want to get farm, and it's so tough because you lost both your mid lane turrets off of that one fight in mid lane, and that's the one that really felt like it just absolutely put Cloud9 so far behind because they no longer had this area of safety from which you could move out and get vision towards the Baron buff, right? And that's why they're pushing out mid lane. You could say, why aren't you sitting in your base? Well, because if you sit in your base and you have no vision on Baron, they can just do it. Now Cloud9 are forced to take this. You know, not only are they 8,000 gold behind, Baron buff stats are there too. They don't even hurt Ryoma.
Deep TP from Sven as well. There's the miasma onto the Olaf, but he's still Ragnaroking
Sunday's
around.
behind.
Sven with the flank. That's a big cyclone, but Sunday also disruptive. The second spin happens. Contracts though just gets the kill. 100 Thieves cannot be stopped. The taunt onto Niski is likely going to be the kill, but Cody does die to Licorice at least. But the rest of the Thieves are just charging in. They've only lost 1. They've killed 3 on Cloud9, and Vulcan's just going to get shut down here as well. Karma speeding everybody up. Someday finishing off that kill, and they'll just chase for Licorice. They know he's dead as well. That is going to be the ace for 100 Thieves on Cloud9.
I can't believe what I'm watching. They're 10,000 gold ahead. They're going to get the soul. They're going to take Inhibitor. They are taking everything. This game is over. There is no coming back from this deficit. It's just up to 100 Thieves to close this one out now. And they are just looking unstoppable in this game.
Yep, they're going to get the Cloud Soul as well, so Contracts is going to be even more terrifying. 3K on 3 different people contributing to the damage in the last team fight, and we have talked about this. Like, there is something special about being the first team to beat Cloud9, but nobody had 100 Thieves on their bingo card.
No, not at all. I mean, people were talking about, oh, could it be TSM to challenge them, or maybe Liquid could do it, you know, if they can clean up some plays. But it's actually 100 Thieves who aren't just challenging them, they are slamming the pastry, and yeah, Sven got a lot of knockups there. That was nice. They do take down Cody-san, but who cares? Because you still have Someday alive here, flashing in, taking down Blabber. You have Contracts, who is just unstoppable at this point. This man is looking like a monster, and Cloud9 are up against it. Blabber is dead again. It is the march forward here for 100 Thieves, walking into the base, looking to take down the inhibitor. And I think that they will just go towards bot lane and look to grab that second inhibitor, play it safe, try to check all the boxes here. No need to try to just charge for the Nexus yet, because they can take away all of Cloud9's jungle. They can really cut out their resources and look to make this one a guaranteed game.
Just for some perspective on like how the last 10 minutes have been going, before that last fight, where 100 Thieves got the ace, Cloud9's last kill was on Cody-san at 15 minutes and 47 seconds. They only got 1 more kill since then. It was also on Cody-san, but it very clearly didn't matter, as the Thieves got the ace, the Cloud Soul, and are now looking to close up this game in short order. Like, Cloud9 have kept themselves in the early game with a lot of really intelligent plays, but it just has not mattered for most of this game.
No, it really hasn't, and Contracts is to blame for a lot of Cloud9's woes. You know, he has just been running over this game, has been right place, right time, you know, stacking objectives early and often, you know, taking away so many camps and getting ridiculously strong. I mean, he's level 15 right now, higher level than any of the soul laners on Cloud9. You know, he's multiple levels up on Blabber, so it's getting very, very
Watch this.
Just,
oh, goodness. The Terror, it's just so stupid. He's going to chase down Vulcan. He's
Nowhere is
just
safe.
unstoppable. Goes legendary. Doesn't get the kill on Sven yet. Niski flashing in. Cloud9
Okay.
trying to make a goal for Boreoma. He's in there. He's going to get cycloned up, though. There's the dunk from Blubber, but Cloud9 just don't have the money, the resources, the anything to finish it off. Somedays charging in. 100 Thieves going to end the game right here as they're going to get absolutely everybody. Yeah, Cody, he's going to die again, but Contracts lives, and the Thieves are going to charge down mid to hound Cloud9, their first loss of the summer.
What a game from 100 Thieves, just dominating start to finish here. Contracts running over his squad from the past. Someday, a monster on this Camille, and they are going to close it out. What a performance here. First team to deal a defeat to Cloud9.
Yep, don't call him the comeback here, but it is Contracts that slams down that Nexus as 100 Thieves will topple Cloud9.
Wow.
Yeah.
They have got to be so happy about that win, man. That is just such a confidence booster for 100 Thieves. After a rough start to the split, they have now won 3 straight, including being the first to actually topple Cloud9. Cloud9 not going to go undefeated in spring, not going to go undefeated in summer. Still clearly have been the best team throughout the league, but finally someone shows that Cloud9 can bleed, that you can punish them, that you can match them for, blow for blow. And I've got to give so much credit to the whole 100 Thieves squad, because this truly was a team victory. Their bot lane, we didn't show them a lot, but they're up 30 CS and playing well in, yes, admittedly an advantageous matchup. The mistakes from FLICKR early on were capitalized on. Contracts was snowballing. It felt like Ryoma was right place, right time. Multiple members actually roaming up to interrupt Niski and put him behind. Like, it just felt like they were doing all the things right, and always someone was there when Cloud9 wanted to make a play, to actually answer that play and punish it.
Yep, 100 Thieves just had all the right answers, and we are going to go for a break, but when we return, the Tigers will hear from Contracts himself, so don't go anywhere.
Your Honda MVP.
Dreams aren't achieved overnight. They take passion.
It's Mr. World 3.
Dedication. And even then, there are no guarantees. But for the LCS, that's the power of dreams.
Too bad.
It means you never give up. It means you always play again. Honda, proud automotive partner of the LCS.
Welcome back to the LCS, everyone. I hope you took a breather. I know we all needed it after that game. And with that, I'm standing on here with contracts for our Verizon post-game interview. Oh my goodness. With the history that you have with Cloud9 previously playing under the blue banner, does that add anything additional to the victory that you just experienced?
Yeah, a little bit. It's been like 3 years, so not too much, but like say if like right after I got or after I left C9 in like 2018, if I like won right after that, then it would have felt really good, but it still feels pretty good being an undefeated team. So that's nice.
Yeah, defeating an undefeated team, and you had the tall task of facing off against the Honda MVP in the jungle. So for looking at this specific game, how did you prepare and approach this game?
I kind of wanted to go with a more kind of jungle kingdom kind of matchup. So basically, like Olaf into anything he'll play, it kind of will still be in my favor since I clear faster and I can just kind of keep up my tempo. And yeah, I mean, he played Jarvan into it, which is kind of weird. He kind of just gave me a free matchup, so I wasn't really expecting that. But yeah, I mean, it feels pretty good beating Blabber. But you know, Blabber is still the best jungler in NA, so definitely looking forward to future matchups versus him.
And even if you feel like they handed you over a free matchup, it doesn't take away from what 100 Thieves were able to accomplish here, right? You looked so coordinated in the team play, which says a lot about the team considering the recent addition of you and Poom to the roster. What have you all been focusing on as a collective to get to this point, to be able to hold your own against Cloud9?
Yeah, our coaches have been doing a pretty good job of kind of setting the goals for the week and kind of just setting like one or two things to improve on each day and then working on that throughout the day. We've been really like well structured, and it's definitely been helping us with our growth for sure. I think without like that kind of structure, it would be definitely not as improved as we are now. So I'm just excited to keep up the hard work.
And speaking of you as an individual, you've clearly put a lot of work in. You've said this in multiple interviews throughout the past week since rejoining the LCS. A win against Cloud9 means wonders for 100 Thieves within this current split. So how does this victory affect your personal goals as well as 100 Thieves when it comes to the summer split?
Yeah, I mean, after everything, it's still just one game in a long split, right? So I still have a lot of work to do, and I'll take it day by day, and hopefully I can do well in playoffs this split.
Taking it day by day, and I know you have a day of celebration ahead of you, so thank you, Contracts, for taking the time for me.
Well, thank you.
With that, I know we have a lot to talk about with a wonderful game that we just witnessed, so let's send things over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, the Tigress. You are right. The first loss handed to Cloud9 in this split, and it comes from 100 Thieves as we kick off the second round. Robin, I got to be honest, not the way I expected it to happen, not the team I expected to do it, but they got it done. And gents, we have talked all split long about what is the plan. How do you attack Cloud9? It has to be done in the early game. You have to build that lead, and they did it.
And he did it from the jungle. Contract said he felt like he got a free matchup in the Olaf versus Jarvan matchup, and with Someday playing a carry in the top lane, they had a lot of pressure in a lane that they could continue to go towards, and it just did not stop. They were relentless in the early game. And then they also were able to put Ryoma in a champion that synergizes with everyone else as well. So now you can have Someday be a big menace and support him as well without having to have so much pressure on you carry. Now, Cloud9 answered back, but boy, 100 Thieves just had a game plan from the start to finish that they were so consistent in playing around.
Yeah, and I gotta. Oh, sorry. I was just stunned that how well they actually executed this combination. Like Someday was so aggressive going to the enemy jungle. He was not scared. He was taking fights with down to the hundreds of HP against FLICKR, and yeah, sometimes it didn't work out. Sometimes he died, but you can't play scared. You cannot be afraid to take that kind of fight. He kept going forward, and eventually him and Contracts pulled off enough of them.
If I had to throw some criticism at Cloud9's way, is that usually they need Vulcan to be really active in the early game, roaming around and being able to influence other lanes. But when he's stuck playing Wukong, Senna, they're not really doing much. So the top side of the map needs to be super strong. C9 didn't respect it, and C9 just slapped it down.
Probably get in here. Talk to me. What went on?
I mean, I'm really happy that 100 Thieves did not like feel the pressure once they started losing some of the skirmishes. Like we saw up there, like Contracts died, and then right after Someday died, and then we roll back, Someday dies again. But see, this wasn't really that big of an issue for 100 Thieves because they got such a strong composition. And I want to throw a little criticism over to Cloud9 in their pick order. This is the first time they didn't take Olaf when it was up, which I thought was very weird. And even Contract said he thought the Jarvan counter pick wasn't that strong, and it was just gave him a free matchup. And then going into the last part of the draft in 4-5, they blind picked the Jace. And you're doing this against Someday, who's a strong player. He has a great champion pool, and he's very able to punish. So instead of hiding the Wukong flex, instead of hiding your top laner and blind picking a mid, let's say ban Ori, Syndra, pick the Cassio. If they ban the Cassio, you take the Galio. Like, you have a lot of options, but they basically gave 100 Thieves a Cloud9 comp, which is Galio for the Olaf power farm and then the Olaf carry.
How do you beat Cloud9? You play the comp that they would play themselves. We heard Sven say in the interview yesterday, with the 9-0 start that they had, they feel a little bit of freedom to experiment a bit, but perhaps a bit of a misgiving and a misstep there when 6 out of 9 games the pick was banned against them, Olaf, and in the other 3 they picked it up. To your point, probably the first time they've foregone that pick. Mark, it all comes down to, though, this idea that a team has to do something in the mid-game to close the game, and 100 Thieves is the first to do it against Cloud9.
Yeah, this is the exact play that no other team has been able to actually pull off post 15 minutes against C9. You're entering the mid game, you have a small gold lead, 900, around 1,000, and they get this monstrous 3-for-1 in the mid lane with a Rift Herald that they can drop afterwards to grab objectives, and explodes the gold lead up to 5,000. This is something that teams have been struggling to do, and why it's so impressive that 100 Thieves have been able to do it. People have had these gold leads pre-15 before. It's what comes after that no one's been able to do, and why it was so impressive to watch them do it, because a lot of this was also on 100 Thieves actually just having a really well-crafted composition and pulling the trigger.
Yeah, what's interesting there, Mark, the point you make around gold differences. Other teams have had large gold differences against Cloud9 prior to 15 minutes. In fact, their largest gold deficit as a team for Cloud9 prior to this game was 2.3K. But generally by 20, Cloud9 either brings it back to even or ahead for themselves. And this time around, it was 100 Thieves that was able to essentially double their gold lead in that time and really start to accelerate. So for the first time ever, the gold graph against Cloud9 goes in the other direction.
Wait, this is also might be the first time I've seen a jungler with so much more damage than the rest of his team. Like, eventually Contracts figured out, like, I can 1v1 anyone on on Cloud9, and he started taking every single fight with either Galio backing him up or the Karma Shield.
And I love this composition for a lot of reasons for 100 Thieves. Like, this is something I've been asking for them to play, the Karmas, the Galios and stuff from mid lane for a long time. Give Someday the carry potential, and even Contracts has always been best as a carry jungler, like we said before on some of the range champions, like earlier in the weekend on Nidalee. But Olaf as well, giving him golden resources to take over the game. And he showed, yes, if you give me gold, I can carry games for you.
With this game in the books, it brings us to one more piece of duty, or one other duty that we have to follow through with. We have to reset the counter, unfortunately, on Cloud9's days since they've lost. Back down to 0. They were very close to those triple digits, almost 100 days, but it has been reset, and it was 100 Thieves who did it. Crumbs, to me, the most interesting thing here now is the conversation that you began before any of us were ready to have it. The way that the bottom teams in the league have reformed in these last couple weeks to start challenging everyone above them.
They got a fire in their ass. They know they have a very small window in which to operate since playoffs is right around the corner. And a lot of these players just wanted to play in LCS so badly. So they're really just going an extra mile, not phoning it in. They're making sure they're giving it their all, and I think that is really what we're seeing here, where they're just coming into the LCS with a fresh perspective of how to approach the game, and you're seeing it with the picks that they're best at. You're seeing a little more addition and flavor in the top lane with Camille as well. So I just think that the bottom teams are making it so much more interesting. And another conversation that I know is going to happen, we're going to talk to Cloud9, they're going to say, this is the best thing that ever happened to us. We're so glad we lost. That's right true. Now. We were getting overconfident, and then now we got knocked back down to reality. Thank you, 100 Thieves. That's definitely what we're going to hear.
Thank you, 100 Thieves. PR. Making the league stronger. That's what I like to hear. Mark, final point?
I was just, that's the PR. Inside they're like,
Damn it! They're so mad. No 18-0 split.
No
this
one gets
summer.
ice cream tonight.
We have to wait till at least 2021 for an opportunity at that perfect regular split. Congratulations to 100 Thieves for being the first to take down Cloud9. 6 out of 8 of our games this weekend have been upsets by the record. We got 2 more games to hit your screens. It's time for us to step away. After 3 minutes, Freak and Kobe will bring you Golden Guardians versus Team Liquid. So we'll see you then.
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning. Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hello and welcome back to the LCS for Game 3, where Golden Guardians aim to take down Team Liquid. And if we turn to that first time that these teams met and faced off in Week 1, it was an incredibly close match, but unfortunately for the Golden Guardians, it would not turn in their favor.
This was a really rough game for Golden Guardians because they came out swinging so well, and then Team Liquid, they got the Baron, but they lose the Dragon Soul. And this is the thing that's been plaguing Team Liquid for a lot of the split. Unable to be prompt for the objectives and for Golden Guardians.
There you go.
They are playing the early game well, and it's all about making sure that they can focus on these objectives, that they are not taking these deaths randomly, and that all of them play out for their win conditions. And the team has gotten a lot better since, and their drafts have too.
And probably if we're going to show a clip of Golden Guardians and where it fell apart from them in that Week 1 game, we have to do the same for the side of Team Liquid. Broxa actually won the title of worst performance in a winning game for that Game 1 showing.
Yeah, I can't really wait to show them that trophy that we got for him. But this is basically a phase rush Jace, and he has exhaust, so Broxah basically exposes where his jungle path is going to be to the enemy in Italy. He's in a counter pick matchup, and he's doing these like high risk, low reward ganks, so he gets pushed out of his jungle here and ends up just letting the Nidalee basically take over the game. He didn't get good pillars down, but then this was the turning point. Impact flash ulti on Mordekaiser to catch the Jace. The lack of engage from Team Liquid kept this game in Golden Guardian's favor for so long until Impact finally pulled the trigger and was like, I'm tired of having things thrown at my face. I'm going to ult you now.
It was an interesting game because it felt like kind of like the worst of both teams reared their heads a little bit, where it's like Golden Guardians were great in the early game, but then kind of threw, and Team Liquid, Broxah was making some mistakes, but then they regained themselves. And I think since that game, for the most part, both teams have been able to turn it around. I mean, obviously Team Liquid even more so. They have been relatively mistake-free in terms of making large game-costing mistakes. Not everything's clean. They easily could have lost to Immortals last weekend, but they never make the big blunder, so to speak, which is a big improvement for this team that was losing a lot of games. 2 big blunders in spring. And at the same time, Golden Guardians has continued to go all in on their early game compositions, just crafting them a little bit better. And Closer was incredible on Lee Sin last week.
That's the big thing for me here. It's been so much time since the last time we've seen either of these teams play, and as we move into the second half of the split, I'm confident in saying that both of them have improved from their Week 1 state. So I'm excited to see them go head-to-head once again. That's going to do it for us here over on the desk. Let's hand it over to Freak and Kobe for game number 3.
Thank you, Dash. Welcome to the LCS Summer Split. I am Freak. Kobe, are you ready?
Let's go!
It's going to be a fun one.
Are you going to do that every time?
Yes, every time. It is. I'm so far 100% on the hit rate so far. Golden Guardians TL, it was a very close game last time, as the analyst has mentioned. It got to Ocean Soul, but Golden Guardians could not get over the line. That said, it has been shaping up for them. Golden Guardians 3-1 in their last 4. On the Team Liquid side, 4-0 streak for their last 4 games, solidly in second place.
And the most recent current news for this matchup is going to be so much focus on Shen. Impact yesterday bringing out one of his old standard champions, and him merely winning lane versus Ornn and having the stand united earned Team Liquid the first 20 minutes of the entire game yesterday versus CLG. And I feel like that strategy versus Golden Guardians, a team that fully embraces the mid lane roaming with Damonte, trying to play around, Closer invading as a jungler, if Team Liquid are allowed to get globals like Shen, that's a perfect defense to try and counter the Golden Guardian style.
Yeah, I think this could look really good for them. You can see 80 carry bans dropped out on the TL side. No Ashe, no Varus. FBI Varus specials, been pretty long known as Aphelios has been very good, and that's the hover already. Team Liquid trying to deny some of those marksmen from him, push him down to maybe an Ezreal or a Kalista or something else. And of course that Shen, as you mentioned, not banned away, probably not stolen by Hanser, is going to be, Golden Guardians not able to play exactly what they've been doing a lot of recently.
Yeah, and again, Impact picked it as counter into Ornn to be able to have a very easy lane phase where he can also shove it up and have lane pressure in addition to being able to use the globals. Definitely key there. The bottom lane of Ezreal Karma, I feel like, is just so annoying to deal with. Turning the Ezreal from defensive poke, long range, just CSing into super offensive. Now we've got basically 2v1 poke of landing Mantra Qs and Ezreal Qs. Onto an Aphelios lane just kind of changes the way that you want to play the early game. So I think Golden Guardians should invest heavier into that style. Meanwhile, some pretty good mouse overs from Team Liquid, some flavorful picks, but I doubt they're going to lock in, the Swain or anything like that. And it's just going to be more standard. We see the classic late game scaling combination of Aphelios Ornn, but they threw in a Lee Sin in the mix-up again for Broxah. It's one of the champions he feels most comfortable on in all of League of Legends.
Yeah, and I find this interesting looking at the Golden Guardians draft because they did not have to grab Ezreal on their second pick right there. They chose to get it despite seeing the Aphelios, so they weren't trying to rush down to get the Lee Sin. They could have gotten that first pick and chose not to. Instead, waiting to see what else has come through. They're not going to counterpick top lane. They're not going to go for a blind mid lane covered by some bans. To be fair, Karma Flex, of course, could be this. Olaf versus Lee Sin means they both have very good early game junglers. The overall dueling, I would say, yes, better on Closer's side, but Broxah going to have playmaking tools all game long.
And the thing that I was talking about of Golden Guardians further investing in this strategy, I think they've completely got it here with waiting on their jungle pick. Part of the reason you want to pick Ezreal when you don't have to and you're not rushing for a first pick is looking for what Team Liquid show first. If you have Ornn lane on top side and Aphelios on bottom side, both of them blinded as far as matchups go, from the Golden Guardian standpoint, you can invest very heavily in early game. Olaf is one of my favorite answers to Lee Sin. While Lee Sin does have mobility advantage, Olaf will just straight up smash him if they ever meet up. He can chase him off objectives, and the Lee Sin has to get tricky and try and use mobility to steal objectives or pull off ganks first. But by seeing the Broxah lock-in beforehand, Golden Guardians now have the very heavy poke lane bottom lane with an Olaf jungle that can go down there and control early dragons, and they can try and win Force of Soul before Team Liquid get to scale. But boom! I like it, Freak. Go into Kayle versus Ornn. Pretty good scaling there.
This is Hanser's 8th unique champion in 10 games. 2 of Ornn, 2 of Mordekaiser, 6x 1 of picks. His champion pool is incredibly wide, and they're saying, yeah, you might think you have late game with your backline marked with a big tank up top, but we've got a counterpick top lane where we're going to free farm you for gold, and Kayle's going to be one of the carries. I think Hanser has been a lot better this split than last. Closer is still a dominant jungler. Hanser, I think, has stepped up. It's a big factor how Golden Guardians are looking better to me in this split. Now it's TL's time to round out the composition.
And the whole point of Kayle picks versus Ornn, which is one of the very few matchups that Kayle actually gets picked in competitive League of Legends right now, is because you can get your Kayle past the early stages where she's basically a fledgling of a champion, and get to your ascendancies, get to your extra range for the champion. And I wanted to see more teams putting their top laners in these carry positions. So coming off of a someday Camille pick, this is really exciting, the trend that we're now seeing in North American League of Legends. I like the little bit of spice there added by Team Liquid, though. You saw there LeBlanc pick, and it's immediately countered with Lissandra. Of course, Lissandra is a two-fold counter in lane phase, trying to AoE the wave and get your wave control and use your teleport to get right back to lane after first purchase. But later on, you get to point and click CC the LeBlanc and put a stop to any type of poke that she tries to go in on your team.
Yeah, it's Devontae running back the match for his second game in a row. Sees LeBlanc blind, goes Lissandra yet again. One of the only players playing Lissandra right now. Did get buffed about 3 patches ago to be a little bit stronger. As you mentioned, good in the matchup, but it also means it's one of kind of the only engaged tools for Golden Guardians. You look back at yesterday, and Golden Guardians actually were starting most of their fights off of Closer doing ward hop kicks and knocking people in, and then you had Demonte following up being the second in. More often than not, it was Closer leading the charge. Closer can certainly walk at some people and slow them down with axes, but the hard engage is now really only on Demonte here, relying on the Ezreal and Kayle to be kind of enough threatening backline to maybe pull Team Liquid into them. But I always am going to be a little bit concerned when there's not, the most, the easiest engaged tools out there. Only Lissandra can sometimes be too little when you consider Jensen's going to be dedicated in the side lane and Impact can pull the trigger when he needs to.
So I normally am fully on board with that. But there's one thing here, when you have a Kayle on an Olaf team, it also turns the Olaf into another option for the late game, which he usually falls off very heavily. If Golden Guardians can get Closer some early money, having the Kayle later also brings that extra look to your team comp where the Olaf gets to charge in as a juggernaut and start the fight as well, with knowing that you have that long immunity to create chaos within the enemy team. And that's why I'm very excited to see this mostly LPL and LCK pick, where we see Kayle's picked into Ornn's and trying to scale from the easy early lane that Kayle gets against it. Into seeing what Golden Guardians can actually do, because it gives you multiple options. You can team fight with it. You can also play your side lanes later with it very effectively.
Now looking at the jungle pathing right now, you're going to see solo starts and the blue buff for both junglers here. Maybe the Ornn comes down and leashes a little bit, but not required. Both these junglers very good at taking their own camps and standing up by themselves, which means the duo lanes are going to be sitting there at the lane right away. If they wanted to, FBI and Huhi could try to pull this into a freeze, and if there was a leash from Tactical, you might miss one CS. Not going to be the case here. Instead, Closer easily going to solo the blue, go to his own Gromp afterwards, and the bot lane can just skirmish a little bit in the 2-on-2. Want to point out, Relic Shield Enchanter is becoming more and more the common pickup here. It's guaranteed gold income. You don't have to expose yourself to try to help make sure you get the poke for the gold income, and makes it very safe and easy.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of starting out as tanky as you can in support role. Mostly because when I'm playing it, I get autofilled, and I need as much health as I can possibly get. But I still think the Ezreal Karma is going to have pretty good poke advantage and should be able to, harass Tactical and Core JJ pretty well during the lane phase, push them under turret, and set up for these possible Olaf Dragons that we're looking for. Mantra Q does miss there, so that's a nice cooldown window for Core JJ and Tactical to try and do something about. But since it's level 2 for the Golden Guardians, no possible rebuttal.
And so far, perfect CS for FBI. 1 minion dropped by Tactical, but sometimes that's just the case when you're against the more aggressive of the 2 lanes. You're going to have Core JJ help knock down one of the melees, and they're going to be just fine overall, as they're going to knock them this way without much difficulty, and the minions go down back and forth, and it's just the early lane pressure. Now, Lee Sin, they couldn't know for certain. There were no deep wards. He could have done a red start solo or a blue start solo, so his actual location should be entirely unknown by Golden Guardians. It would just be a guess. So there is some amount of respect they have to pay, because Broxah could be in any lane right now.
And the game plan for Golden Guardians is very clear. When, Damonte actually is going to have to try and weave around the minions. Good job there by Jensen, getting the full combo and chain off behind minions and getting a big burst on Damonte. But back to the game plan here, because I really like looking at the early stages that Golden Guardians are trying to accomplish here. You want free 1v1 time for Kayle versus Ornn. If your Kayle does not get interrupted early and gets to scale up to the Ascendancy range bonuses, then your goal is really complete for the top side, and it allows Closer to transition off of getting safety and vision for Hauntzer into that bottom side poke into Dragon focus for them. So you see his priority really high on clearing up to the top side to get Scuttle Crab and popping the Scryer's Bloom, which reveals that since the Gromp was already taken, they now can assume the location of Broxah. Even though they didn't see him directly, you can kind of extrapolate and know that he has to have cleared towards the bottom half and alert FBI and Huhi to wait on a Closer's arrival.
All right, taking stock of the lanes once again, though. Hauntzer slightly down in farm with more minutes for Impact to kill. So, yeah, not the easiest early lane for Kayle. It never really is. They're trading blows back and forth. Hauntzer feeling comfortable at this one, but ultimately not getting a ton out of this one. Impact's health and mana pool a little bit low. Hauntzer's somewhat similar. Maybe wants to recall before too terribly long and TP back into the lane. Maybe on his first, bit of Triforce or first bit of Rage Blade or something like that.
Yeah.
Either way, wave's still going down. Wave clear for Damonte. Small mid lane lead here for Jensen. Farm-wise overall, but a close game between the two teams.
Yeah, #1 goal for Hauntzer, get to level 6 first, till you really get to start playing. Bottom side, they do get pushed in, so Core JJ and Tactical taking their window opening. Let's see what Core JJ can do with this Bard. If he can get any sort of deep vision. Yeah, good interrupt from Huhi there.
Yeah, the important wave is this one right here. This is the last non-cannon wave. Like, if you're gonna hard shove one wave and then recall without having to burn TP, which Tactical doesn't have, this is the wave you spend all your mana on and AoE stuff down. We're seeing fairly standard last thing from Tactical though, so it looks like this is not gonna be the timer. We're, I think, pretty close to BF sword timing. Like, if Tactical's last hitting well, and I believe he was, this would be the wave where you'd last hit, grab BF sword, and then recall back in lane, and Tactical is going to end up missing that opportunity. And I think that is an unanswered power spike by an Ezreal, so this feels like a small missed opportunity. That said, I'm sure he has a reason why, and we might see it play out here, but 9 times out of 10, you would want to push that wave and recall.
Yeah, and it can be affecting them with Kayle's objective here, having to use your early teleport to be able to bridge yourself until you're level 6. Because level 6 is where you become a ranged champion for Kayle. You get to your 525 auto attack range, where you then actually start to be able to do something versus the Ornn. And first by Berserker Greaves, immediate teleport back for Hauntzer. So the question becomes, do we diverge and have Hauntzer walking back to lane because of the necessity for Impact to walk back in lane, because of this necessity for Hauntzer to have to teleport there?
That's a stun to the Q landing. Half health on Closer. Over the wall goes Jensen. Is it enough damage? And it is! And he is electrocuted for first blood. Team Liquid's on the board.
Core JJ with the invade there, deep into the enemy jungle. They do catch them off. Jensen's LeBlanc able to capitalize on it. That is first blood bonus over to LeBlanc, which could throw a wrench into the thing for both plans on side lanes. If you start to have Jensen actually roaming up in and trying to get those kills on the other two side lanes, everything could flip for the Golden Guardians. Team Liquid get the objective afterwards as well. Very nice early control of the vision on Dragon in the river. Plus, remember, there's a teleport discrepancy during this whole time. When you have that, the confidence of your top laner being able to join, you can dive very deep into the enemy jungle, knowing that there is going to be an extra resource for you to use. So Core JJ, Broxa combining there to be able to set up the kill for Jensen. You know, they get the gold in the ideal place as well. And Core JJ right back out onto the map with Broxa right behind him, looking to get some more support jungle roaming action.
Well, you mentioned earlier that top lane was going to be important for Golden Guardians, making sure Hanser is safe. Closer has several times now made sure he's gotten top scuttle to help get that extra vision and make the roams to top or the ganks toward top from Broxa that much more difficult. Hanser has been able to safely farm. With the Zergreaves able to run away from ganks, I think it's pretty much the ideal first item on Kale, right? You're really a move speed scaling champion. Fleet footwork helps that as well. So yeah, he's going to be pretty safe up there. Closer wants to go back in. They can maybe 2v1 Broxa. Smite is up for one jungler, not the other, so Closer can easily claim this if he wants it, but they're afraid of what the roam might be. There's the ping that, hey, mid is missing. Didn't know they could have stolen that, but they could have. Either way, it's now attacks towards the Rift Herald as Damonte shoves in mid. Knows that Jensen either has to lose 100 gold if he wants to help this, or take over the mid lane, which means Herald should be claimed with that much difficulty. Hanser should knock down this ward, and if they can crash that Herald, this can be a really nice look here for Golden Guardians. However, there's the play. Over the wall they go. Big burst damage, and Hanser grabs the crucial 300 gold. So a 3v2 on this fight, gonna make it hard for Jensen. Still looking around, but not gonna have the easiest of opportunities to play anything as the Ornalt is down.
Yeah, and without the Lissandra ult, they can 2v3 chase Golden Guardians back. Now they're turning around, though, with the supports roaming over.
A little surprised they ran all the way out, as Huhi had come all the way up as well. And again, we mentioned no ulti on the Ornn. It felt like maybe they could have gone for Herald. They chose not to. They pull off, playing it defensively. Got to say the gold is pretty much equal between the teams. Scaling, I would say, across teams probably feels a bit equal. Obviously, the Kayle is great on one side, but it's still a Felios Ornn on the other.
Yeah, honestly, I was getting pretty excited. I wanted them to fight that as well, because even without Lissandra ultimate, if you kite back for your cooldown on W, then you have a Kayle ultimate, and Damonte can try and W root Jensen when he goes in for the poke. And if you have Kayle ultimate timed well, that means the burst damage from Jensen would get immune, and you only had to worry about Ornn damage for the 2v3, which allows you with a bit of a counterattack. But they play it safe there and back off from the Rift Herald for now. I still think it's a very important objective for them to get, and I would even love if they could get the eyeball and then let Hanser pick it up himself so that he didn't even have to share any gold with the jungler when he activates it, and you can really funnel that Kayle.
Meanwhile, 2 plates down on the bottom side, so Team Liquid pretty much unaided by their jungler. Not up in farm, but certainly up in gold based on what they've earned so far. This is a pretty nice look right here as Boots plus the BF Sword are in for tactical. You can sit on this for a very long time. Now playing to the mid lane, Damonte still hit by the chain. This could be enough damage. Ulti wasn't back up yet, and Broxa secures the second kill for Team Liquid.
That's some vengeance, some jungler vengeance if I've ever seen any. Broxa got 100%ed in Damonte's ult previously, and they get there just in time before Damonte's ult comes back up. Broxa finishes him off with the dragon kick. You can see Damonte's ult back off cooldown right now, so they barely got that return gank off. And because of it, they're the ones that actually get to take over the Rift Herald and will get that huge boost of money.
You can see what that top lane fight looks like in the corner of your screen as Hanser just kind of gets away from the knockup, gets away from the W, puts some autos in. Doesn't do any meaningful damage. His guy is mostly all the way to the Vissel Mask, but this is now Hanser able to free farm up there and starting to build up a small CS lead as a result. Herald picked up without issue by Broxa as Hanser can't really help. Obviously, we knew mid lane was dead, and so we have Huhi again roaming around the map, and we'll wait to see when that Herald goes down. He's got 3 minutes till the plates drop, and we'll see who's going to get that injection of about 480 gold.
Yeah. I mean, Hanser, well, never mind. Let's take a look at the deep wards being placed by Golden Guardians. Pretty good use of their timing window there to get full vision over the dragon. In fact, just going for a little quick trade here.
Yeah, not looking great for him down to 300 HP. Easy knockup's going to land, but Hanser feels comfortable, and keep in mind, he is one auto away from knocking down that plate. So the matchup, from what we can tell, has seemed to have flipped by about level 9. The Zerk Greaves are in, the Lifesteal is in, and now Impact for the first time may have to burn TP to get back to lane. For now, he feels okay as he builds towards pieces of a Sunfire Cape as well. Hanser, ultiless on the opponent, has a control ward on the brush by the river, should feel fairly safe, but has to respect what a Lee Sin gank might do. It gets close enough that the minions knock down the plate and he gets the 160 gold. And here comes the bot pressure. It's time to run away.
Okay. Good move from Golden Guardians to chase them off, but can they focus fire on the Herald in time? Not able to do it. Gold, though, they chased the champions pretty far away, so...
Broxa gets it by himself. 300 gold did tick up in the very top scoreboard there. Another one knocked down in the mid lane, so Brock's the only one who gets any Rift Herald money, but it is 4 plates now dropped off that bottom lane.
Looks like they're coming up on the possible big spike for Hanser. He's roaming down to this dragon fight, not using his teleport, and they definitely want to fight this one. If he has the Lissandra ult plus the Kayle ult, that you just can't get past that front line from the Golden Guardians, so Team Liquid give it up.
Okay, and that's ulti cooldown, which honestly pretty meaningful on a Kayle. That cooldown is not terribly short. Pretty big for Ezreal as well. So one of the better ones they could have gotten. I should say one of the better comps for a Cloud Drake. Honestly. And so Golden Guardians, though, gotta say, down 1,000 gold. Team Liquid have been doing well in the early game. Their last few games have really been making the early games look a lot better. They're statistically quite strong in the first 15 now, when they kind of hadn't been in the very beginning of the league, but they've risen to 7-2, looking at maybe their 8th win right now. Only a game behind Cloud9 for first. TL have been able to close out these games, looking at a small early to mid-game lead here, and bot lane turret under a lot of fire.
Yeah, should be able to tip this one over. Closers around. No teleport from Damonte, or else maybe you get like a Lissandra flank. You see that ward deep in the alcove here on the backside, but the cooldowns just don't match up for them. Returning to the top side possibility, though, and you're talking about the matchup. You know, first breakpoint for Kayle is obviously the level 6 where you become ranged and you actually get to play the lane, but the second breakpoint is actually bigger. When you get level 11, you get the extra magic damage on hit. With the Exalted, it's so big, and you start to really unleash the abuse. Plus, is going for the Gunblade, which gives you the slow proc, and a lot of kind of earlier game ability power to help with your heals as well for the rest of the team.
And you can see the matchups moving around back and forth. Of course, Impact, he's against double mages, so he can build MR regardless. But Hanser does not want to have to fight a LeBlanc, who keeps roaming around in the lane. The Ornn is in. Damonte's going to take a big chunk of damage. Good play by Jensen. Actually, really heavy hit there. Oh my god, he's almost dead already. Has to sell full, but that is such good play. And now Brox's turn can only land on a minion, but it might be enough. No, he's rooted in place. Brox has to flash away. Is it enough? It is! Closer gets set up by Damonte, and it's time for number 2. What a counter gank for Golden Guardians.
Damonte has just veins of ice here. Absolutely outplays, completely baits in Broxa there. First saving his ultimate to make sure that Jensen has to use a cooldown to make him use it. Doesn't ult early, waits for the W to come in. Then, under the minion wave, Broxa hits the Q on the minion and tries to get close enough to do the dragon kick, but Damonte plays the range, lands W. Let's take another look at it here. So this whole time, his hand is over his R key. He makes Jensen going for the W, so the cooldown is down now, which means the only follow-up could have been Broxa. And then perfect snare right there under the tower. It also procs his aftershock. He's able to kite back. Thumbs up from Damonte. No fear on Lissandra as they attempt to dive him, and he punishes them hard.
Keeps the TSM flare, which I find interesting, but fair enough. We're going to have that one show up. Last team they lost to, but, you know, it's just like the default. You know, you're in NA. I mean, you can play anywhere in the world, and there's going to be a TSM chance at some point. But regardless, it's bringing the game a bit closer after all those plates were dropped down and first turret was killed in the bottom lane. Golden Guardians have brought it back to a 1,000 gold difference, but making a mistake. Team Liquid still ahead a little bit in this early game. And as Tactical is farming very nicely on the Aphelios, the Infinity Edge is done. We've got Inferno Drake spawning in a minute and a half.
It's really funny, actually, because it's just like one of those random side flames where you make a big play and just throw out in a random direction, flaming TSM after their loss earlier today. But, you know, DeMonte he made the big play, so he gets to decide who he's going to taunt.
He's going to taunt two teams at once with that one, as now we get another small skirmish in the mid lane. Look at this damage at FBI. Tactical has the root available. 2 more Qs would kill him, but he's chained in place. CoreJJ sets it up. Ults his team for the swag. What a setup there. Too far forward by FBI.
Yeah, the FBI thought he was living pretty as Tactical was on the receiving end of 4 skill shots in a row. But good counter here. CoreJJ's Bard, I have to say, once again, impressing. Able to get the stasis off there. Broxa was well around for the counter. So aggressive play number 1 for Team Liquid on top say. Definitely big misfire. DeMonte punishes them, outplays them very nicely, but they get right back at it. And this kind of more aggressive look is making the games a lot more exciting to watch. Haunter now, and who he should be able to get this dive off with Kale ult. No
Walks
problem.
in, gets the healing chain ready. Kale ult to dodge all the turret damage. Closer secures the 300 gold. Maybe give that one to your Kale, but you are so very much dead. The minions do the rest of the work. Kill credit goes over to Broxa, 2 kills on the Lee Sin. As CoreJJ looks to get the rest of the team around and say, hey, what else can we do here?
Well, this is for Dragon as well, so I still take a top laner for support trade if they could rush down the Dragon before the cooldown comes up. Problem is, there's a teleport there, so if they wait too long, late ultimate on Olaf, you got to activate that before you get kicked.
But DeMonte is in, he finds the stun. Bard, and true shot for Raj secures that one. And that's going to be Golden Guardians now 5v4. The map is CoreJJ's dead for 20 seconds. That Drake should not be hard to kill.
Okay, so they used all ultimates, and Jensen can try and fish around for a straggler, but the decent vision within their own jungle allows Golden Guardians to reap the rewards. Infernal Dragon number 1 will go their way as a reward. Broxa will take Repelled number 2. This one, though, I have a lot less of a priority on, as you know, you don't get your turret plate money like you do with number 1. Still can be used if your team gets into a winning situation. I feel like Rift Herald number 2 is a much more of a win more objective than Rift Herald number 1.
Yeah, it can help them crack the mid lane outer here. It's about at that sort of health bar where the charge will do enough to kill it. But you're right, it's not the guaranteed turret gold infusion. It doesn't get you first turret for another 150 on top. It's just a bit of extra map control. Gold is getting closer and closer between these teams. Golden Guardians are looking better and better in their mid game, eking closer in on this one. They've gotten these 2 Drakes now as well, so that's kind of nice. It'd be maybe a 29-minute Infernal Soul if they can retain control. It'd be fun if they could do it.
I kind of like what CoreJJ is doing with his build, too. A lot of times you see Bards go for the Dead Man's Plate speed to be more tanky and look for a lot of those plays, but he does have the Shurelya's because he has Aphelios and LeBlanc on his team. And any extra move speed for Aphelios is greatly desired, allowing Tactical to try and dodge some of these skill shots. If you have a Shurelya's speed boost, that can mean the difference of getting out of range of the Lissandra engage. Getting out of range of that right there. He flashes. No Shurelya's necessary, freak. Tactical just walks away, gives him the thumbs up. Oh, DeMonte, that is a 5-minute cooldown that you want back.
He really does, and it's not cooldown boots, it's Sork shoes, so yeah, full duration on that one. They're still getting some damage in the mid. The ult's going to come in for a bit of wave clear. Good chunk onto Huhi and co. FBI has respect the turret, and indeed the wave gets cleared out as Tactical plays that one out pretty quickly. Burns the ulti, but honestly, no objections to play for 2 minutes means that's not an important cooldown to miss right now. Red buff steal comes in, well done. Closer grabs it. Haunter throws him a heal, walks away as he builds towards Nashor's Tooth after the Gunblade. This bot lane turret is getting low. Now keep in mind, Jensen has already long ago killed that top lane outer turret. The TL split push is going faster than the Golden Guardian split push. Yes, Haunter has priority up there, but Jensen so far has been doing more.
Yep, Jensen on the LeBlanc, definitely a hope for Team Liquid in answering that. You have to say, though, that it gets worse and worse for Team Liquid as Haunter continues to scale. Now, Team Liquid's plan is going to transition over into relying on their 5v5 strengths and possibly Bard picks. If CoreJJ can get a good Temper's Fate in one of their rotations, then you try and collapse and you have Ornn Ultimate and LeBlanc to follow up. But that is going to be kind of difficult as Haunter already level 14 here. He is the highest level in the game. Again, this is why teams pick the Kayle in the Ornn matchups for your easier early lane, and then transition the Kayle into your split pushing later for all that solo experience. 2 more levels to go for his full Transcendence.
Yep. And that'll be a big power spike. It's going to be a little bit to go, though. 2 minutes till the Infernal Drake spawns. It'll be Drake number 3 for Golden Guardians. And so far, so good in that respect. But Drake number 3 should not have a level 16 Kayle in front of it. Bit of wave clear, but that's kind of it. We're at IE Hurricane for Tactical. He's going to feel really comfortable in those team fights. I really like the Aphelios here at 2 items. Finally, 13 comes through for Impact. The Abyssal Mask and Sunfire Cape get their upgrades. Infinity Edge will be next in line probably for that one, as more vision control comes back and forth for Team Liquid, who remain 700 gold ahead into this game as Impact wants to press forward to the mid lane. This turret is almost certainly dead. We saw the Herald charge earlier, and it means 2 more auto attacks for Tactical. It means turret number 3 is down. All 3 autos are cracked. Team Liquid may be down slightly in kills, but they are up in gold. They are up in turrets. They have map control.
And look at the inventory right now. You've got 2 control wards on Broxa, 1 on Jensen, 2 on Core JJ, but all 3 of them are in the top half of the map. So they are going to need a good another minute for them to reset and transition those vision wards that they've already purchased over to the Dragon area. Problem is, the Dragon spawns before that. Only 47 seconds left on it, so I don't know. Are they going to be able to get their reset off and properly transition all of their wards and their vision investment? Currently, Golden Guardians, if they decided to defend that area, would be the first ones there and would control Fog of War.
Well, it's some vision control over on the top side real quick. Clo's going to knock down this control ward. The question is, yes, 23 seconds on Infernal Drake. This is the play that needs to happen. It is not vital. It does not have to be fought over. It is only Drake number 3. It's not the end of the world, but it feels like these teams are both poised to play on this one. Drake number 2 for TL, Drake number 3 for Golden Guardians. 10 seconds on the spawn, and as Squire's Bloom comes down, Golden Guardians hope to knock down the wards and get river control first. The Kayle only 14. The Ornn not able to upgrade more than his own items, and this fight is likely to begin soon.
Yeah, see, Team Liquid weren't able to quite get in there to establish vision control with their control wards, but now they're just going to probably go for the steal here. Can they get it? Big flank coming in behind from LeBlanc.
Okay, Jensen coming around. Here comes the smite. Here comes the attempt at the knockups there. A lot of CC comes through. It's time for the Olaf, and it's going to be grabbed instead by Broxa. Kayle comes in for some damage. There's the engagement of Monte. Who's going to be the target? Maybe Core JJ. Gets into Fog of War, reveals him, gets the stun to land. Here comes the burst damage, but he's able to flash away, staying alive. The double root comes in, closer force to flash away. Demonte's in danger. He's going to try to run, but he can't get away fast enough. And a double portal for Core JJ could mean 2 more. The shutdowns come through, and it's a 3-for-0, plus the Drake, and it's time to go for Baron.
Coordination is everything there, Freak. Team Liquid apply the pressure, and Golden Guardians fumble. They absolutely drop the ball on the Dragon fight, and their losses will be bigger than just the Dragon. Baron picked up here for Team Liquid. My goodness, Jensen flanks around behind Golden Guardians. They have an indecision point with the Dragon at 2,000 health, where they scramble. They use the Karma, AoE, shield, and speed, just walking away and then back towards Dragon. Without Demonte here, without that Lissandra to be able to be the point person for this fight, you just see Impact and Jensen kind of drawing them apart. And then with, oh my goodness, it's actually so close. Really props to Broxa for that smite, because you did have Closer saving his E for the extra 2 damage and trying to combo there, but Broxa slips the smite right through. Then Golden Guardians are unable to focus because Haunter and Huhi already spending their cooldowns and having their position on the outside of the fight meant it was only 3 members that got to tag anybody from Team Liquid, and Core JJ's Tempered Fate ensures the chase down.
And I gotta say, I felt like Demonte was late there. He TP'd in, but it was to a ward kind of far away and wasn't able to either keep the jungler out of smite range or even lock down the LeBlanc if she went for some poke. So ultimately, yeah, stunned a Bard who's able to flash away, and now it's time for Team Liquid to turn up the pressure on this game. 4,000 gold lead, Baron buff on. It's time for turret number 4 as FBI gets chunked a bit low. Nice play out of Tactical to land that sniper Q. Goes for a second one, can't quite land that one, but we still know the siege can continue. So far, a bit defensive. Level 14 on the Ornn, still 14 on the Kayle, waiting for that 16. That's the next kind of power spike we're waiting for on the Golden Guardian side. Bit of poke out from Haunter, but just not that meaningful as Core can heal him back up. Impact his own regen.
Yeah, and Impact has already done his job. He's handed out the upgrade to the Molten Edge to Aphelios. So Golden Guardians can try and bank on some more experience for Haunter all they want. But Aphelios on 3 items with the extra gold efficiency upgrade of the Molten Edge, they feel just fine with Baron buff grouping up. You don't have to play every game 1-3-1. Just group up here, 1-4, have Jensen by himself as a level 16 LeBlanc, perfectly capable of applying enough pressure on the top side, and you can brute force straight down the mid lane with those 4 members protecting the Aphelios. As long as Tactical can stay upright and can stay auto-attacking, yeah, then they should be able to pull it off.
Seems likely here. Tactical's got a 650 gold bounty off the good farm he's getting. I mean, look at that, 301, and no one's even at 280 on the side of Golden Guardians. The poor Lyssandra's down at 219. Yeah, Tactical is absolutely easily able to free fire for the backsides. Jensen split push has built a 2-level lead over Demonte. That's not even a close 1v1 either. A lot of really good plays out of the TL side as now they keep the siege going. 18 seconds left on the Baron buff is enough to knock down bot lane tier 2. So 6 turrets is now the score as all 3 tier 2s have been claimed during the Baron buff. A 4,000 gold Baron power play after the fact of the team fight they got a second ago, which is even more gold in their pockets. And you've got a 6,500 gold lead for TL looking to close out to go 8-2 so far in this split.
Yeah, Freak, how funny is it that last week everybody just talking about Team Liquid, how they're scraping by in their wins, how they don't trust this team, and in the week of upsets, who can you count on most? It's Team Liquid to go 2-0 in both of their favored matchups. They still have to do the dirty work here, but they've set themselves up for that victory. 50 seconds left on the Dragon. Once again, as long as they have Impact in front of Tactical, they should be able to set him up for success. Golden Guardians playing a brush camp right now. If they can get maybe a Lysandra combo, lock down somebody straggling through the river. Yeah, surprise.
Caught red-handed. Sorry, you're all in that brush. They can go back into that one, but now there's a bit of a fight for the ward. Demonte is here. LeBlanc and Ornn are a bit farther away, but they're coming up the river quickly. Theoretically, Tactical could be caught out here. Has a stopwatch and a flash to get away, but theoretically could go for him. FBI going to lead the charge, waiting for the way back in. They know there's a control ward in that river, which means Demonte can't really go through and do much. It's going to be the easy mid lane push first for Team Liquid. Easily cleaned away, but Haunter not 16, and look how far back they're playing. Golden Guardians say, you know what? We're not going to play for this one. You know what? This one's yours. You're up in gold. Let's just take the waves. Let's just hand away Drake number 3. I respect that they're actually making the call to say, look, no half measures. We're not going to sit around in the brush. Let's clear the waves out. Give the Drake away. Team Liquid now on Infernal Soul Point. They're ready to go, and oh, that was a deletion. Olaf is just dead out of nowhere. Closer. I was talking about how, hey, good job, GG's far away. Then he walks in and gets himself killed.
Yeah, that is not part of the plan of saying, hey, we're giving up this objective.
No, it's not.
That is the pathway right into Team Liquid's hands. Now with a 5v4 advantage, Team Liquid can just walk straight up to the tower.
Good chunk of the Demonte. Mid lane inhibitor turret is gone. The inhibit itself will easily follow. Baron buffs in a minute. I don't think Tactical and the rest of TL are going to go for the Nexus just yet with the respawn in 10 seconds, but a Magical Journey gets them out, and a new wave in the bottom lane because they can go for another one. Not sure if they will for sure, but the wave is pushed in, and TL will back off. And Kobe, the discussion I've been hearing all week from the analyst desk is who is the number 2 team. Based on how this game is going, Team Liquid are 1 game behind first and 2 games above third. No one can even catch them in second next week if they wanted to. TL looked like the clear at least number 2 team.
All right, so he was trying to snag some wolves here, and he was like, all right, I got the blast cone to get out, no problem. But Core JJ with the quick hands is able to, I believe he's the one that got the auto off. Closer didn't do that himself, right? Even though he was walking back towards it. Core JJ with the quick hands is able to get the pop there. So what Closer thought was his escape route turned into be his doom. Core JJ.
Yeah, it's a good look now for Team Liquid, able to siege the inhib down with everything else gone. And now Baron is back alive. Kayle is 16, Rageblade is done. So Haunter is Power Spike. That will be a different look. But Team Liquid are overall winning this game. Solid 7,000 gold lead set up in the top river. This is going to be easier for TL to navigate, and Golden Guardian's got to pull something special out.
Yeah, I mean, level 16 and Rageblade is so good for Kayle because you have permanent max stacks of Zeal, and then Rageblade, you get to double proc everything. So that is definitely the dream for the Kayle players. I feel like the question is always, what type of hole are you in when you reach that point? And this is definitely a difficult position to be in, because not only is the front door to the base wide open, but Ornn makes it difficult for Kayle to navigate those team fights. The crowd control covering such a wide area puts a stop to either you or your carry that you put your Kayle ultimate on, puts a stop to their auto attack abilities. So Impact definitely going to be very instrumental in Team Liquid trying to pull off this pick as Golden Guardians check for vision around the Baron.
Yeah, Golden Guardians will have a ton of front line. They've got Cinderhulk on the Olaf. They've got a Kayle and a Karma to support him, so he is as tanky as he kind of can be, right? Cleaver and a GA, but it's still only one melee champion on the team, and he's going to fall twice, honestly, faster than TL's going to lose their melee champions, especially with all the disruption that you're going to see come through from the Ornn and Bard. So again, hard to manage here. Hans up to 17, still going to look for his opportunities as Team Liquid once again clear out all of the wards to make this bit difficult. Core, ooh, that, yeah, went to go check what was going on. The rest of the team, of course, not able to defend as the recalls come through for Damonte. Hastes down to the bottom side of the map with the dead middle inhibitor. FBI just continues to try to grab gold, try to scale up. Team Liquid keep playing around the vision game to at some point completely seal the deal on this Baron.
I think they need to keep Jensen bottom. They're rotating Jensen over to the Baron. And never mind, you know, they could just burn it down, I guess.
They might not have the time. Look at the Bardal. No way to stop it. Good play, Core JJ. Good play, Team Liquid. Cleanly securing the Baron and an 8,000 gold lead now, 32 minutes in.
Freak, I put all of my stocks in the LCS stock game in Team Liquid this week, and I think I saw you do the same.
Yeah,
so
Kobe.
Congratulations on your big brain.
Man. We got the big brains in this one. Team Liquid looking easily like a top 2 team now in the LCS. They try to push down the rest of this wave and knock down their second inhibitor turret, who he chunked down to half HP. Ulti comes in for Aphelios. Not enough to kill Damonte, but enough to force him away as more damage comes into FBI, and they have to give up the other turret down in that side lane. So now second inhibitor going to fall now as well. Mid lane, they've got the wave coming in. Baron buff is on. And by the way, Kobe, 35 seconds till the Infernal Soul. This is the play. This is the moment that Golden Guardians must make the play. Can they make it in? Damonte's there in the front line, gets the big stun, gets the root. Over the top goes the rest of the squad. Once Zoni's coming down, there it is. Here's the battering ram. Tactical goes down. Is it going to be enough? One traded back now onto Lissandra, but Hanser is free-firing. They should be able to get that kill, and Impact goes down. So the engage by Damonte gives a 4v3 in time to rush down the Drake.
Yep, got to make a beeline straight for that dragon. Damonte made the choice to sacrifice himself and use his ult offensively to target Tactical, even though everybody was grouped up there. If they don't take down Tactical, as mentioned before, this Aphelios 4 items Molten Edge upgrade, they can't make the chase down. So Damonte does make the selfless sacrifice there. Broxa, can he get the steal? Golden Guardians trying to burn it down here. Closer is 2 levels down. His smite is weaker, but he has it.
While Jensen gets some poke, it resets the Drake, it buys some time. The 4v3 obviously is Golden Guardians' favorite, and by the way, minions are flooding into the base. The timer is getting a bit low. They've got to rush this down. They've got to try to get that smite. Closer, it is all on you. Can you do it? And he cannot! Broxa! King of the Rift, king of the jungle, takes the Dragon Soul. Get back to your base, FBI, and the fountain if you have to. It's time to run away and defend your base. Impact is here, and it's time for Team Liquid to win a team fight. Golden Guardians have lost a Guardian Angel. They're going to lose their jungler. They're going to lose their base. They're going to lose some teammates. Into the base they go. Jensen forces them back. FBI flashes for safety. Closer is dead, and it's time to fight the 5v4. Team Liquid running it into the base, running it down mid, running it down the bottom lane as well. The inhibitor turrets are gone, and the Nexus is all that's left to attack. Golden Guardians must defend a 4v5, a kickback. FBI is gone. The base is opened up. A stun means nothing. Team Liquid looking to improve to 8-2. Damonte running for his life. He's not going to have it much longer. And only 2 are left as TL cement the rest of the push. They will secure this win. And a 2-0 week for Team Liquid puts them securely in a top 2 spot in the LCS 10 games in. Golden Guardians will fall. Team Liquid victorious today.
Team Liquid answered the fans with 2 clean victories for them this weekend. The dependable team able to keep themselves in the 2nd place of the LCS. Broxa as well, after yesterday, received criticism in comparison of Closer's Lee Sin to his Lee Sin.
Yep.
Luckily enough for Team Liquid, luckily enough for Broxa, he got the chance to show him firsthand just what he can do with the champion. And in large part, it came in the form of stealing objectives.
Yes, it
That
did.
was multiple dragon steals for Broxa, landing those smites. And the last one, he was 2 levels up, but even still navigating into the pit and dealing with the rest of the members of the team. All credit where credit is due.
Absolutely the case. 2 50-50 Dragon Smites. It went over to Broxa. Well played to him. It meant they got Soul and not Golden Guardians, and we saw how that game played out. Kudos to him for an excellent game. Kudos to Team Liquid for going from 9th place to 2nd so far in the LCS Summer Split. So we're going to get to hear from the State Farm analysts about that game after a quick 3-minute commercial. So stay right here.
Look forward, hit the gas, focus on the road before you. The Honda Civic, with standard Honda sensing. It's fun, always.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk following that victory for Team Liquid over the Golden Guardians, moving themselves solidly into 2nd place. We've been talking about it all week long, who really deserves that spot. And with 2-game separation over TSM, it's fair to say right now that Team Liquid is our 2nd place team.
We finally know. I feel comfortable, putting on all the 2nd place gear for Team Liquid. They have this, like Freak was saying, even if they go 0-2 next week, they'll still be tied for 2nd. You're fine this week to say
Mark is sold. Now, Mark is sold, but I got to go to Crumbs. It really matters if Crumbs is sold on TL being our 2nd best team.
Show me their games against 100 Thieves, Dignitas, and Immortals. If they can beat those three, then I will believe it. Yes, by record, they are the second best placed teams. And yes, they actually are playing, I think, better to the strengths that the individual players can deal. I really prefer seeing Jensen on the champions like LeBlanc and not so much on the Orianas and the Azirs, combined with Lee Sin as well. Like, I thought that was a solid playmaking duet. It needs to now go up against teams that are prioritizing the early game like 100 Thieves and see what turns up then.
Probably walk me through some of this draft. We heard Crumbs call out. He likes the picks like the LeBlanc for Team Liquid, but we also had a couple interesting things come out for Golden Guardians. Second time the Lissandras hit the Rift, and a Kale up there in the top line. First ever play in the LCS for Hanser.
Yeah, I mean, before we get to the Kale, I do want to talk. They did ban Azir, so I'm curious if Team Liquid would just pick the Azir if it was open. And Golden Guardians just gave TL the draft that Crumbs likes to see. But I like the Kale tech in the idea of it. It didn't do much this game, I'll be honest. And especially against LeBlanc, Kale doesn't really do too much because LeBlanc's non-committal poke. But I do like the idea of picking it against Team Liquid, who is one of our slowest teams in the league. So you give time for the Kale to scale. I didn't get to see it actually do that well because Team Liquid definitely ballooned up their gold lead early. But I don't know, the idea still warms my heart a bit.
Yeah, and to speak about the LeBlanc-Lissandra matchup, it's one that's been LeBlanc favored a little bit in lane ever since the nerfs came into Lissandra and some of her wave clear and pushing power. She generally is considered disadvantaged in the matchup, but you still pick it often for the guaranteed lockdown CC on LeBlanc that can come in for setting up kills, as well as stopping her from popping in, popping out the way she does in teamfight situations. And it's the LeBlanc's job to really try and mark the Lissandra's job to mark the LeBlanc. And I feel like this is one of the areas that, as we kind of watch the game roll out, that they were struggling with, both in terms of the individual matchup and using it in team situations.
Yeah, probably to your point about the Kale in the top lane, I do just want to throw out in support of it that Team Liquid's win time on average is 37 minutes and 40 seconds. That's second slowest in the league, only behind the Golden Guardians, who they're playing in this game. So again, thematically or theoretically, the pick does make sense. But Crumbs, help me understand the early game and the way it broke down.
So Bard's strength lies in his roaming. A big part of his ability to just leave lane and influence other sides of the map. And Lee Sin is a fantastic early game duelist. So right here, Golden Guardians doesn't really know who's coming at you. You can see from their vision, it's like, oh, wait a minute, there's a Lee Sin flying in here. And LeBlanc has the inside track on the mid lane being a little bit more mobile than Lissandra. So it all started with being able to move Core JJ into the river, chill around in the fog of war, and then with Lee Sin catch Golden Guardians by surprise. And that's how you start setting behind the jungler, because if Olaf doesn't have a clear path to continue to just farm pressure lanes, he's not building up a CS advantage, which is what she really wants to have.
Yeah, and this is Team Liquid moving Core JJ out, and this is actually a big critical point I have of them, because their games are so long usually because there's no sole opportunity for them. But this time they get the bot pressure, which I've seen them get a lot, and this time Aphelios is holding the wave while Bard goes and roams. So Lee Sin and Bard group up together in the river first, drop Vision down, so they get to see Golden Guardians come in. And this makes that play so much easier, and this gives them the first blood, sets them up for the first dragon. Like, these are the things Team Liquid early game needs to adjust to, and not just have Broxah do these kind of like, you know, high risk, low reward games.
They get everything they want in the early game, and then it's about closing it out. I'm going to put a spotlight on Jensen here, Mark. We talked about the LeBlanc-Lissandra matchup, and he sets it up quite well.
Yeah, his uses of the chains is incredible. He lands the first chain, which puts Dante in a weird spot where if he takes the E right away, he doesn't go very far, but if he waits, he'll be rude and he won't be able to reactivate it. He's done this a number of times and is just so good about setting these kills up. The first one actually gets the kill. The second one is a bit of an oopsie by Broxah, who gets a little too aggressive. It's unsure if they had vision of you know, the Olaf showing up when he went in. But either way, I appreciate seeing Jensen on a more aggressive champion. He even did this in the Azir game, setting up the Shen. It feels like they're doing a much better job coordinating Jensen in the mid to early game to find kills. Even when they don't work out, I like the slightly more aggressive approach.
From there, we roll forward to the late game team fights. This is where TL normally shines. So let's go ahead and take a look at how they navigated the late game.
Speaking about the LeBlanc-Lissandra again, Jensen's in the gray spot on the south side of the river, and Damonte TP's up to the top side of around mid lane, and he's not there to mark the LeBlanc. And you see how hard it is to, one, find a target to lock down and kill, because he's the only hard CC on the team comp. So when they use the Kale ult, no one's actually locked down for them to wail on. And at the same time, Jensen was able to pressure them on the backside so that Baron gets stolen because they're worried about two fronts.
Yeah, this is a good example of, like, Lissandra has to be in the right position for this composition to work. Like, Golden Guardians get there first and start the Dragon, but since Lissandra's not there, yeah, Lee Sin gets in and out. That's what Lissandra should be able to lock down. And LeBlanc also gets in and out, and Lissandra's nowhere to counter that. So LeBlanc coming from the vision denial is really, really important. And then the Lee Sin noticing the Lissandra's not there, they don't have the CC to stop me, and going in for the steal is also, like, pretty critical.
Crumbs, that's 2 Dragon steals for Broxah in this game alone.
That steal was a coordination with the rest of the team, because with the LeBlanc going in at the same time, she's also really making it hard for Closer to calculate how much damage she's dealing. You have to take into account how much damage you have with your smite, with your reckless swing, which you're trying to combine into it to have a higher threshold of killing it. Then you have your own team hitting the Dragon on top of Team Liquid throwing all this stuff at it. And it's really a situation where that's why we call these 50-50s. Like, obviously you want your jungler to have the ability to be able to come out ahead, but we've also seen games where Brox is getting Dragons and Barons stolen right from under him as if he was never there. So it's the nature of being a pro jungler. You're not going to get all of them.
Mark, we've talked all split long about Team Liquid, you know, using phrases like old, reliable, you know, sticking to what they know will work. Well, in this game, right, I understand to Prolly's point, the Azir was banned, the LeBlanc comes out. But you also get things like Core JJ's Bard. It's actually only the second time he's ever played that pick in the LCS. And so how do you feel about the lanes and the players that TL is choosing to start expanding with?
I mean, the bot lane's been the most experimental all split long. You also have the Cassio down there for tactical. This is, when you said it's his second Bard ever, it's also the second time it was this split. And so Core JJ has been experimenting a fair amount. And I think it's fine to have a single play style that you're looking to hone and improve and work out these other kinks while you do it. But there's definitely other areas to look at, which the Shen pick was a good answer to some of the criticisms that we had last weekend.
I think Bard is just an amazing pick right now from the support department. Very hard to play, but it allows your support to be super creative and catch the opponent off guard with rotations and map movements that are just unprecedented and unallowed by any other champion. So I want to see much more of this pick.
All right, well, there you have it. We're going to take a moment here to step away, but when we return, Counterlogic Gaming is going up against Evil Geniuses. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Assist of the Day, presented by State Farm. This assist is all hands on deck from Evil Geniuses. There's no better way to live evil than coming within seconds of losing your Nexus, only to take your opponents.
They found a second. All these years they've been trying to find the kills. Bang finally goes down, but Alorum is left alone. He's in a 1v2 inside the base, and Immortals have to wait even longer to find their way back in. Welcome back for Game 4 of the day. We've got CLG versus Evil Geniuses, where both teams are trying to bounce back from a bad string of games.
Yeah, and even though they both lost, I still am looking at the mid laners for both of these teams. Because Jizuke had a very good LeBlanc game where he still got a lot of kills for the teams. Some people are saying, yeah, some of the kills were set up early on and got him fed. But still, that was the person to point to in that game for Evil Geniuses. And there's been a big discrepancy in their wins and their losses with the play of their mid laner. So him going up against Poe Belter, who is also the pillar for Counter Logic Gaming, is definitely going to be the featured matchup. We'll be paying very close attention in Champion Select as well as on the Rift.
Yeah, and of course, yesterday Jizuke did look very good. He was arguably the best performing member of EG. Yeah, there were holes you could pick in the gameplay, but his LeBlanc did look very good, and that was what was most troubling, is that EG kind of went back to comfort. They finally put Jizuke back on LeBlanc. He looked good on the pick. He was winning his side lane, but EG still couldn't quite get over the line against Golden Guardians. Meanwhile, on the CLG side, they started their Academy top laner in Deus, who's finally playing here. Obviously got completely destroyed by Impact up the top side, which is rough, but a one-game sample will always give you a break for that one. I want to point one thing out, though, which is that CLG are the only team to have beat the new 100 Thieves lineup, this 100 Thieves lineup that beat Cloud9 earlier today. CLG is the only team to beat them, right? They are 3-1, and that one is CLG, so I'll give them credit where it's due for that one. That said, for CLG to continue to do well, we're looking at Stixay to step up.
Yeah, Stixay, he's definitely had some poor stats throughout the split so far in summer. As you can see here at the bottom in these laning stats, both CSD at 10, gold difference at 10 too. We like to include just in case, you know, some of the CS was given up for kills or room for objectives, tower plates and stuff like that.
Nope.
But he has really had a hard time in the early game for CLG, which the entire team has had pretty bad early game stats, and that's the area that they need to focus on. So probably looking to draft a lane dominant duo for them would go a long way in trying to set them up for more success.
Yeah, well, right now Styx is playing a lot of Ezreal and Aphelios. Neither one are typically lane dominant. They can at least farm well, but it's not what he's been doing. The Misfortune games, you know, maybe you see it come through. But regardless, we are in a champion select, and I like to see it. CLG right off the bat say LeBlanc is off the table. Don't you pick that one here.
Yep, hands off Jizuke. They saw it yesterday. They're going to try and limit Jizuke champions. If you keep going down the list, you know, maybe you want to throw like Echo or Rise or something in there. EG have to ban the Twisted Fate themselves, which is one of the split pushing options. EG always like to keep open some 1-3 run possibilities for later in the game, and their ability to play side lanes as an avenue for victory.
And this is going to be interesting to see what comes through. I think the bans can open up very quickly here as Ornn gets off the table, trying to get rid of tanks here for Deus. We know Kumo has been a very good early game top laner. He's one of the most improved players this split. Deus fresh out of Academy. Obviously, we saw that game yesterday was not very good. So let's get rid of some of the safe farmers in Ornn. Let's make it a little bit more difficult. You might bring out a Maokai or something, but you know, let's see what else you got here into this one. I think it's a good choice there as well. But yeah, I think there is a lot of room for what these comps can be. Varus being left up more and more overall. There's Yuumi going away from the Ezreal combo. It's Zazel's most played champion this split. So we're seeing a lot of, like, I like it, target bans at things these players are showing that they play and are good at.
And I want to see what EG are going to follow it up with. Is it going to be more of the, oh, no, there you go. It's just the Karma trying to take away some of the support speed and shielding. CLG, they have had priority on jungle picks for Wiggly in the past. Volibear is a great flex pick, just ridiculously strong. This is still 10-13, by the way, so hasn't even gotten the attack speed nerf yet. And we just completely, it does so much that you never have to reveal if it's going top or jungle until the very end of your champion select. Provides reliable tank stats and CC no matter where he goes.
It does allow the opportunity for Trundle to be grabbed, the most picked jungler of both Wiggly and Svenskeren, and by more than, or by exactly double, I should say, the next champion in the pool. So I saw the Trundle hover. I would not be surprised to see Trundle actually locked in here just to guarantee it. It's clearly comfort for both sides. And looking at Wiggly, I went and dove into a bunch of his stats last week getting ready for this game. Wiggly is arguably the most selfless jungle in the LCS. He has absolutely rock bottom CS share at 50 minutes and beyond. He gives up a ton of farm and just says, look, y'all take my camps, get your gold income up on Pobelter and Stixay. I will, you know, do something else. Like, Poelter and 6A both have incredibly above average CS share, and then I went and looked at Ruin. He's also above average. I'm like, where the hell is this farm coming from? And it's just Wiggly doesn't farm anymore.
Yeah. He also has pretty high jungle proximity as well, so trying to get out to the lanes early. Pobelter will be the first one to lock in a mid laner for our mid lane featured matchup, blinding the Azir. And the hover already, I like it for Jizuke. Looks like the Echo locked in here. This is one of the champions, iconic champions we kind of mentioned at the very beginning that you associate with him, trying to have assassination all-in kill pressure on the mid lane matchup and having options for playing side lanes later on.
Yeah, I dig this. I think it's going to be really, really fun. Always happy to see Jizuke on a solo playmaker, on a split push mage assassin. I think it's really his forte, and it looks really good here. We got his first LeBlanc game of the split yesterday. We're going to get his first Echo game of the split today. I love seeing players play the champion styles they are good at. I'm a big fan. I want to see him take over because I just love seeing that overall. Meanwhile, Pobelter, actually going to be his first Azir game of the split. He is one of the big characters for CLG. His Syndra was quite good, I think, yesterday. Couldn't quite get the win, but
teleport flank.
Solid. Yeah, I mean, there was some good stuff. Either way, though, we are into, Pobelter again trying to carry, and now the bans come through again. We're seeing a couple of support bans come through on both sides as those haven't been grabbed. Kobe, you talked about wanting an aggressive bottom lane for CLG. We skipped over it, but Kalista is locked in, so that can definitely be there, and I'm curious what we can see out of CLG.
And with Set and Thresh both banned, two of the best combinations to go with a Kalista ultimate, maybe we see CLG focusing on like Nautilus or something for Smoothie. It's something that he has used a lot for point-and-click initiation for the team, and helps out so much with Volibear trying to find those engages where he just has to run at people. If you can have the Nautilus plus Kalista combo, that is just tremendous amount of CC and can actually hinder the playmaking of Echo later into the game as well. Yeah, make you second guess how early you want to use your ultimate, because the whole play pattern for him is Jizuke trying to dive bomb into the backline and get your full combo off onto backline, either Azir or Kalista, before getting locked down. If you get hit with all these different forms of CC, it's going to really reduce that pick's value and kind of force him to play side lane only.
Well, you're going to see EG not go for a takeaway here. They're going for the simple Braum to protect backline. Not that Ezreal really needs the help. Not there's any other range champions to protect, but they're saying, yeah, let's just get some very safe front line here to block things off. And CLG going to move around to locking in the Morgana. Big fan of this champion overall. I think she's an underrated mid laner. We see her occasionally down there, but good bot lane as well. Absolutely destroys Braum in the matchup. Even if you fail to black shield the Q, you can still black shield the stun. It's impossible to screw up in any realistic scenario. You slaughter the 2-on-2 completely. CLG should walk over the bottom lane, and Gangplank comes through as a blind pick top laner.
I actually like this Gangplank because while you are blinding your matchup, you already know that the enemy jungle is Trundle, and it's not the best at tower diving early on. So I actually think Deus should be okay. Regardless of what, maybe not. Maybe not, Freak.
This is hype. We got the chase band to try to cover his base. He's like, nah, dog. Kumo's here with the Riven. Bring it back out. This is going to be hype. Keep the camera top lane. I no longer care about Kalista Morgana. I mean, I love Morgana lanes, but no. I want to see Riven GP.
I mean, honestly, I was like, okay, you know what? We'll see one of the more standard things. People have just been picking Aatrox and blah, blah, blah into Gangplank. We see the same matchups over and over. Kumo wants the spotlight on him. Riven pick is about killing the Gangplank early on, trying to chop him down. So I actually do want to see Svenskeren roaming up there. One of the other cool stats with both of these teams is that both Smoothie and Zeyzal are number 2 and number 3 in duo proximity. So the supports roam very little for both of these teams. Both of them are above 75% of their first 15 minutes spent with their lane partners. So it's much more on just the junglers influencing those matchups. And if you can split the matchup, Riven versus Gangplank, allow Kumo to actually make use of this counter pick and elevate him. This is going to be one of the few times where one of the teams, again, puts their top laner in the spotlight and really tries to play off that counter pick for red side.
Well, top lane was a lot of the reason why CLG lost yesterday when Impact took over that one on Shen as a counterpick into Ornn. Now we get the Riven counterpick into Gangplank, and we'll see if they can replicate that success of our second place team, Team Liquid. Evil Geniuses and CLG hit the Rift, and it's a battle over the middle of the pack right here. If CLG wins, these teams are tied, dead equal at 5-5 going to the last 8 games. CLG, of course, improving a ton over the spring split with half the split to go. They've already gotten more wins than last time around, but I want to see how much higher this team can go. I do have hope for this squad. EG, meanwhile, hoping to kind of rekindle that glory from spring and to win over CLG, help you get there.
All right. Super excited to see. We get a Riven in the LCS, and it's actually not in the hands of Viper. It's in the hands of one of the younger players.
Yeah.
Definitely going to keep a quick eye on that. Both junglers look like they are going to start on the bottom side. So, like I was kind of saying, I think it is going to be on them to influence the matchup. Svenskeren, Trundle, very easy bottom to top side clear. Volibear should win the fight over Scuttlecrab. And so that means that Wiggly can get there a little bit quicker. And depends on the shove. I would assume Azir, as soon as Pobelter gets to level 2, level 1 Azir doesn't get much shove, but level 2 should be fine on keeping pressure on Dazuke and help Wiggly in establishing control over the top lane via the Scuttlecrab.
Yep, nice little minor things. You're seeing the junglers here, right, try to kite the camps over to the next camp. You saw Svenskeren backpedal between autos towards the Gromp. You saw Wiggly backpedal between autos towards the Red, just to get that like 300 units of movement so that it saves 1 second on the next camp. There's no downside. You're not missing any auto attacks. You're not slow. You're just saving 1 second on the clear. As the mid laners fight back and forth, Dazuke gets a good chunk and a Pobelter, and they chug through some potions.
Yeah, trading pretty effectively there. Pobelter, as you can tell, was trying to focus on the minions and get the shove, but Dazuke gets another proc off.
And I got to point out that Dazuke has way more sustain than Pope does. 2 regular health potions is 300 health back. 3 stacks of Corrupting is more for Dazuke, and he just churns through his health and mana pool just to go in. Look at this damage on a Pobelter. If that guy had Ignite, it would nearly be a kill already. Pope might have to recall early in this lane.
And we're highlighting exactly why this is a signature champion for Dazuke. He has the killer mentality. Electrocute Echo, continually looking in for the trades, gets the triple proc on the passive. Svenskeren, though, he's actually rushing instead of going to the Scuttlecrab, going for the gank with the big minion wave.
Pillar, good slow, a lot of damage. Knockup. Deus finally flashes, but they're going to have enough damage with the red buff. The chomp is on, and there's first blood, just passed right to top side. And already top difference.
Svenskeren heads right up there for Kumo and sets him up. All right, Wiggly now, surprise!
Gets a stun, gets some damage. Is it going to be enough, though, as Svenskeren puts up the pillar and says, see you later, buddy. I got the assist, but Deus wants in for a Q that does nothing.
Yeah, a little anticlimactic end to the build-up there of the epic odyssey of the river fights through topside. Starts out with a little surprise move. Svenskeren, though, up straight after the red buff into the gank onto Deus. Now, they run straight past this big cannon minion wave. Pillar really nicely placed. They get the flash out of Deus, and he's still able to chase him down. Big benefits of Riven there with all the mobility in the champion. And getting the kill into Kumo's hands is so big, and him continuing to try and punish the Gangplank pick.
Oh, no.
Svenskaren's back at it again. Where's the tent?
Continually punishing the Gangplank. The pillar's up again. Kumo's low-ish, but probably not enough to stop this one down. Kill's going to go over. He's running, actually. He got the extra move speed out the passive. He's throwing the Qs out. There we go. Svenskeren secures the kill, and well, this lane is pretty doomed.
Yeah, that's a camp if I've ever seen one. And in an obvious counter pick matchup where they need to camp it, and they have the possibilities here, just straight out of Champ Select. Svenskeren repeat ganks up there. You saw how close it was with Deus being able to use the heal on low health and firing back. If there is more pressure up there, if there's counter gank possibility, you know, maybe they could actually turn that one around. But with 2 deaths now, teleport down, and cold start for Deus, he is really hurting.
Yeah, he's going to catch up some farm. I will say the CS difference is not too bad. Current level difference actually equal for now as well. I'm sure there's an XP delta. We just don't see it yet in the levels themselves. Because Kuba has almost always gone for these fights, as Wave is pushed in towards his turret, he's often losing farm as he goes for the fight. It's obviously worth it, but he is not, you know, slaughtering him as hard as you might expect based on those kills because the CS is getting dropped as a result.
Also, Wiggly technically had level lead there because he had counter jungled on the bottom side, but Dragon picked up by EG in answer here. So they'll be super happy with the Infernal bonus stats. Nice little boost there for the early stages of the game. And Svenskeren has all the rest of the little camps to go back through and clear. Wiggly only took away the Gromp.
Well, Wave's going to go down to the mid lane. Jizuke, ultimately, despite how exciting the early fighting has been, as Powelter TP'd back to lane with his boots of speed, he's been able to kind of keep up in farm. Jizuke going to make his own recall and TP back in with some extra items himself, so there will be a momentary item lead in Jizuke, but farm-wise, these two players are pretty much neck and neck.
And he's going to get a window to move now as well. These 30-second windows where you get to force a recall and have priority over roaming from mid are so big. You see Powelter actually cancels his recall. He was trying to get off a second recall there, but Jizuke continually keeping up the pressure. He just goes for these trades over and over, continually chunking out Powelter, keeping the pressure up in mid lane. Even though the CS is even, it is Jizuke constantly forcing on him.
All right, we've been in the state before. Your wave is slow pushing away from you. There is Fog of War in the river. Here comes the hard engage. Pillar is on. Decent CC on a Deus. Has the ulti to try to run away. 200 health left onto him. Eats the oranges. And finally survives the gank. The ulti for the slow. Massive here. And the top laner can stay alive.
Yeah, bottom side, though, there's got to be a rebuttal, right? I mean, junglers down there. Powelter's even roaming down there. CLG know their strong side of the map would be bottom side. And EG just sending all resources, constantly camping the top side. And camping this gangplank. CLG, they take away the blue buff, so there's some sort of answer, but it looks like it's going to stop at that. Zayza wants to defend the Gromp.
Wiggly has Smite.
He's not
in danger here at all. Auto W, Smite. Ooh, Smite was early, but the auto landed well enough to not lose the Gromp over, so he gets to take that steal. But yeah, I'm a little sad that CLG's counterplay is, well, we took your Gromp 3 times. Yes, there's a farm lead on Wiggly, there's an XP lead on Wiggly, but the game state is still 1,000 up for EG, and the Blues has traded back anyway. Maybe with the TP up at top side, it really wasn't tenable, but I feel like bot maybe should have been dove enough to push them off the turret or get some plates or something.
I mean, it's really cool to see EG putting so many resources and so much faith in their youngest player, though. Yeah, Kumo definitely giving them the rewards. You mentioned him holding on to the TP and holding on to the extra threat of the TP even actually does create a lot of unseen pressure for Evil Geniuses, as Deus had to use his to get right back to lane and even had to use his global ultimate in lane as he got camped. So they really reduced any of the threat of the early gangplank ultimate plays coming out of top side, plus possibly turning those to 5v4s of their own.
Well, Herald going to be attacking the top side, but there's really no pressure up here as they have moved Stixay and Smoothie up to the top side to maybe get around how much this is a brutal lane, but end of the day, the rest of the team can still come over. Deus is all over to the bottom lane without his globals to help out, and that means they can't really help with the Herald. EG going to get it anyway, pretty much right on spawn. There's the pickup, and they're going to get ready to chop down a bunch of plates as a result.
Yeah, I mean, you can roll lane swap right out of it, but it's still going to be the follow for Kumo. And since he has the extra teleport cooldown, won't lose that on any of the minions. Could even freeze this. Honestly, I don't think you clear this wave. You can keep, if you have 4 ranged minions, then it will continually push towards you anywhere. Since he's also got the cannon, he can easily just thin it out. Keep that sucker there as long as he wants until CLG force his hand. It's not like Deus is this big powerhouse gangplank that's going to be able to move around the map to force objectives or force action anywhere else. And Kumo can now start to actually starve him out and create the CS discrepancy off of the camp that they got done early on. Expect to see Svenskeren helping out with that and not allowing Deus or CLG to break that freeze.
Yeah, coming into this game, Deus was already, sample size of 1, to be fair, the lowest gold difference 10 player in this game at -535. We're looking at about 1,000 here into this one. It's obviously not looking great for him. Sure, again, situations arise. This is not just Deus is the worst top laner I've ever seen in the league. Yes, EG put up a tent, but it is obviously not a exciting start for the player. He's like, I'm finally into the LCS. We're going to help turn CLG around. And
Kumo's breaking it.
Blind picked in a ribbon. Ugh.
So Kumo's breaking it because they got sight of all this topside action of CLG, and there is a dragon coming up. So it was very short-lived freeze you can keep that one indefinitely as he had so many extra minions. But look at this.
Zuke has turret aggro. He might have to ult this one. He needs to ult this one, and it's going to be Wiggly pushing him into the wave, and yeah, turret's not going to die. Jizuke went a little bit too early. He had turret aggro on him, has to burn his flash to get away, and that might just be the window CLG could use. Now, their duo lane is nowhere nearby, but neither is EG's, and so it's time to walk over.
Slight miscalculation there, but Jizuke does get out alive. It looks like we have a flank from Kumo behind Pobelter. Pobelter has flash, but he doesn't know.
Oh, he takes the soldier. He's suddenly running on top of him. No ulti, no E, no way out. Pobelter's going to drop down. Kumo's on the board yet again, and he wants a bit more. Wiggly ults across. Kumo still feels safe. They're going to chase in towards the Bull Bear, who flashes out to safety as the ults come in on both sides. Deus wants to chase, can't get the damage. Deus will walk to the front line. Now Svenskar's got to be careful. Needs a blast plant, has one, gets back into the pit. Kumo on the other side of this fight, but he's going to feel pretty comfortable. It is a 5v4 on the map, but Bang was never sent over. TP up about 10 seconds, but because it's a momentary 4v4 with a Kalista, they have the chance to go for this Mountain Drake, the second Drake of the game, and CLG really wants it. Svenskeren knows he's smiteless, will not get this one picked up. CLG loses the champion, but does pick up the Drake at the end of the day.
And Jizuke finishes his quest of taking down the mid lane that he started with Shelly so long ago. Does find the opening. I was actually quite surprised that EG got to make that kill with their Ezreal topside. Bang did not use his teleport down to bottom until after the entire play actually finished, and just came down here for the extra minions with his very recent teleport usage. But EG were able to make the surgical kill on Pobelter with the flank from Kumo, drawing out his flash as well, and having everyone escape. Yes, they did give up the Mountain Drake, and that does delay any possible soul or dragon stacking. But they're definitely going to take that map pressure of finishing up the mid turret and the extra gold and summoner spell off of Pobelter.
Yeah, good stuff right here. Evil Geniuses, you can see 3,000 gold up at 12.5 minutes. Very good early game start. As not quite going to land, and no poke on a 6A at all. Sidesteps every single skill shot as Wiggly comes around to the side. Sees no wards in try. Will spot one in the next brush. Says, okay, at least you know I'm here. I'll kill that one off. 30 gold to me. Thanks, Bang, for buying the ward. It's gone already. Enjoy your +1 vision score. Otherwise, though, it's still bot river control this time, still for CLG. And despite the fact that, there was absolutely zero support from EG towards the bottom side. They completely left him on an island. And there was a counterpick, right? Morgana, Kalista got seen after the Ezreal. Morgana got seen after the Braum. Full counterpick duo lane. It's a 2 CSD down on the bottom side. They farmed completely equally, and now you can see Svenskeren pushing up towards Wiggly. Despite being a level down, feels comfortable there. Counterlogic Gaming, unfortunately, don't have leads absolutely anywhere.
This is why, what you're talking about is exactly why in Champ Select we always talk about it being important to draft around your win conditions, and a Braum Ezreal is one of the best, most defensive, weak side bottom lanes that you can possibly draft. It's so hard to dive that with all the defensive capabilities of Braum and the safety of Ezreal. So even though you are not going to get an advantage in lane, if they push it into you and are pushing you under tower, Braum and Ezreal, you can put up the unbreakable. You actually put a stop to a lot of the excess tower damage that would be taken, and are able to clear out the minion waves and ward off the enemy team trying to dive you. And that's the type of bottom lane that you want to draft when you draft a red side top lane counter pick and you are telegraphing your whole early game plan of focusing on Kumo and sending your jungler up there 24/7. So EG executing in-game what they planned out in Champ Select, and that's one of the things that we've seen more of the teams finding success in the LCS, having to focus on really heavily. Topside, Jizuke is going to complement that as well.
Yep, there's the stun. Orders come through, but it's not going to be enough. Kumo's going to help secure that one. They find the stun. Oh, he might drop the turret. You got to be kidding me. No freaking way. Deus stays alive. Pobelter shows up to help keep his top laner up, and suddenly CLG have found some buttons.
Deus! You always remember the day that you almost caught Captain Deus again. Not going to be the case as Kumo goes down. Vengeance for the Pirates. And here we go, talking about that weak side bottom lane of Ezreal Braum. Wiggly is flirting with the possibility of a dive, but the teleport offensive.
Are they going to burn it? There's the ulti in for Smoothie, and suddenly, how are you going to get out from this one? Burns the ulti, get the stun, the Jizuke, and say, yep, you're out, I'm gone. Runaway sticks say he will do so. A TP for Deus helps clear the wave, but doesn't do too much else. The TP by Jizuke turns one around. Mid laners going everywhere.
Yeah, the attack mind here of Jizuke. even though Wiggly's posing for a tower dive with one of the best tower diving champions in the game, with ultimate there for Volibear to try and turn off the tower, if you teleport behind the bottom lane, you turn the aggressors into the prey, and he's able to get a really nice engage onto Stixxay and Smoothie. You go straight on the Kalista. His Q actually hit Smoothie right after coming out of the Kalista ultimate, and he was able to pop both of them a lot of damage and bring some summoner spells there.
Well done to him, and we can see this game state is still a 3,500 gold lead to Evil Geniuses, absolutely taking control of the game. They've lost to Drake. They did get one kill turned around, and it's not the perfect game we saw in their LCS opener. Keep in mind, that was back in week 1 when EG perfect gamed CLG.
Okay.
But it's still, okay, Jizuke, gonna have a hard time with this one. You do have ultimate. You do not have much of a health bar, though. A TP to a minion helps him stay alive, gets summoner heal, gets thrown away, and now suddenly the re-engage. 3-on-3 has the shield up, has the turret to go down, and EG wants in for a bit more. Can't find the stun just yet, and Kuma has to be respectful of Stixxay, who finds more of a slow. So Zeyzal walks in, takes him a bit, but now it's time for Volibear to set it up, and Zeyzal's going to drop down, and that is CLG picking up something, at least on the board. Their second kill. Bang wants back in, can't quite find the stun on Wiggly, but CLG again find the way to turn it around a little bit.
CLG showing life here. Let's see if they can get another counterattack. After that kill, Dragon is available. They could reap the rewards pretty quickly here. They do have some decent options with their solo laners of Gangplank and Azir for later into the game. And if you look at the overall teams, with these aggressive melee champion solo picks for EG, while they do craft around, all right, we got to have kill pressure in our top triangle of the map, and we want to play off that early. It does mean that as the game prolongs and you focus more on these neutral objectives, setting up 5-on-5, you have to be the team as the melee team charging into CLG. And if you don't have the gold lead and you don't have the flank to be able to make that quick charge, then you have to go through a Morgana ultimate that's defensive there, through the Gangplank ultimate, and through Azir ultimate. A lot of peeling tools for CLG have been drafted to try and answer later on into the 5-on-5 stage of the game, with the melee focus pretty heavy here from EG. So there is a window for CLG. They just need to catch back up and get the gold to fund those resources.
Well, they're doing their very best. Deus is still farming, trying to get his Gangplank money online. Still 30 CS down, but Triforce isn't too far away. He's going to eventually get there, and that'll be really nice. He can one-shot cast minions again for the first time in a while. And we can see as Jizuke is playing the side lane, Stixxay has to be actually comfortable. He's down 3 levels and does not care. Marksman's so terribly weak. I read it online. Jizuke's forced to run away. He's got the shield, and it doesn't matter. How could a level 10 Kalista kill a level 13 Echo? When Stixxay does it, that's how.
Well, you rend him before he ults. That's how. Boom! Pops him. He's dead. Stixxay gets the vengeance. Yeah, kind of quick answer there.
My mind is just reading the League Star over and over about how Marksman can't do anything, and I'm just like, that is a 3-level deficit. And he clapped him. And now Midland's under fire, and CLG is going to feel real comfortable with this one as the turret's going to drop the half HP. Chunks it down with Demolish. Davis' first proc of the game, I'm pretty sure. Meanwhile, Stixxay on split push duty. We wanted him to step up. We talked about it in the pregame. He's doing it now.
Stixxay, the champion of AD carry players. Fighting the good fight there in the solo lane 1v1. Honestly, though, that was a really impressive solo play, and CLG need those to get back into the game. EG still firing away. Topside will go down in answer. This Rift Herald, the timer was definitely running out on it. Kumo could have finished up this tower without it, but he should be able to get it close to the secondary turret. They have to kill the other minion wave for it to actually get its charge off. I wonder if Deus could actually bring Morgana over and try and pop the eye first. Can't get the eye pop.
Wasn't going to do enough damage anyway. Herald's going to fall. No gold earned, guys. No gold earned by Smoothie, but top lane tier 2 is dropped to 1/3 HP. Par for the course for a Herald summon after 50 minutes into the game. Still, the game sits at 3,000. Brought back a little bit by CLG. Got to point out they did get their second Drake here as well, so they are going up on Soul Point pretty soon if they can keep control around the bottom side of the map. So CLG definitely stemming the bleeding here in the mid game. Still not yet the Triforce there for the Gangplank, which kind of sucks a bit, but he'll get there before too terribly long. And we got mid lane still being pressured this time by EG as they shove in the tier 2.
All right, so EG going to have to move in their vision to try and catch members of CLG as stragglers. Again, a lot of the ults on CLG. There you go. There's one.
Yeah, decent damage out here. Jizuke in the back line. They'll find some damage. Wiggly's got an ult to get away. Barely stays alive. Kuma wants in. Flashes. Finds the knockup. Gets the ult. Gets the kill. Nicely done. Evil Genius is on the board. A root on Jizuke who's inside the base. They're going for a bit more. Where's the pillar? Slow going to be stopped there. The knockup there for Poalter, but they're between two turrets. And that's going to be a kill picked up already. Ult comes across. Looks for Jizuke. Can't find it. Stixxay will drop as well. Deus gets the trade with the ulti onto the Riven, but that is a team fight won by Evil Geniuses.
EG fighting between two turrets here as they chase CLG across their own jungle. They can't get into position to use their counter-engage ultimates. They can't protect each other because EG find them in transition. And that's the importance of inbidding in the jungle. Then after you get those kills, after you chase so deep, you can pick up the objectives on the exit. Jizuke should be able to finish up that turret with the extra range minion autos.
Hey, if the Callista can kill him 1v1, the Morgana support can do it too. Echo just underpowered here. Smoothie thought he could do it. He's close. He's ultiless. And he's going to back off. Doesn't want to, hog the spotlight too much.
All right. Let's examine one more time because they do get the early sighting onto Zeyzal and CLG trying to get some vision here. Smoothie places a pretty deep control ward and the pillar actually does a lot of work chunking him out. Then Bang with Jizuke get 90% of Wiggly's life, setting him up for the finish from Kumo. And you just completely dive when you have the double melee solo. So Svenskeren keeps up the chase. Poalter tries to get some defense going here. Pretty good ult, pops two of them back. And Stixxay tries to kite around it, but there's nowhere for him to go because Jizuke already had the inside track and EG chased down the extra kills. They get the mid-secondary tower, and unless Wiggly can steal this, they should be able to get their second dragon.
Looks like no issues here. Smite's a little bit early. Auto attack goes through to Bang, and it's 2 Drakes apiece. Now, Evil Geniuses, that gold lead has grown a little bit. Back to almost 4,000 into this one as they have picked up the kills. 7-4 in that regard. 4-1 in turrets. EG absolutely seem like the better team. They obviously camped top in the early game. That went really well. But even the mid game, it's not even all about the Riven. The mid game has been better for EG as a team. Bang's getting more damage done. Jizuke's getting a lot done in his 1v1 and then into the team fights as well.
Yeah. And I'm still excited for the rest of this game because as good as EG are playing it and getting their lead, there still is the stage of the game where you are trying to run through gangplank chained barrels with right into an Azir ultimate and the Callista AoE stun plus Morgana, follow up. So I definitely want to see if CLG can try and hold on here, but EG are doing a good job pressing it ahead, and they need to maintain those wards through the jungle to catch more CLG members in transition and really make use of the pincer movement.
Wiggly and Sven see each other. Pillar comes down. Trade looks good for Bully in the beginning. As the rest of the squads come around, they find the bind. This could be an actual fight now as they go in for this one. Svenskeren drop low, gets the ulti across, and an ulti out for Wiggly as well to keep him safe.
Again, just keep spreading the map. EG, as much as they're poking around mid, they've got Jizuke on top side, Kumo on bottom side. They continue to try and pressure CLG into a smaller area and starve them out of more resources. Once you get your 1-3-1 up to both of these side lane towers, you can just keep farming all the jungle camps, take them away from CLG. Kumo does get caught.
Oh, does not get over the wall, does not have flash, does not have a way out, and CLG claps for a kill. That said, it's traded for a turret in the top side. A kill for a turret's a pretty equal trade. Jizuke feels confident to go for more as top lane and hip turret dropped by a quarter as well.
Yep, got to get back for defense quickly there for CLG. They make a quick counter punch, but as you said, EG, because they already have the split push in place, get the extra objective. And Jizuke continues to farm away the enemy jungle. This is how you extend the lead. This is how you keep your gold lead growing. Wiggly has nothing left to farm. Blue buff taken away, Gromp taken away as well. And that plus the turrets is going to give EG a pretty good reset. If they can get some extra control wards, then they can continue on the job. Jizuke,
he kills a small wolf, gets some damage, and a Poalter down to about 1,000 HP, gets a shield, has to run away. Be careful onto you. Does kite away. Svenskeren has flash if he needs it, but the bind's gonna land, and that secures the kill. Smoothie sets him up, and acquired tased is down. Goes Trundle. Jizuke still wants to push, but Jizuke, you are 1 versus 5 right now. You're inside the opposing base, running for his life. A great ulti into the bind, into absolutely no way out. and EG are handing this game over.
I like dives, Freak. This is a little bit deep.
There's no water in the pool, Kobe. He is head on the ground.
Yeah, you're going real deep there on this one. And again, I have to keep repeating these warnings. You give more money over to CLG. This is Azir Gangplank late game. That's huge area control versus melee heavy. They're starting up the Baron with Jizuke still down. 20 seconds on it. CLG want to force.
Jungler dead, running across the map now. Jizuke dead for 15. TP comes in. Absolute 5v3 for 10 seconds right now. When does the re-engage come in? Kumo wants in. 5k health up from the Baron. They're going to say, hey, finish this one off. He burned the smite early, though. There's no smite up right now. They got to be careful. It's going to be Renda, though. That was the play. Set it up for the Kalista. Now Kumo forced to run away. 4v5 as there is a Trundle. Kumo gets a big ulti off. True shot barrage over the top, but it's still a 1-for-0. CLG forced to run. Can they get out? Smoothie's got to be real careful. Burns a stopwatch. He's going to try to stay alive, but he's not going to do so. EG get 1 kill in response. Sticks say first one away, though. Does he have the defense? As pretty soon SPICA can show up, dodges away from Zeyzal's Q, and that means maybe a re-engage. Lands his own Pierce, not going to go for any more. Bang is safe on the other side of the wall, and that's going to force Powelter back. But it is still CLG getting the 1-for-1, plus the Baron pickup, plus the team fight win. CLG are back in this game.
Yep, decisive move right there. They take the kill, the mistake from Jizuke and Svenskeren. You know, maybe you can say Jizuke's antics in there, chunking out Powelter around 4 members. Maybe baited Svenskeren to walk up. The Echo is so much more mobile than Trundle, but even so, you said it at the time, the flash was there for Svenskeren, but the binding landed anyway. He was unable to flash that and get out, and because of that pick, Jizuke then dives straight into the CLG base and leads to this situation. CLG with a huge gold swing back for themselves, funding the Azir, funding the Gangplank. That is Infinity Edge completed for Deus, on top of you know, the healing reduction with Executioner's Calling. And CLG not going to stop there.
Time to look at the fight. They're echoing the top side, answered by the Gangplank of Deus, who does not have True Shot, or sorry, the Cannon Barrage to help, easily rended. CLG, this is the proactive neutral game I wanted to see last week, and we're seeing it now. Off the kills, they rush down the Baron. The 5-on-5 down on gold, doesn't matter, go for the Drake. And now, looking for the play, they don't know exactly where Kumo is, but they did see with the sweeper turning off the ward, he was in that brush. And that means Kumo does not have anywhere to go. He can run as fast as he can through the base. It might not be enough. Wiggly's gonna charge down for this one. Gonna find a stun, gonna find the slow, gonna find another kill, maybe, as Kumo is on the run. Jumps over the wall, looks for someone to defend him. Turret's gonna shoot him around. And now it's Deus coming around. He's got a barrel, he's got the chain, he's gonna land the slow, he's gonna clap him right there, and the kill comes through. CLG with another unanswered kill and more map control.
Freak, how many times are we gonna see an EG solo laner alone inside the CLG's base before inhibitor turrets have been cracked? It's like they're just getting deep scouting done inside the CLG base. They keep getting cornered in their split push and chased into death at the Nexus turrets. CLG will be setting themselves up for a huge comeback in this game. Again, the EG comp, really good towards the early stages, but also has a higher level of execution that you have to bring. CLG with the dive.
No Riven means an engage can happen here. A shutdown there for the mid laner, though. Well played by Jizuke. The 4-on-4 looks pretty damn good for CLG, but it's not enough. The 1-on-1 looks way better for Evil Geniuses.
Hell yeah, I'm interested, Freak. Okay, now Jizuke is getting solo kills here in the 1-3-1. This is what EG need to stay competitive in the game. CLG swiping them mid.
This could be such a big play. They find a slow and a Svenskeren, but he just barely kites away. Don't know if it was phase rush for the pillar, but at least some time, and he walked out of that one. Blue Smite maybe came through for the move speed. The flash was the big deal there. CLG not able to get anything else, but it is Evil Geniuses in the face of a Baron buff that was timing out. Knocked down a turret in the bottom lane. Get a solo kill on Jizuke, who is 4 levels above Kumo, by the way. They camped for the Riven. Jizuke's 18 already.
Jizuke in the side lanes. Name a more iconic duo, Freak. Now we're faced with, again, the classic dichotomy. Split push, commit for EG versus a bigger team fight for Counter Logic Gaming. They themselves have a level 16 Azir, and Powelter should be completing his Void Staff pretty quickly with the Azir as well for his triple item power spike. Another crit item coming through for Deus on the Gangplank, who's about to hit 16 and get the rank 3 Gangplank ultimate. So their capabilities in the 5 stack are enormous, and EG are going to have to rely on more of those antics from Jizuke and Kumo in the side lanes.
I mean, these comps are built differently. Riven and Echo not really meant to be team fighters. They'll do it if they have to, but they want to be in the 1v1s. Kumo actually a level down under Deus, but Jizuke 2 levels up over Pope. Now the play as the jungler sets up on Jizuke. Look at the freaking damage, though. Wiggly has to ult to get away. Ult from Jizuke won't quite land, but now he doesn't have a way out. Goes for the kill, and he can't find it. 1 versus 4. CLG again strike first.
They cut off one of the heads of the Hydra. And the most important one, the level 18 Echo, the most dangerous one. Kumo trying to keep the split push up, but it doesn't have the same effectiveness. The rest of EG straight down mid should be able to take the turret. CLG trying to counter push on the bottom side. I mean, they'll get a turret, but they leave the base open.
I love games like this because they're constantly going at each other dynamically, back and forth and back and forth. Top turret's dead, bot turret nearly gone on his last legs as CLG are still pushing through with their bottom lane. 20 seconds on the respawns, and if CLG can mark the recalls, that's at least the Nexus turret. But you see that Stixxay is not cutting forward. He's hitting this and choosing to go backwards afterwards, maybe clear the wave, but they would cheat up if they wanted the Nexus turrets. They would cheat up if they wanted it, so they don't. They're killing the wave and backing off. But CLG are the first team to knock down an inhibitor in this game through the duo that they picked for.
And the most important inhibitor at that. With Baron coming up in 30 seconds, having supers on the bottom side, put the extra pressure on EG. They pretty much have to keep Jizuke down on that bottom side because he, with his 4 item power spike, Death Cap Lich Bane, should be able to pop super minions pretty quickly. And he also has his teleport available. So EG in a little bit of a stalling pattern now as CLG retake control.
Alrighty. What's amazing is this game is still only 2,000 gold apart, and I'm not even sure Ocean Soul is going to mean that much, but CLG are poised to take it here in about 25 seconds. We have seen time and again their 5-on-5 looks a lot better. Jizuke, only half an item left to go, already full leveled, and CLG, seeing the Echo down there, knowing he has teleport, don't have to care. They can rush this down so incredibly fast with Ruin King and Rage Blade stacking up for the Ren. Pobelter with plenty of damage. Team fight not going to happen too early. Early smite means the Ren comes through. Baron buff is on. There is no team fight, EG. You can only run away. The question is what happens to Ocean Soul as the fight comes in for CLG. Triple knockup for Smoothie into the ulti. Into 2 kills already. Can Jizuke and Kumo do it all? They can do a little bit, but not at all. It's going to be 2 kills on the one side, but 3 on the other. CLG outnumber again. Evil Geniuses clear the wave. Smoothie goes down. Jizuke does all the heavy lifting, and it's suddenly a 2-on-2. Baron buff gone from 60% of Counter Logic Gaming as now they can look to the bottom river, but do they have the damage to stop Jizuke and Bang, the 2 primary carries of EG versus the 2 soul laners of Counter Logic Gaming? They will look at this Drake. EG might have to stop this, but can they even? It's Ocean Soul. It's going down so fast, and EG took a wave instead of a Drake, and it means Ocean Soul goes through to CLG. How about the other half of this fight, though? Jizuke wants in. He wants damage on a day whose gangplank is not long for the world, and Bang is going to answer with the rest of it. Now slow as in a pole belter. Not a good way out for the Azir. Going to take his soldiers and try to run away, but Jizuke is on the chase. Can he get the rest? The respawns are coming for Wiggly. Soon for Smoothie as well. And it means long-term, a 4 for 3. Baron picked up for CLG. Ocean Soul picked up for CLG. Evil Geniuses, though, win a fight.
Back-to-back decisive plays, Freak. You are proud. I can hear it in your voice. That is Baron picked up for CLG plus the Ocean Soul. Now, in the last fight, I think that EG made the call to kite a little bit and wait for the ultimate on Jizuke to come back up before attacking Gangplank Azir. That's kind of a hard 2-person roster to charge through. But then with Bang jumping over the wall and landing those slows, they do get the extra kill. I will also say that an Ocean Dragon isn't going to change this level 18 fully stacked up Jizuke 100%ing people. So the healing there doesn't have a lot of time to take effect, and we'll see how important healing reduction actually does become with this. Bang trying to kite.
Stixxay feeling comfortable with the black shield, though, finds damage, gets Bang to jump away. Redemption comes down. Here's Wiggly on the engage. A lot of damage on the Fenskaren. They can't kill the frontliner just yet, but there's a lot of damage back and forth. Bang is safe. Fenskaren is low, ignited by Smoothie, and it's a mid lane push already. Jizuke coming to defend as well. CLG have a Baron buff on 1 member on Pobelter, ready to walk into the mid lane and knock down this turret. This will be a turret kill. This is CLG getting turret number 6 and tying that score as bot lane and Hib is respawning soon enough, but not back just yet. Azir turret summoned in mid. The team goes top side for turret number 7.
So Jizuke does not have teleport anymore, Freak, and he's still killing super minions. So EG are making the call. Give up all outer towers. We're only going to defend at inhibitor towers. And that mandates a recall from Jizuke immediately. They cannot fight without him.
And it means CLG have caught up in gold. As we mentioned, yes, full build done for Jizuke. Last item is in. Zonya's Hourglass. No more gold for him. Stixxay, gotta be careful. Barely not stunned. Just outside the radius. The barrel chain lands on SPICA, but the re-engage for Evil Genius, who picks up 2 already. EG again find the burst image to win the fight. Riven plus Echo, full house, kills come across.
The trick with Echo Freak and Zonya's completion at the right time. You go in, and when you Zonya's, you kind of bait them into that spot. Your shadow catches up to you. As soon as he comes out, Jizuke, boom, just explodes inside CLG. The ultimate, able to get off the AoE to counter and get the 2 kills to save the fight for them. Because if they had not gotten that big burst, it would have been CLG pushing in, and they had gotten the first blood of this fight. Now, here's another look. Jizuke, you see him go in? Yeah, exactly. And then he's able to use his Zonyas. CLG kind of collapse on the area right on top of it. Like, what are you doing there? You can't have carries on top of an Echo coming right out of Zonyas with the ultimate up. That took away all of the power that they just got with Daly's barrel chain exploding on the backside of EG.
And it looks like a lot of that was also Ezreal, Riven getting their ults off the top as well. You got 3 big AoE burst damage ultimates. They can be unwieldy, but they can also work really, really well. And that was 2 kills that EG really wanted to pick up there. They were in danger, to say at the very least, with Baron buff still on and the ability to siege the base. So we reset again. Elder Dragon is up in 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Baron Nashor up in just over a minute and a half. So top side is the objective. Top river is what matters. This scuttle is taken by EG, meaning that Counterlogic Gaming can't be too covert about this. As it stands, again, a minute and a half till it spawns, but they can play for ward control. Red buff is up at the bottom side of the map. Waves kind of bouncing back and forth as the inhibitors have respawned. The gold difference, not worth mentioning anymore.
I love late game neutral objective fights, Freak. This is going to be so exciting. With Elder Dragon coming up a minute after Baron, that's really, really close in timing. And we'll have to see if they can keep vision on both of them. Knowing that there is an exposed inhibitor for EG bottom, and even their middle inhibitor turret only has a couple more hits left on it before falling. So they are in a really precarious position, and their main point of power is still Jizuke split pushing with the full item Echo. He's got 1 more wave to get up to CLG's own inhibitor turret, and his teleport is now available, so they're going to have to respect his pressure.
Yeah, the inhib dies well before Baron spawns. CLG need someone in bot lane. Jizuke, do want to point out again, the golden XP is somewhat going to waste. It's Jizuke who's buying blue elixirs, but otherwise he's pretty much full build. Gets to shove and says, well, CLG, they all went to fog. They must be recalling. I can't go for this turret. And indeed, look at this, a little bit of a collapse. Kalista on the one side, Morgana next to it. Gonna go grab their red buff. I kind of like the delay, by the way. I don't know how intentional this was, but red buff is now on full duration, right for the Baron fight, so I like that a lot. Stixxay gets a bit more power as a result.
Okay, setup going over to the hands of EG because they did collapse towards Jizuke's position. That allowed SPICA and Zeyzal to move in there. They lay down some control wards leading up to the Baron. Scuttle Crab also spawning for them. They can take for some permanent vision to give them a little bit of an upper hand in the race. They just need to keep Jizuke down bottom, applying that pressure to Pobelter, to CLG.
Stixxay feels comfortable, knows I have Black Shield, you know, behind me if I need to, and if I really, really need to, I can pull in Smoothie and have him CC them for me. So Stixxay playing up in this game, baiting pillars, looking for plays. Again, it is Scuttle Crab taken by EG. They have undeniable vision in this top river. Jizuke trading farm with Pobelter, and that holding pattern, good for the Azir, because Azir still has items to gain, but EG, with the vision control, say we can go for the Baron, and look how far Counterlogic Gaming is. They are nowhere near the CLG. Don't know that Baron is dying, and it's dying slowly, to be fair, but it is dying all the same. Finally, reveal comes through, and they have to answer. Bang turns around, gets poking and wiggly. Half HP on the Bolivar, has to be respectful of this one. Does not yet go in. Finally, they peel off the Baron as the mid laners keep doing battle on the bottom side. Jizuke knows he's not getting dove on anymore. They see CLG. He can take them 1v1. He can go for this fight. Right now, though, he backs off. And it's going to be EG doing the same around Baron. There's still no play to be had, just kind of counter-punching back and forth. A bit of poke on a Stixxay. That is a lot of damage out from Bang. He can always lifesteal off the wave next time, though.
I mean, Ezreal's one of the best late game carries here. Definitely a lot more agency than a Kalista with the short range in these fights. Bang, you can see making a big difference whenever you land any type of poke like that. It opens them up to getting right back on the Baron. It's going to be a trade though. CLG make the call. We can't face check into the Fog of War. Rush down for the Elder Dragon and then try and take the team fight afterwards.
Okay, it's a full trade. Meanwhile, the mid lane fight is working. Jizuke is beating Pobelter as he expected with the counter pick, knocks down the inhib turret, and then goes to join his team on the top side of the map. It's Baron taken by Evil Geniuses, no contest. Similarly, Elder Dragon claimed by CLG. Not going to have that stolen by Bang. Nice try, to be fair. And it's time for the siege of the top side. Baron versus Elder, EG, a very explosive team. CLG needing to answer this one. One shot would knock in the turret. EG comes in. That's going to be a kill for Jizuke. And just for safety, ults back to guarantee there's no punch back. I like that play. Turret number 8 has been claimed. We're 1 turret off. We're 1 kill off. We're 1,000 gold off. We have a very tight game between these two.
We do at that, and there's only a tiny difference here, 25 seconds between the epic buffs that they have acquired. CLG getting the Elder Dragon buff does mean that they will have huge priority in the team fight, but they don't have the best engage. We kept on mentioning all of the counter engage ults that they have to deal with the full melee charge of EG. But unless they get Wiggly flashing in to a stun, which might happen on Jizuke.
Well, Jizuke's gonna have to be careful. Goes in, big damage on Deus until the ults to get away. Flashes as well, and True Shot Barrage gets a bit of vision. Problem is, there's more CLG still collapsing, and Jizuke is out of escape tools. There's only a Zhonya's Hourglass. No, it doesn't even have that one, sorry. It was Banshee's Veil he built out. So Jizuke slowed down, gets a shield, but he is collapsed upon. He is absolutely dead here. The shutdown goes through to Kalista, and that is a full minute of death timer. Top lane pushed in a bit, doesn't really matter. Baron buff lasts longer, might not matter much here either, as Jizuke will never wear it again.
Pressure valve just blew open here. All the pressure from EG evaporates without Jizuke. CLG just make a huge pick for themselves.
Svenskeren a bit in danger, slowed maybe a bit late, and flashes to ensure he is safe. That is actually pretty important. The ulti burn, that's going to be worth it because now without flash, it's an easier target. 30 seconds, you mentioned. Jizuke not here. 5v4, Pope gets a last purchase and a TP to go for this one. CLG looking for a game-winning push. 5v4 for 20 seconds. Can they close out against Evil Geniuses and tie for 4th with a 5-5 record? Inhibitor going to go down. Second inhib can be the easy target as well. 12 seconds on the Echo means they will not get the Nexus, but they will shove down the wave, but they will look for the turret all the same. I don't know if they can get enough damage. They will at least do some poke and push them in, but it is only the inhibitor that's the real target here. Wiggly gets poked down, flashes in, cannot quite find the stun. Might have been up more than he can chew. Has to jump away from this one, and there's no fight left, CLG. There is no fight left. Jizuke is alive. You need to run away. He's going for the flank TP. CLG, they've got to be careful. Elder buff is gone, but Baron is still on, and EG want this fight, and the whole team can't even join. Is it going to be enough there as Kumo comes in for the TP flank? Jizuke walks in for Stixay. Oh, it's right back out, and the Kalista stays alive, but has to be respectful, has to be careful about this fight because Wiggly's running out of health there. At 1k HP, True Shot Barrage on a 3. Is there a re-engage? Is Wiggly going to be going down? Kumo not just yet, has Guardian Angel all the same, and Deus goes down. EG get a 2 for 0, and Azir turret buys some time, and Pobelter does the heavy lifting and grabs that kill onto Jizuke. So suddenly, it's only 3v4 in the fight, not a 3v5, so EG can't do a whole lot more. But CLG sieging with 3 seems dangerous, seems like it's going to be hard to do, but they are pushing down the wave all the same.
Pobelter trying to command the rest of CLG like the Emperor he is, even down a champion. He has enough power on the late game full build Azir to push them inside the base. Kumo's teleport deep behind their lines though. He comes from the backside and 2v1s Deus and Wiggly while the rest of CLG try and deal with Pobelter, and Kumo actually wins the 2v1. Killing first the damaged Volibear and then picking up Gangplank as well. Man, they put so much faith in this guy, and in the late stages, definitely pulled off a big play to save the game for them. 2 inhibitors were down at the start of all this, and CLG did lose out their Elder Dragon buff. Kumo, here's what we're talking about. Teleported way far behind. Wiggly was already at 50% health. He kites them back. As you see on the top of your screen, the rest of the team was chasing the other 3 members of CLG, so they couldn't save Wiggly. and Kumo's able to take care of him himself. He's got the GA as well and continues to lifesteal off them with the Death Dance, finishes up the Gangplank, and then here Jizuke gets killed by Pobelter with the extra auto right there with the soldier, sending him forward and Comet landing on him as well, ensuring that CLG then aren't the victims of a pushback from EG. Oh, they're after Jizuke again.
They're going for him yet again. They find the stun. They're going to find a shield there as well, but a stun and a bigger shield for Jizuke keeps him a bit safe. The rest of the squad can come over pretty soon. A slow from Gangplank. Two-shot barrage not going to land. Jizuke cleanly out of range with Zeyzal right behind. Means he's going to be okay for this one, but that is still Jizuke missing a little bit of health. The only ult really used there was Ezreal on the one side and Gangplank on the other. Favor goes to Bang with easier cooldown reduction on that one. Can't stop the recall. Back to base they go. Double inhib down. Does mean CLG has map control. Baron spawns at 55, Elder Dragon spawns 5 seconds after that, and CLG are still the team pressing forward. Again, to mention, EG aren't really gaining from gold income anymore. Almost every single champion is full build. Those who last hit minions don't have anything else to buy. So the inhibitor flood doesn't really hurt CLG, it only gives them map control. That pillar on Deus makes the stun come through, has to eat oranges and flash away. Stun comes through for Zeyzal. That could be the kill they want. Just barely walking away with redemption, just barely stays alive. They can't quite kill Jizuke. Ult's back to safety as well. Squiggly's in the front line yet again. Pobelter trying to raise a turret. Gets the Guardian Angel down from the top laner. You got to be careful on the Riven. Kumo kites away. CLG getting a little bit more than EG could get there as the minions are flooding in the base yet again. Someone's got to go to the bot side because turrets are going to fall to the flood of minions. And Baron spawns in 10 seconds. CLG making the proactive mid-game plays that they need to do as an LCS team. As the red goes down, they can play now for the Baron.
And we're into the late game now, Freak. That Ocean Soul just saving Deus's butt right there. Gameplay barely surviving with the extra regen. And they burn down. How many Barons is that, like 3 or 4? Honestly lost track here at 46 minutes into the game. Teleport will be used by EG to try and fight Elder Dragon number 2.
EG knows they must contest for Elder. I don't think you win the game against Baron and Elder and 2 dead inhibs. You contest here. It's hard because the waves are going to flood in. There is 1 Nexus turret left, so CLG can delay, and an AFK EG loses this game.
going for the base. Pobelter's going straight for the Nexus.
Okay, this is great. CLG send the mid laner in. Someone has to answer, and they have to answer now. And look at the team, turn, tail, and run. They must defend the base. Pobelter by himself forces EG around. They're going to go now for the Azir. They're going to go for Pobelter. He's going to have to fight Kumo. Goes to the soldiers, runs away as fast as he can, and there is no one to contest Elder. There is damage on a Kumo. There is damage on a Pobe. He burns the Zonias, gets a kill picked up, but they will not even trade him. You got to be kidding. Pobelter can do it all. He pulls the team away from Elder, gives his team the neutral, kills the top laner 1v1, and gets away with it. CLG have everything they need to close out this game, and they're going right in the mid lane with TP again for Pobe.
CLG with the late game macro and Pobelter pulling out the play. Deus with the ultimate right down on top of him. Now all that's left is to finish the Nexus.
And it's 1 auto to kill the turret. Here comes the dive in for Wiggly. Here comes the engage. Jizuke 1v5 can't find it yet. The backline's alive. Zeyzal's down. Svenskaren's going to be next. Goes down to the Elder Dragon. And CLG right to ship. They correct the wrongs from last week. And CLG tie for 4th in the LCS.
What a way to end the week, Freak. Absolute banger right there with multiple Elder Dragons, several Barons going over, split push versus 5-person push. So incredibly exciting to watch these team fights when in those late stages of the game, not only have you not had a lot of time to practice those situations because scrims don't usually go that late, you can't just fire up a practice tool and load into full build late game team fights, but also all the players know that it could be a single mistake that means the difference between your win and your loss at that stage.
Yeah, credit where it's due to CLG. That mid to late game looked a whole lot better. That's something that they had been missing a fair bit of, and they made a lot of good choices in a row. They took heavy losses in their early game. Top lane was every top laner's nightmare. You're behind against Riven. How do you even play League of Legends at that point? That's got to be a miserable experience for Deus. But Pobelter held on in his counterpick matchup. The bot lane at least kept pressure. They were stacking some Drakes, and CLG finally got it over the line off a very, very smart map play, picking out the split pushers and making it get over the line. EG, certainly some mistakes as well, CLG deserving of that win all the same. Now that does it for us for the regularly scheduled games of Week 5. On the other side, we will hear from the Verizon postgame interview and wrap up the day before the Bud Light League Lounge. See ya.
Hello and welcome to the Bud Light Breakdown. After CLG takes a slobber knocker of a game away from Evil Geniuses there, we went into the late game. We went into the macro game. We went into 1-3-1 against straight-up team fight, and it's CLG that comes out on top. Gents, can you help me make any sense of what I just witnessed?
I think we'll be doing very little breaking down of that game. That was too wild.
Yeah, sorry, Bud Light, not much breaking down, but we'll celebrate everything that we just saw take place on Summoner's Rift. Absolute wonkiness from start to finish.
I think it starts with the champion select. It was nice to see Jizuki on something that can be an individual playmaker. This is what we wanted to see out of them all split long. But then the rest of the team just really showing that you're not really playing well. I think that's a play that you highlighted probably, that Svenskeren literally walks into 5 people to die.
Yeah, they have vision in their entire red side, and he walks in to die, and they're playing a 1-3-1 composition, so what breaks it is a Baron buff. Baron buff breaks 1-3-1. So once Svenskeren dies, Jizuke follows after that, and CLG is able to get the Baron and get a lot of control in this game. And when I say control, I'm not being very literal. I'm just saying they had the gold lead.
Yeah, and I think this is one of those games where EG, with their early game lead that you saw them get in a 1-3-1 comp from ahead, is very hard to deal with. But they also weren't playing so clean that they were actually exploiting the macro advantage.
This moment, Mark.
Oh, God, don't watch. Don't. Everyone look away.
This looks like a Jizuke int, but it's a big brain because he makes
everyone
group on him.
Oh,
it's a trick.
If there's one thing you should know about Echo, when he goes golden, move away.
Yeah,
don't
his R
queue
is
into
coming
him on
back.
Callista.
Is that true? Okay, I'll have to make sure to tell these teams.
Tuck that one back into your brain.
Only the best
to
figure it out.
Only the best advice here on the LCS show.
This is a sick flank there from Kumo that's drawing attention from 2 members, so the rest of EG finally feel that they can actually move up, but then Pobelter has a really nice turret, and then even though there is a bunch of CC there, the Black Shield from Morgana allows him to stay in range to take down Jizuke, and now we have finally the end of the game. But I think the interesting thing about this is that despite the draft that we've seen out of EG this week, we're just seeing that they're playing bad. Like, just flat out, individually, they are making a ton of mistakes. Has nothing to do with the macro, with where the team is located and where they find themselves in that formation. It is not using abilities. It is getting caught out individually. It is not looking at the minimap. And those things are what's getting this team in this hole. They're trying to amend it by maybe putting one of their better performers, Kumo and Riven, seeing what he can pull off. But it wasn't clean. It was not a very solid Riven.
Probably.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say, like, EG came into this game, I thought, with a decent plan. The draft looked fine. I mean, they're giving Jizuke a champion he likes. They pick Ezreal Braum, which is a very good weak side bot lane, really hard to dive, really hard to gank, and really easy to farm with. And then they counterpick top. So they're able to get the counterpick on the Gangplank, and Svenskeren is just camping top. So this early game looks like EG knows how to play. But
The only thing I'll say is thank God for Pobelter and having the brain power to go, okay, we have Baron, Elder's up. I should pressure their base so they can't stop our Baron. And Pobelter, even going back to last split, was the guy who always made the game-breaking play. So thank God for Pobelter. Way to go for winning that game for CLG.
Everyone had their fair share of oopsies, but in the late game, Pobelter was able to bring it all together. In a big week, though, we had a lot of powerhouse performances and people step up, but only one competitor can earn the award, of Player of the Week. And today, that's going to go to the 100 Thieves jungler in Contracts, one of our most contentious Player of the Week votes. It was between him and one of his teammates, but the jungler gets it.
It was super close between him and Someday. I think it was a 6-4 vote, and it was really down to who you felt like had a bigger influence over their wins.
Yeah, actually came in 6-5 with the final vote. So very, very contentious, but it was today's performance against Cloud9 that really locked it up.
Exactly. The performance today, Olaf, 700 gold bounty, just smurfing on Blabber, beating the best team, the best jungler, and then also showing up with the first Nidalee win in the LCS so far. So I think that's really impressive. Now, obviously, you have to count Someday into these wins, but individually, he has not been in the LCS for this whole split. He just came in. We didn't really know where he landed, had a rough start. This performance today is like, whoa, you are rivaling the kind of smashing games that Blabber does to other kids. You made Blabber look like what Blabber makes the rest of the league look like. That is super, super important for 100 Thieves moving forward if they want to play the early game like they are.
That was definitely the point that put it over the edge in Contracts' favor for me. Was both people had 2 great games. Someday was better in their first one. I think Contracts was better in the second one, and given that it's against reigning MVP, undefeated team, and all that kind of stuff, that's why I lean towards Contracts.
Either way, stellar performances out of the 100 Thieves roster here this weekend, and in particular, Contracts. Congratulations on that Player of the Week. A reminder that MasterCard is awarding lucky fans with a couple of personalized experiences. One winner will get to play and learn from the comfort of their own home with Freak, and 5 other participants are going to get an opportunity with a Q&A session with yours truly. All you have to do is use and save your MasterCard in the League client. Contest runs till July 19th. For more information, check out the full article on LOLesports.com. From here, we roll ourselves forward to wrap up the weekend and take a look at Samsung SSD Fast 5 leaderboards to close things out. So let's check in across all 5 lanes on the map to see who has made an impact in this week. First and foremost, up there in the top lane, Hanser has shaved 21 seconds off his best lap, extending his lead over Solo.
That's that Kale game, right? Being able to farm single-handedly from once.
Actually, this was yesterday's game.
This was yesterday's game. Yeah, this is a favorable matchup, Volibear into Wukong. It's not crazy though, so still being able to hit this 100 mark, 22 seconds better than the next person. We see counter picks in the top lane all the time, but they're still not able to be so accurate with their CS as Hanser has been.
I'm looking for someone to sneak under 10 minutes with that 100. We'll see if we can get it by the end of the split. Next up, Jensen moved himself into second place there in the mid lane for fastest time to level 11 out of mid laners. Only a small spread separating the 3 of them, Phoenix, Jensen, and Ryoma.
Yeah, we haven't had like a super uber or snowball pop-off mid lane game yet, so I'm sure someone will eventually break higher between them. But yeah, it's super close so far. Jensen as the mid laner for the clearly second best team now, also getting a second.
Yeah. Till next week. Till next week when everything goes awry, and now we don't know anymore. Finally, let's talk support. Zazel, he transformed his item 2 seconds faster than his previous best. He already did hold the top spot at 851, now down to 849, so just ever moving closer to the the top lane performance. But it's one of those things where that's a small victory in the face of a team that is struggling right now.
I mean, once you get these sight stones transformed, you got to use the vision you put down. And Svenskeren, although this 8-minute transformation happened, he still didn't have them on the map.
Oh, you got him. You got him. There it is. The LCS returns next week with Friday Night League, where Ryoma and 100 Thieves aim to take down TSM. But we're going to take a look at the standings real quick, because I want to see how the teams stand coming through the end of this weekend. Cloud9, of course, did fall short today, dropping 1 loss. Team Liquid, TSM, CLG rounding out the top 4. Evil Geniuses, FlyQuest now tied at 5 and 5. What are you guys' opinions on the way everything's shaking out?
Oh my god, I just cannot believe that with how dominant Cloud9 has been, the record is really just 1 game apart from Team Liquid. The games have been so starkly different.
I got a deep cuts for anyone who was buying Ethereum back in the day. We're looking at the flippening potentially here, where 100 Thieves, Golden Guardians, and Dignitas, and even Immortals are starting to rise up from the bottom and could overtake some of these teams that are struggling in CLG, EG, and FlyQuest.
Yeah, hodl. All right, let's talk about what comes this week. We got Friday Night League, where Ryoma and 100 Thieves are going to aim to take down TSM. But if you cannot wait till Friday, tune into The Dive, This or That, Academy Rush, and so much more for LCS all week long. A reminder, too, that if you want to join us for the LCS wrap-up, C9 Jack will be joining us for the Bud Light League Lounge when we sign off. That is going to do it from us here, though, on the LCS broadcast. Now, on behalf of myself, the casters, and the entire remote broadcast crew, thank you for watching. We'll see you over on twitch.tv/BudLight for the Bud Light League Lounge. Good night.
Good night.
I won't be there. Bye.
What the heck, man?
I'm gone.
Grab a beer. Grab a Bud.